Roger Taylor now coming around the Taurus now in the Escort. Hanging the tail out, coming out of Barton there, but that's setting a good time so far. Up to the S's as away goes Andrew Price, car 95 in the Mini Cooper S. But Roger Taylor looking very quick at the moment as he comes towards the end of his run, and the Mini goes on up to Ettores. And Roger Taylor does a 51.94, quickest in class by 0.4 of a second so far, outpacing Pekka Tolokas by that 0.4. Andrew Price on the hill in the Mini Cooper S, and on the start line, just leaving the start line, in fact, the Mazda MX-5 driven by Robin Depper, car number 96. So Andrew Price making his way through semicircle now towards the line. That's up to Torres. Comes Roger in his MX-5, and on the line a very nice looking Opel Manta, car number 97, the car of John Powell with the 2.1 litre engine under the bonnet. Depper making his way up towards the S's. John Powell gets away then in the Opel Manta. And a spin at Pardon for the Opel Manta, so we're going to have some track clearing to do there. I think he got back underway, but now he stopped because the red flags have gone out. So red flags then with grass spread out, plenty of turf spread out onto the track. They will need to be cleared up by the marshals as the Manta continues its way at a slightly lower pace up the hill. But meanwhile, the iconic looking machine on the line, it is a car number 56, Peter Jones. Metro 6R4 of Peter Jones sitting on the start line waiting for the all clear once the track has been swept. Looks like marshals have finished their sweeping work. So we've seen a lot more 6R4s across Outland in a little while doing the demonstration runs, but this one opted for timed runs. Great to see her there. It's a 2.5 litre, so I think that is a Clipman specification Metro 6R4. Away it goes, sounding absolutely glorious. Up to the line comes car 100, which is the Subaru Impreza of Matthew Pierce, the iconic rally car, of course. So 6R4 is safely around the Torres on up towards Pardon. As it goes, not surprisingly, setting some pretty impressive times so far. he's setting the standard for the class as Matthew Pearce gets away in the Impreza around semi-circle goes the 6R4 under the line and does a 55.10. While Matthew Pearce then heading towards and around Ettores. And on the line car 101, John Manners in the Toyota Celica GT4. Impreza out of Barton on to Midway, and then the S's as away goes the Celica. And Hendrik Meinemann in the Ford Escort Mark II comes onto the line as the Celica rounds the Tories. Away goes Hendrik then in the Escort. Interesting car on the line at the moment as excuse me, look, what, there's a stop at Ettores, but then he gets back underway for Hendrik in that Ford Escort, so he continues his run out of there. John Pick is on the start line in his AMS Matea. The Matea is a British built sports car but using Subaru Impreza running gear. A little bit twitchy through the S's there for the Mark II Escort. He continues on up as the Matea goes away, and well, in a very in the classic livery, it is car 104, which my entry list tells me should be a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo. I can promise you it is not. It is a Peugeot 205. Looks like a T16. As the Matea continues on its way, Hendrik Meinemann with a 63.10. The Matea looking quick at this stage. Away goes that Peugeot up the hill. It is Chris Dunscombe. Well, no, in fact, on the screen it says Chris Dunscombe, but it also says that it's a Mitsubishi Lancer, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there, to be honest with you. John Pick did a 49.35. I think that's probably the first sub 50 that we've had, certainly the first that I've seen this morning. That's a very wide line out of Pardon there for the Peugeot. On the line is 105, Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. And we now move on to the Class 9 cars, the four-wheel drive World Rally Championship R5 Rally 2 S2000 cars, and the first one is it's former British Hillclimb champion Simon Moran in the family car. First to take the run up the hill. Stephen Moore looking quick at the moment as he comes in. Yes, away goes Roger in that R5 Skoda. Really pushing on through the left-hander before Torres. Really trying hard there. Stephen Moore does quickest time in class so far with a 48.49 in the Mitsubishi. Which ran across running a different class in class 9 rather than the class of 8 that Stephen Moore's in. And on the line, currently it's another Skoda R5. It's the Skoda Fabia R5 of Einan Price, Welsh competitor. Heads away Roger Moran doing a very, very impressive 44.51. So at the moment, that is the time to beat. Simon Braithwaite intent on beating it. He comes up to Hitches for the first time. 106 on the line, and not the first of the road rally class cars. Malcolm Evans in the Renault Clio. But Ivan Price then still making his way up the hill through the S's. Very clean line through there, and it's looking pretty tight between him and Rogers. He comes up to semicircle and on towards the finish line. What time can Ivan do? It's a 44.59, so he's 800ths of a second slower than Roger Moran was in the similar car. So we can expect, when the time runs proper rather than these practice runs start, we can expect some real competition there. But meanwhile, Malcolm Evans in that road rally car going around Pardon. On the line we have car 820, which is Max Hawks in the Alfa Romeo 145, again running in the road rally class. And away he goes. Malcolm Evans looking quick in the Toyota Yaris, sets the standard for the road rally cars, 57.45. Max Hawks the next car up, the first car to try and better that. On the line we have the Renault Twingo 133 of Tim Cross, car 123. Meanwhile though, the Alfa Romeo 145 going up through midway on into the S's. As away goes the Twingo. And Max Hawks time 65.37, so Malcolm Evans still quickest at the moment, this early stage of the runs for these practice runs for the road rally class, car 121. The next in class is Paul Renison in the Honda Integra. Tim Cross in the Twingo continuing his run, coming into the S's at the moment. Not quite as quick as Malcolm Evans at this stage. The Integra is on the hill, making its way up, and up to the line comes car 122, Andrew Feekins in the Renault Clio 172 Cup car. 58.98 for, as we get a spin, the Integra having a half spin at Hitches, but getting back on track. Might have pulled some litter off the track in the process. We'll have to see, but he's continuing his run. Obviously lost time with that half spin there. Gets more cleanly around Pardon, the left-hand hairpin, and on to midway. But Tim Cross's time was a 58.98. So the Integra then coming up to the semicircle as Andrew Feekins gets away in the Renault Clio Cup car. And the time for Paul Renison after that half spin is 60.85, so very respectable time despite the half spin. In fact, car 124 on the line, the Subaru Impreza, the original shape Subaru Impreza of Thomas Tremolo, this one with a 2.1 litre engine. As Pardon goes Andrew Feekins in the Renault Clio Cup, quickest in class so far, as he comes through into the S's, and still looking good. As away goes the Impreza. And Andrew Feekins' time, a very impressive 52.34, makes him quickest in the road rally class so far in these practice runs. On the line at the moment, the very nice looking Abarth 124 of Aaron Bland. As the Impreza, Thomas Tremolo comes out of Pardon. And on up through midway. Car 126, Kevin Leher in the MGTF 160 comes to the line as the Abarth goes into Ettores. Second quickest in class then in these practice runs, Thomas Tremolo now with a time of 53.59. Away goes Kevin Leher in that MGTF, as into the S's comes the Abarth of Aaron Bland. The MGTF coming up towards and around Ettores, in fact. Another different looking road rally car on the line at the moment. It's the Audi RS6 of Colin Bullock, as the MGTF comes out of Pardon. Aaron Bland then goes third quickest with a 55.39 his practice run. Does a 59.81, puts him into sixth spot, and Colin Bullock gets away in the Audi. If that was an unusual road rally car, the next car up certainly is, because it's car 131, Chris McQueen in the GBS Zero. Colin Bullock rounding Pardon, that big estate car. And on up towards the S's. And Chris McQueen is on the hill in the GBS Zero. So we saw Roger Moran out in the R5 Skoda a little while ago. Now we see Scott Moran, Roger's son, also British Hillclimb champion, making his way up and looking very, very rapid towards, as they come towards Ettores. Puts it away. Looking quick. Chris McQueen does a 56.91 in the GBS Zero, of course. Makes him fifth quickest, I think. And Scott Moran has actually done a 44.61, so that's third amongst the ultra powerful rally cars, and it means there's just I think a tenth of a second separating the top three cars at the moment, as the BMW convertible of Paolo Luisa Dragasanu goes around Pardon. Clive Berry sits on the line in his Chrysler Sunbeam 1600 Ti. As Paula comes to semicircle and sets a time of 55.78, fourth quickest of the road rally cars, as the Sunbeam Ti comes into Martin Saunders gets off the line in his Renault Clio RS 200, car number 133. Sunbeam pressing on through into the S's onto semicircle. Clive Berry comes up towards the line, and his time will be a 58.40. Saunders on the hill in the Clio, and on the start line it's Josh Martin in the Mazda MX-5 car 134. Having trouble getting some traction off the line there by the seams of it, just getting plenty of wheel spin. As coming towards the end of his run is Martin Saunders in that Renault Clio. And in a moment we will be seeing the demonstration cars out. Just one or two more cars from the Road Rally class to come out. Josh Martin on the hill in the MX-5. Ben Cross has just got away in the Renault Twingo 133 R5, and he'll be the final car in practice. And then we will be seeing the demonstration runs, and for those I will be handing over to our friends from Slowly Sideways for them to talk you through the cars that are being demonstrated. Josh Martin does a 63.39 in the Mazda MX-5. Ben Cross coming towards the end of his run in the Twingo. And the first of the demonstration cars about to come out, so I'm going to hand over the commentary to the Slowly Sideways team.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Slowly Sideways Group B demonstration. We've got about 10 or 11 cars just about to go up the hill. The first of them is my friend David Kedwood from just down the road, just north of Cheltenham. Runs a fantastic coachwork business there, but he's got the most amazing collection of Group B rally cars, and this is his Safari Spec Lancia 037 2.1 litre engine. Lancia only made 5 of these cars for Safari Spec, and 2 of them were left down in Kenya, where Dave bought this many years ago, and going up the hill slowly sideways, ladies and gentlemen. We promise you, slowly sideways will do lots of the sideways, maybe not so slowly. And then we've got a real rallying legend in front of us. We're celebrating 40 years of the Metro 6R4, and who better to display the prowess of this amazing little car but none other than David Llewellyn. Yes, David Llewellyn, ladies and gentlemen, the British Open Rally champion from 1989, albeit in a Toyota, but he was instrumental in getting the 6R4 quite literally off the line, and you can see him now waiting for Dave, who is just going through the S's and coming into semicircle. I think we're getting these cars away at 30-second intervals. But David Llewellyn, we were talking to him last night. He was the first international winner in a 6R4, winning the 86th Circuit of Ireland, and off he goes the line, losing none of his flair. Up the road, under the bridge. And Dave was telling us last night that in the Rallye GB in 1986 he spent a couple of hours in a police cell for going down the M6 on the hard shoulder in order to make service. So that actually nixed his chances of doing well in the rally. So Dave going round, pardon hairpin, coming up into the S's now. And we have on the line, we have Dan Elmore in a car that he first saw amazingly in the Birmingham Super Prix. You remember the road race they ran around in Birmingham in the late 80s, and they had a support race for that car. and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second, but we've got another 6R4 on the line. This is driven by my friend Tim Bendel, and you'll note the engine note is slightly different, ladies and gentlemen, because this is one of the very rare 8R4s. Yes, 8. It's the Rover V8 in the back, built by the works for a wealthy Spanish gentleman rally driver who rallied it with some considerable success in the Spanish events. Worked really well in the tough, dusty conditions. It was a more reliable engine than the V6, obviously cheaper for a clubman to run. And Tim, who hails from Gloucestershire, has spent many years over the last couple of years getting this car up and running. He particularly attracted to it because of the low running cost compared to the very expensive V6 engine that you'll find in quite a lot of the other 6R4s here on display today. Now, going from one of the fastest cars to one of the slowest cars, but I mean no disrespect, this is Richard Connolly in the fantastic little Auto Bianchi A112, and we tease Richard, he is the biggest man in the smallest car. He's quite a large gentleman, Richard, but he's got a 70 brake horsepower under his foot at the moment. That's a little 1 litre Auto Bianchi. They had their own championship series back in the 1970s. He'll be a little bit slower up the hill, but it's a beautifully turned out example. 70 brake horsepower. It was the Italian version of the Mini. Now, on the start line, we have got the real deal, a genuine works car from the 1980s. This is the Louise Aitken Walker RS 1600i, driven by Mark Ashurst, a little bit tentative off the line, but here he goes. This car was left languishing in a garage for many years. Mark felt there was some decent history, it's worth preserving, so he has spent the last 5 or 6 years bringing it up to this spec, and it's a beautiful looking thing. Driven by Louise Aitken Walker in the 1983 Rallye GB. I think she retired on the 37th stage. Yes, you heard correctly, there were 37 stages, more than 37 stages in rallying back in the day. So there goes Mark up the hill, up to Pardon Hip, and I've got Chris Spooner in a beautiful RS 1600 again, but from 20 years before, lovely slowly sideways up the hill. This is a replica of the Hannu Mikkola car that he and his father built a couple of years ago. His father is Gordon Spooner, who was one of the works engineers at the Ford Bore Works, and who built all of Hannu Mikkola's rally cars in the early 70s. On the line now, we have Steve Chamberlain in his amazing Mitsubishi Evo 5, Evo 6, it's one of the two. It's actually a replica, but I know Steve is a very committed driver, so this should be quite a sight, ladies and gentlemen, as he rounds bridge and comes into taking a little bit of grass there. Hopefully not upsetting the parking course too much. And who is next? We have Jim Avis. Jim Avis in his ex-Bernard Begwin Ford Sierra Cosworth, 4-wheel drive, not the most popular of the Ford rallying family. People are after the 3-door, but that's one that Jim's had in his stable for a number of years, a works car driven by Bernard Begwin, the French national champion. Moving on to fast forwards, we have Nigel Mummery in his RS 200. This is a car that has interesting history, ladies and gentlemen. This was built as a Dakar car for Ted Tolman, who wanted to compete in that event. So it's got a few different Dakar modifications. It never actually competed in the event and was left languishing in a shed for a while. Went through various hands, various rally crosses, but it's now run as reassembled by Nigel. He's had it in his stable for many years. Very quick off the hill, very committed driver. Nigel has a GT3 Porsche and an amazing Mark II Escort, but this is what he's playing with today. the start line now. We have Mark Bendel in his beautiful Mitsubishi Evo. This was one of the first, almost the car that got the ball rolling for the fantastic Evo brand legend. The last of the two-wheel drive cars. So as you can see, he was a little bit slowly sideways going up the hill, and moving swiftly along, we've got Mark Bendel in his two-wheel drive Evo. We've now got Lee Kedward in his Evo 3. Now this is and I think we have a red flag, and it's a spin by Mr. Mummery on the entrance to semicircle. And I'm sure, yeah. So it's going to take a little while to get that cleared up. And the course car's going up. So whilst we're waiting for that to be cleared up, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just tell you a little bit more about Slowly Sideways. We're a collection of like-minded enthusiasts who feel that with all these amazing rally cars over the years, certainly from the Group B era and slightly earlier, what do we do with them? Do we keep them in the? Do you keep them in a museum, or do you actually get out and use them as they were intended? And fortunately, there's a large number of us in the UK who are lucky enough to have these cars and regularly compete at or do demonstration runs at places like Silverstone and Goodwood, and it's a real pleasure to get these cars out and show them to you all. We tend to have a rule whereby we would prefer original cars. There are a couple of replicas in the field or in the stable, but usually where we can't find the original car, or the original owner doesn't want to let the car be used actively. So that's many of the cars that you see here are, of course, the real deal.
Roland, it's quite funny when you talk about the replicas there, but I'm very, very privileged to be standing at the Goodwood Festival of Speed in between two people that know a little bit about rally cars. I was stood with David Richards and Malcolm Wilson, and we were looking at the Mark II Escort that, of course, was Ari Vatanen's car that DR had co-driven to the World Rally Championship. And David Richards was explaining to everybody that this was the original car, and it was absolutely as it was and perfectly, at which point Mr. Malcolm Wilson starts to chuckle. And he looks at him and he says, DR, come on. He said, there's no way that's the original car. How much of it is actually the original car? And I think it was the windscreen. Was the original car, yeah.
I should say I've joined in the commentary booth by my friend Tim Bradshaw, who's... you have a little bit of rallying history in the family, Tim. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, well, particularly with 6R4 Metros. So my wife's father was a guy called Nigel Harris, who was Malcolm's co-driver on 6R4 Metros in the infamous computer vision car C99 COG. And in fact, her other godfather, Alistair Sutherland, was national champion Group B 6R4s, and he's here today looking around the place. So there is a little bit of family history with the 6R4. And in fact, I think Alistair and Mr. Llewellyn may well have competed against each other back in the day, I understand. Alistair was quite up for having a go today just to see if he could get anywhere near David, but I'm not sure that's a good idea today.
There were certainly a couple of people in the paddock who were prepared to hand them the keys, weren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm just chuckling here because looking at the Dakar car here, the RS200, that's had a moment, and I think it's had a similar Dakar experience to the one I had earlier this year, i.e. upside down and broken.
Tell us a little bit more about that, Tim. What went wrong there?
Did
you run out of talent?
I massively ran out of talent. Yeah, I reached into my spare pocket, the talent pocket was empty, and sadly I sort of went over the front. I was racing a motorcycle, so we don't have the luxury of a co-driver, and I came over the front and unfortunately broke my neck in three places. So as there's an expression which is, with age comes a cage, so we're now building a mini rally car rather than a motorbike.
Well, fantastic story, and glad you're here, and glad Alistair's here, and we're having a very good time. But I think there's still taking a little bit of time to clear up the incident at the top of the hill with Nigel.
What's fascinating nowadays, of course, you forget that these 6R4s are 40 years old. In fact, it's why there's quite a lot of us here. And some of you probably saw Team Moran, the father and son, going up there in what is essentially a Rallye 2 car, which I guess in some respects is sort of the equivalent. And it's quite fascinating, actually, just to watch how much the modern machinery's come on compared to some of the sort of 40-year-old machinery, cool as they are.
Yeah, and of course we were running I had the privilege of running the cars at the Silverstone Festival earlier in the year in a pursuit fashion, and we set the was it a Fiesta R5 up against a Metro, and it was amazing. After 40 years of development, what the differential in speeds were like.
Yeah, and one of the things that's always been levelled as a bit of a criticism, really, of rallying is how difficult the sort of class rating system is to understand. And one of the things that's really nice now in world rallying, we finally sort of got it right. So the world rally drivers that you'll see, the likes of Elvin Evans, are driving Rally 1 cars, and they're hybrids, or they may not be hybrids next year, but they're certainly hybrids at the minute. And then it goes Rally 1, Rally 2, which is similar to the Skoda that's down there, four-wheel drive, modified cars, right the way down Rally 3, and Rally 4 is something that sort of resembles a road car. But I think it's really nice for spectators now to kind of understand what they're looking at.
Yeah.
One of the things we should say, ladies and gentlemen, actually, right here, as I watch the army of orange people looking after both driver and car, is a massive thank you to all the marshals who are out today, unpaid, unsung heroes of any motorsport event, and they are currently furiously extracting an RS200 from a bank. So anybody involved in motorsport is always super grateful for all of their support and everything they do.
Yes, I think they're going to be a little while yet by the looks of things, aren't they? As you said, they are working pretty fast, but unfortunately it looks like Nigel's done a little bit of damage to the front of that RS 2000.
Well, seeing a broken Ford reminds me, we were sitting with Alistair last night, and Mr. Llewellyn was telling a story of, which I think you mentioned earlier, about how a brief sort of stop at a prison cell, and in fact informed my wife that her father was in fact in the prison cell next to him, something to do with going up the hard shoulder in a 6R4 Metro. But Nigel, my late father-in-law, apparently was with Alistair, and Alistair on the Mole Rally had hooped the car, looped it and parked it upside down in a field, and was still trying to get the car in gear when he looked at Nigel, a co-driver, and said, are we good, can we go? And Nigel looked at him and said, Alistair, we're upside down.
This is why a co-driver with a level head, even albeit an upside down level head, is exactly what you need to control the impulses of we mad rally drivers. Yeah,
well, in fact, it's quite a good story, because Nigel was due to go on and co-drive for Colin, of course, Colin McRae, and the idea being that Nigel was considered to be a very kind of steady, safe pair of hands, very precise in what he did, and they were hoping that might just bring Colin back 2-3% and get more finishes.
There was a few of us in the clubhouse last night speaking with a wonderful celebration dinner in honour of the 6R4 with John Davenport and a number of the engineers involved in the creation of the car, but also Ian Grindrod, Jimmy McRae's co-driver for a number of years, and Di Llewellyn as well was speaking, and Mike Broad comparing. So a fantastic evening with some great stories. And one of the stories that Ian was telling us, he was asked by Jimmy to co-drive for Colin, in his younger years. I think Colin was maybe 17 or 18 and wanted an experienced co-driver, as we were saying, the benefits of such our legion with these younger drivers. And the first thing Ian said when he sat down in the car next to Colin was, "I've sat with better drivers than you are, Colin, so just take it steady." And I think even Ian now understands that maybe he was failed to appreciate the talent that the great Colin McRae actually had. But I thought that was a wonderful story.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And in fact, guys, if you do go online and you follow Slowly Sideways, what you'll find is one of the 6R4s there is in fact Colin McRae's old 6R4, which I think Ian co-drove with him, and he famously sort of misses a junction. I think it's on the Donegal rally, wasn't it? He famously misses a junction. It's certainly worth a watch. Colin having fun with a 6R4 Metro.
That's right. That was I think at the 2006 event where Colin and Nicky Grist reformed the Dream Team again for one event only, and wrong slotted, and amazingly went down a very narrow Irish lane backwards and didn't put a scratch on the car. And the footage, the in-car footage, is a joy to behold, because neither of them could understand. They were laughing, and neither of them could understand quite how lucky they've just been. So that's a wonderful piece of footage, ladies and gentlemen. Dig it out on YouTube when you get the chance.
Anybody, I don't know, guys, if anybody's driving here today, perhaps with their other half, and maybe you were having a discussion about whether it should be left or right at the next junction, or where the car park was, and maybe that discussion becomes a little bit heated. And there's some famous in-car footage of Colin driving Ford Focus WRC car, I think, and they're on Rallye GB, and they're coming down, and the road splits, and they're doing about 130 miles an hour or something, and the road splits down left and up right, and Nicky calls his notes and he goes left, no right, no left. And of course, all the time he's saying this car is jinxing left and right as Colin's kind of, which way are we going? And in the end, the car goes straight on and ends up upside down in the field. And Nicky Grist just literally looks at Colin and says, oops, I'm sorry.
Co-drivers make mistakes once in a while, don't they? It's not always the driver's fault. And interesting, Mike Broad was saying last night that he also got a phone call from Jimmy a few years into Colin's burgeoning career, where his existing co-driver, I think it was Ian Grindrod, was taken ill or couldn't do the event, and Mike Broad got the call. And on the Swedish rally, and this was the young Colin McRae's first ever World Championship event in the snow in Sweden with studs to give the grip. And Mike's impression of Colin in the first couple of stages, well, I think I'm in safe hands here. He drove the car as if it was on dry tarmac, so there's no doubting the guy had a lot of talent. Apparently they finished second on his second in class in the first event, but he didn't go to the prize giving because he didn't want to pick up a prize for second place, and that just shows the competitive spirit of young Mr. McRae.
One of the things you might notice, guys, if you look at some of the slightly, sort of more modern rally cars now, you'll see people sit in what I call the sort of boy racer pose, and the boy racers have their sort of chairs rocked right back, so they feel as though they're sitting low in the car, and they probably don't realise that the rally driver is actually sitting low in the car as opposed to reclined, to get the centre of gravity down. And one of the things, certainly on the Subarus back in the day, was the co-driver would often sit anything up to sort of 4 or 5 inches lower and behind the driver, partly to move the weight around inside the car, but also so of course the driver could see out to the side windows. And we were at the Autosport International show, and Nicky was on the stage, and the commentator said to Nicky, crikey, it must be terrible being in that co-driver's seat. You can literally not see where you're going. At which point Nicky Grist turned around and said, are you aware that I sit next to Colin McRae? He said, if I could see where I was going, I'd probably never get in the car again.
All the best co-drivers, they don't look up. Interesting, going back 40 years with the incarnation of the 6R4, I think it was Di Llewellyn was saying last night that he'd had a successful career with Audi up until that point, driving the long wheelbase a Quattro, which he found actually really quite hard to drive. Being a long wheelbase car, not the most manoeuvrable, also turbocharged. They had to do a lot of left foot braking to keep the turbo spinning. But okay, you had 650 brake horsepower to play with. So he was taken for a run out in the latest Quattro by Michel Mouton, and even David Llewellyn said that was very scary, and felt at the time John Davenport was very eager to get the future of British rallying at the time into a British car, and obviously they had the 6R4. At the time. With Tony Pond retiring, Di was seen as the future, and who'd bet against that? So he took the Metro. Okay, it was a little less power, but he got paid an awful lot more money by John Davenport, and that went on to score the first international win for the 6R4 in the Circuit of Ireland in '85.
Yeah, and in fact, one for the ladies, you mentioned Michelle Mouton there. On the slowly sideways crew, you'll see one of the Audi Quattros, Phil's car. Go and have a look at that car. And of course, that's what made Michelle Mouton famous. And if anybody's interested, we've got any budding young female rally drivers. I highly recommend you watch the film Queen of Speed, which is all about Michelle Mouton's World Rally Championship attempt. And Audi openly admitted that they just put a lady in the car because they thought it would sell cars. And then she came second in the World Championship.
After winning a couple of events and was definitely the Queen of Speed, wasn't she?
Yeah, and then in fact the story goes that Audi then offered her a contract and Michelle sat down and said, for sure, we can have the same contract, just double the number. And they had little choice at that point. And she then reflected and said, now I'm being paid this much money, I decided that I would stop drinking. At which point she reflects and says, of course, except for champagne.
Fantastic woman. And of course, obviously, Group B was eventually, because of some terrible accidents, obviously Henry Toivonen and the spectators in Portugal, and Group B was eventually banned by the FIA in 1986. So for 1987 we were running sort of much lower powered Group A cars, which resembled the normal cars rather than some of the fantastic homologation specials you're seeing here. But one of the views we were discussing last night was should the FIA have just banned turbos rather than Group B in itself. By banning turbocharging, you would have made the cars significantly slower, maybe 300 brake horsepower, which is still quite a lot of power in a very lightweight space frame chassis, and also maybe ban some of the rocket fuels that certainly the European manufacturers were using at the time. Getting as much as 600 brake horsepower, where a normally aspirated car with standard fuel was nearer 300, so a huge advantage. And maybe upon reflection, getting rid of turbochargers and those rocket fuels might have kept Group B running for a few more years yet.
Yeah, because I think certainly listening to David Llewellyn last night and obviously having had conversations with kind of Malcolm Wilson, the problem with the turbochargers is the turbo lag, which every boy racer likes to talk about. But essentially what happens is you put your foot down, there's not enough air moves through the system till the fan spins up and creates the power, which is fun on a tarmac road. I think fairly unpredictable on a sort of sliding loose surface.
Well, apparently the common wisdom is that only 6 drivers in the world can actually master the 6R4. I'm sure David is amongst their number, but and certainly Tony Pond. But they were very difficult to drive because they had such a short wheelbase. Very noisy inside, very difficult to hear the pace notes, and it took a while for them to sort the differentials out, and without going down the rabbit hole.
I dare you to explain the differentials. I dare you to explain the differentials.
I'm no engineer. Yes, without going down that particular rabbit hole, but it took a while for the differential problem to be sorted out, so it made the car very unstable. It was trying to spin all the time, and eventually they managed to. One of the ways they cured it was by focusing on the tyres and making sure the rolling circumference of the tyres were equal. Apparently at the time Michelin were sending some out of the factory which were slightly imperfect, and even a modest imperfection in the tyre circumference would cause the 6R4 to become very unstable.
Just seeing the RS200 there sort of being retrieved and coming back down the hill. For any of our spectators that perhaps don't drive so much or are interested to learn about it, we should perhaps, here's a few myths and a sort of rally driving terminology explained. So understeer is when you hit the barrier with the front of the car. Oversteer is when you hit the barrier with the back of the car. Torque is how far you go through the barrier after you've hit it, and horsepower is how fast you're going when you hit the barrier. So there you go, understeer, oversteer, torque and horsepower explained.
Thank you, and I should mention that my friend Tim used to instruct at Silverstone. Did you get a lot of business there, Tim?
Yeah, we used to get paid to drive around in circles a lot. Get told every day you've got the best job in the world.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. So let's have a look. They're starting. Our wonderful Orange Army are clearing up the. Sweeping the leaves off the ground. There's obviously quite a lot of them, but
it's a big network rail, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it isn't it? But I can still see some damp patches just on the exit of the S's, which obviously caught Mr. Mummery out. We've got the course car coming down the hill at Pardon Hairpin now, so we may be getting underway.
Maybe now's a good time, seeing the bumper missing off that RS200. I heard a fabulous story. Mr. Sutherland and my late father-in-law Nigel Harris were doing the Mull Rally in a 6R4, and the story goes that they'd gone through the stage during the day and they clipped a bank and they pulled the bumper off the front of the car. After the stage, they got into the bar that night, and I think they may have taken a couple of adult beverages. And Alistair looks at Nigel and says, "Do you know where the bumper is?" And Nigel says, "Well, yes, of course I know where the bumper is." And this was a privately owned car, so Alistair says, "Well, that bumper's quite expensive, we should probably go and get it." At which point they head back into the stage in the dark, maybe having had a couple of adult beverages, went back through the stage, collected the bumper, and when they got back that night, Alistair looks at Nigel and says, did you time that, just out of interest? And Nigel said, "Of course I timed it." And it turns out they were 6 seconds quicker in the dark back through the stage at night, having visited the bar, than they had been during the day.
Kids, don't try this at home. No, it looks, we're back in action, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Lee Kedward, son of Dave, in his amazing Evo 3. This is the four-wheel drive, around about 280, 300 brake horsepower. Interesting story on this one, ladies and gentlemen. Lee actually rallied this on Rallye GP in 2015. Rolled it. He borrowed it from a friend and therefore had to buy it, and he's getting up the hill like a scolded cat, all 200 brake horsepower, 300 brake horsepower. He did mention to me that he has got a few works bits on there, including Tommy Mattison's head. I think I know what he means. Some fancy rear suspension from the works as well. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a few more cars coming up. You can see another 6R4 in the paddock. This could be, and I think Dave Kedward has got his Integrale out. So you saw Dave earlier in the red Lancia 037. Well, Dave's had enough time to go down get back down the hill again and jump into the Group A Lancia Integrale. Now, this is a car. Interesting history with this one. Dave's had it in his ownership for quite a few years. He obviously liked red Lancias, doesn't he? And but this was built by a Ferrari Formula One mechanic, obviously in his spare time. And every panel on it is carbon fibre. This was the answer. I mean, beautifully off the line there by Mr. Kedward. This was Lancia's Group A answer. Obviously the 037 was no longer eligible for competition after 86, and the Group A Integrale was what followed, and what a fantastically menacing, aggressive looking car that is, beautifully driven by Dave. Going up to Barden. On the hill now, on the hill at the start, we have Phil Welton in his short wheelbase S1 Quattro. This was they only ran this car for about a year in 1984 before they moved on to the bewinged S2 Evolution monster. But so this is just, what a rare beast. There's lots of Quattros in rallying at the moment, or historic rallying, and to see one of the short wheelbase ones from the first year is quite special. It's a car that Phil has had in his ownership for a few years now. It was built by a friend who just kind of given up on it, and they were sitting in a garage, as so often these things are, and Phil felt, no, let's get it and let's use it on some historic events and demonstrations. It's he used it first this year at Silverstone Festival, where he had a few problems with the ignition. Maybe running about 240 brake horsepower, which is quite a lot less than it should do. He's now, in its day, it was a 450 brake horsepower machine, but he's got up to around about 300. And we were saying earlier how the original Quattro, the long wheelbase Quattros, were a little unwieldy in the forests. And I see Phil has been backed off the start line. Not quite sure what the problem is. but he's making way for, I think, the last two cars we've got. We've got Mark Bendel in the Mitsubishi Lancer, the original Evo Turbo 2000 car. Say it's 2-litre turbocharged engine, 260 brake horsepower, the last of the two-wheel drive cars before they went four-wheel drive with the Evo 1 and 2 and 3 and all the way up to, I think, 10. But it's the same block all the way through, so the actual engine architecture didn't change over the sort of 20-year period the Lancers were in operation. And we got Mark Bendel taking it up the hill. The trick is to just get the car rolling and then absolutely plant it rather than lots of wheel spin. And it looks as if we've got, yes, we've got, it looks like David Llewellyn in the passenger seat. In the amazing John and Caroline Price 6R4. I've been reliably informed by Tim that the reason that Phil couldn't go up the hill because he didn't have his gloves on. You can get away with things like that in rallying, but not in hill climbing, it seems. Anyway, we got, that must be, the way that's going off the hill, that must be David Llewellyn again. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, he was the British Open champion in 1989 and the first guy to give the 6R4 international win on the Circuit of Ireland in 1985. And I suspect what's happening here is last night's dinner, a very generous individual bought a drive up the hill with David at the wheel, and I think those the proceeds of that particular Dave's obviously driving particularly hard. He's taking a bit of curb. Let's see how he comes round the fantastic blind, quite daunting semicircle and across the line. And I suspect that certainly concludes our demonstration of slowly sideways, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed that. We're out again, I gather, at 10 past, well, it was 10 past 1. We'll be out later on this afternoon and then obviously running in the dark. But I will now hand back to our fantastic commentator, Peter, and we look forward to entertaining you in a slowly sideways fashion a little later on.
Yeah, he's just strapped himself in. He's got to pass the bridging test. They've got him to read. I know, you should just let it go, wouldn't you? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Match of the day tomorrow. Yeah. Not today. Good job, Rick. You've done it now. Blimey. He is useful after all. Well, I'm not sure about that, yeah, but barely. Well done, Rick. There's one. Bugatti. Well done, Rick. Nothing's happening anyway. Well done. He did a good job of ripping that grass. Yeah. It's been 1 o'clock nearly. So what is it now then? Oh, I thought it'd be on the back, wouldn't I? Oh, I'm off again. That's a good brush, actually. Big one. He made a lot of mess, didn't he? Yeah. Annoyed. Right, so am I? Am I on the back? Yes, I'm on the back. I don't know. It's got 2 more runs, hasn't it? What? 2 more runs, hasn't it?
Alright, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to Prescott, or Rallye Prescott as it is this weekend. Just watching on the screen, we are on a live stream with HillClimb.TV. So if you're in the paddock and you've got some reception, you want to check that out, you'll see there, Peter Baker. These are first timed runs. They've all had a practice run this morning. These are first timed runs. So how this day is going to go is we're going to have 2 timed runs in the daylight, and then we're going to do a practice and 2 timed runs in the dark with the lights on. I hope for the lights, not the dark. Anyway, you got on the hill right now. You got Simon Durling in that beautiful Alpine A10 Berlinette, bringing that through quite quickly. We're in historic Cat 1 cars, and then on.
Well, a 59.05 for Simon Durling on his run. Bill Jones does a 62.11 and 77.03 for Peter Baker. But meanwhile, we have 27 just rounding in Torres. That's Miles Chamberlain, his Mini Cooper S. Andrew Brooks higher up the hill, just coming towards the end of his run. There's a 65.14, which slots him into 3rd in class. As Mark Maynard gets away in the Hillman Imp, there was always a bit of a battle back in the day, and when they were contemporary cars, the Mini and the Imp. The Imp was intended, of course, to be Hillman's competitor with the rear engine. Mark Maynard rounding Hatchets. Bit of a lock up there as he goes into not Hatches, there's the Tories, and then Pardon, there's a lock up, and on up through midway towards the S's. Chambers does a 65.24. So, well, Prescott wouldn't be Prescott without a Bugatti in action, of course, and Edmund Burgess is holding up Mark Honours with his Type 51, the car in which he holds the Bugatti Hill record. Another one to take it easy, Edmund rounding Torres. Fine style, bit of opposite lock on the exit of the hip in there, on up towards Pardon. As comes now out of Pardon and then into midway. On the line at the moment, car 13.9 is Julian Birch and his Mark 1 Escort RS 2000. Edmund still pressing on up towards semicircle. Final corner before he crosses the line. With a time of 57.72 puts him 2nd in class behind Mark Maynard. Julian Birch is underway, goes underneath the bridge and on up towards Torres. He's possibly dropping something from the back of the car, it appeared to me though, I'm not sure. It seemed to be liquid coming from the back of the car, but on the line now it's car 735, the Mini. Jones in that Mini as Julian Birch comes towards the end of his run, now in class H2. And the two-wheel drive historic 1601cc and over. Julian does a 55.85. Roger Jones now on his way towards Torres in that Mini. We have the Mark 1 Escort in the livery as run by Russell Brooks and John Brown on the RAC Rally back in 1973, the ATV Today sponsorship. ATV was the Midlands regional television station before Central Television, and they sponsored Russell before he established his long-term relationship with Andrews Heat for hire, of course. But Simon Braithwaite in that Escort RS 1600 is on his way. Roger Jones is rounding semicircle. Simon comes up to Hedges. Simon Braithwaite running in Class H3, the first of the H3 runners I think that we've seen on the timed runs. So obviously setting the fastest time in class at the moment, laying down the benchmark for the other participants. So he comes up to semicircle, pressing on but looking very clean on his run up, and a 52.03 then for the Escort. We just have a little bit of a pause while we wait for more cars to come out onto the hill. Let me remind you whilst we're waiting, Friends of Prescott running that hill, which you can win a passenger ride in a Ford Escort up the hill around 4 o'clock this afternoon. That will happen with Alistair Moffat at the wheel of the Mark II Escort, taking you up the hill. No better chauffeur, I promise you. And the tickets available for from the Friends of Prescott shop here in the paddock. £1 a ticket or £5 for stripper tickets. Definitely worth a little bit of a gamble, and hopefully you can get a little bit closer to the action, take a run up the hill at 4 o'clock this afternoon in that lovely Ford Escort. So get your tickets now.
Well, I didn't park there because I thought it would be really hot and I was doing that. I should have done, because up there, fortunately I was facing downhill.
So still a little bit of a lull whilst we wait for more cars to come up to the line.
Going downhill, and I was straight onto the road. But even then it was
And it looks to me as if it's going to be car 751, James Turner in his Escort Mark II 2.4 litre that's out next. Yes, running in Class H5. And it is Jamie Turner then who has hauled up onto the line, and the very pristine looking Mark II Escort with that 2.4 litre engine. Not sure, that might well be a Millington Diamond engine, I'm not quite sure to be honest. So he's on the line. Revs rising and away he goes. Got a bit of wheel spin as he gets off the line, using for higher livery. Kevin Knight driving the car as James Turner exits Torres on up to Pardon into the left-hander and out again on towards midway. Car 751 as 46 Kevin Knight gets away in the Sunbeam as well. Through the S's comes the Escort, this Class H5 as I say. James Turner, the first car to take a timed run in that class. As the Andrews E5 Sunbeam comes up to the Torres, round to Torres. James Turner then with a 54.29, the time to beat then for the other participants in H5. As away gets Adam Jones in his Escort Mark II. Adam Jones then rounding Pardon. Kevin Knight does a 59.06. As Adam gets away, off the line goes Alistair Moffat, the man who will be driving our lucky raffle winner up the hill a little bit later on today, around about 4 o'clock. And he's going for his first timed run now in the Mark II Escort. That's a 2.5 engine in that Mark II Escort. But it looks like there is a problem. He's stopped on the hill, so it looks like a mechanical problem, unfortunately, for the Mark II Escort of Alistair Moffat. Red flags go out. Mark Linforth is left waiting patiently on the line in his Mark I Escort. 2 litre Mark 1 Escort or Mark Linfoth running in class H4. But Alistair Moffat stopped. I don't know whether he's going to be able to. It looks like he may come, if he's given them the okay, he might come back down the hill the wrong way. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Yes, he is heading back down the hill the wrong way. Seems to be under power. I don't think he's just relying on gravity there. Maybe he's just running very slowly back onto the hill. Try and find out a little bit later on what happened there with Alistair, but unfortunately it's a DNF fail for him on this run. He goes back into the paddock, so the red flags will be able to come in just a moment or two, and we can get the time runs back underway. So it is a fail then for Alistair Moffat, unfortunately. Still quickest in class H5 is James Turner with that 54.29. Mark Linfoth running in a class H4. Just the one-time set on class H3, I apologise. Just the one-time set in the class at the moment. Simon Braithwaite with a 52.03 as Mark Linfoth gets away then. And up to the line comes car 54. And that's Harvey Waters in the Ford Sierra, 3 litre Ford Sierra. Running in class H5. Mark Linfoth is at Pardon and out of Pardon now. On up he goes. As away goes Harvey Waters in that 3 litre Sierra. That strip of LED lighting across the front of the bonnet, Harvey Waters. On Mark Linfoth, there's a 52.11, so just failing to match the time of Simon Braithwaite with a 52.803, so just 0.08 of a second between the two of them. So all to go for in the in that class with their second runs a little bit later on. Meanwhile, we've moved from the historics into class 2, and Jeremy Jones in the GTM Coupe is making his way into Hedges now, into Torres now. Harvey Waters is a 59.47, so he's only less than 0.2 of a second separating the top 3 in class H5. Away goes John McCrillen in the Mini Cooper. John running in class 2, as is the car ahead of him, Jeremy Jones. Coming up towards the line now. As John McCrillen rounds Torres. Jeremy's time 58.14. That's the time for John to beat as he goes into Pardon. Not much in that time so far. Andy Harrison is on the line, car 60. Now in the so-called mini orange box, 1293cc. Now you see the car, you'll understand why it's called the mini orange box. John McCrillen is up to semi, coming towards the line. What can he achieve? As the mini orange box comes towards Torres. And John McCrillen with a 61.55, slots into second in class. James Turner's on the line, and here's Mark II Ford Escort, car number 751. In class H5 in the historics, the 2.4 litre Mark II Escort. And Andy Harrison goes through the S's in the orange box. And James Turner heads into a Torres. Andy Harrison does a 61.59, just 400 slower than John McQuillan, but that puts him into third place in Class 2. Edward James is on the line in the Nissan Micra. Edward in the first of our Class 3 runners, the 1400cc Micra, just going under the bridge and on up towards the Torres. Up to the line has come Tom Weaver, and he runs the Citroen Saxo VTS 1600cc machine. Torres on up towards Pardon. Edward James does a 54.31, sets the standard for the Class 3 cars, the 1001 to 1400cc 16 valve, naturally aspirated, Malcolm Horn gets away in the Peugeot 206 Cup car. As Tom Weaver heads towards the line in the Saxo. And does a 53.52, so about very nearly 8/10 quicker than Edward James, sorry, to take the class lead, but only those two have run in this class so far, as Beggar heads away in his Vauxhall Nova. Horn coming through the S's at the moment in the Peugeot 206 Cup car. As Richard Egger heads up toward and around Torres. The Egger Racing Vauxhall Nova coming up into Pardon. Malcolm Horn does a 57.92, putting him third in Class 3 at this stage. Matthew Miles is on the line. As Richard Egger goes under the finish banner and does a 55.32, which moves him into third place in class. Matthew Miles pressing on in that Mark II Escort of his, just rounding the Torres. Samantha Lester in the Peugeot 106 GTI. It sits on the start line. Up to the S's. Then the Mark II Escort of Matthew Miles. Samantha Lester heads away in the Peugeot 106 GTI. Matthew Miles takes the lead in Class 3 with a 53.13, very nearly 4/10 quicker than Tom Weaver. Lester out of it, he's running them towards Pardon, as David Wilson sits on the line in the Peugeot 205, car number 71. And time for a change of commentator now. I'll be back with you a little later on.
Back on the comms. Thank you, Peter, for your insightful commentary. We've got David Wilson on the hill at the moment in the Peugeot 205. This car started like as the shopping car as a 1.1 litre XE. Was that a 1 litre? Who knows? My French knowledge can let me down sometimes. But yeah, David Wilson really, really quick. This is going to be one of the quickest front-wheel drive cars here today, if not the quickest, I would have said. Really, really well-piloted car on the hills. Just rounding semicircle now as Nick Wilkins flashes into sight in this Mark 1 Golf GTI, which is regularly sported between him and his dad. Always on the classic rally scene. Go and see him. Nick's a very approachable chap, and yeah, turns into Pardon beautifully. He'll be having lots of fun. This car's always so reliable and so well piloted. As Martin Watts makes his way off the line in the GTM Coupe, as I am joined by Mr. Owen Cool.
That would be me. Right, Lloyd's just gone out for some air. Welcome back. Nick Wilkins in the Volkswagen Golf has just done a 56.47. And on the hill right now we have the GTM Coupe of Martin Watts heading up through the S's already. And off the line, Rob Jones in a Mark II Escort, which is the Rallye Classic. Comes around the top. So let's see where Martin ends up with. The class leader in that is a 56.65. So that gives Martin the lead in the GTM Coupe in class 2. And we have Rob Jones in the Mark II Escort just heading up into Pardon right now. Gets it rotated around, comes down the other side. And on the line and just leaving is Tim Porter in a Darrian T90. Now, for those who aren't familiar what a Darrian is, it is a purpose-built rally car from Wales. And they've been building them for years, variations of this. The T90, I think they've got one model slightly updated from that. But these cars come with anything from a 1600 engine to a 2.5 liter Millington in the back. Very quick, very handy tarmac rally car.
Yeah, you can see these things quite often in the national championships, British championships, with big scary Millingtons in the middle of them. That 350 brake horsepower, sometimes the sequential power. I don't think Tim's running quite that in his today, but still, he's going to cross the line and break the beam at a 51.24, which is a very respectable time. And he goes quickest so far. Mike West is about to appear into sight in this Mini. It's the 90s. It kind of looks older than it is. It's actually an N on the end, so what would that be? That would be a 90. Ooh, 93, 94, 95, something like that. 95, yes. N-Reg on the 95. It looks a bit more classic, this one, but yeah, you've got to drive a Mini with enthusiasm, I think, as Michael Rounds, Pardon, using that little bounce to get himself into S's. This is where it'll really come into its own, where he should be able to just flick the car left, right, left through the S's. It's off the line, Neil Howells in the MGTF. He makes his way to the first corner, and we see him rounding towards the Tories. He's going to loop round. He just takes a little loop round, nice and tight to the inside apex, and he's going to apply all of that 1.8 litre K-Series Fury into Pardon, hard on the brakes. And he's round out of Pardon. He's on his way. Tony Feekins is on the line and Wayne, this beautiful 205 GTI.
Yep, Tony, regular competitor, has converted this thing to rally spec for this evening's activities. Always very quick in this car. Running 1.9 litre full whack. He actually is on slicks. More competition specific tires, so they've got one purpose, to go up this hill. You can see the car absolutely glued to the road. Tony's done a bunch of events here. It's only about his third year of competing on the hills as such. And he's just had back end just coming out a little bit, going through the S's. That's throwing him offline. So we're going to have to see where that puts him in the end there. But I think we better have a timing issue on that one. So we'll get back to you if you're watching on screen. In the meantime, that's Louis Porto and a Mazda MX-5. That's just come through, heading up through Pardon, heading up through the S's now. Apologize, we do have a timing issue on our screen here. And we'll go through there. On the line, we've got Tony Porter in this beautiful Mark II Escort. It's got the arches on it, the old square arches. Not sure if it's Group 2, Group 4 spec. A lot of it comes down to the suspension they use underneath. But anyway, he's coming through here. Proper rally car. You have to have the up and down CVs for proper Mark II rally, don't we, Lloyd?
We certainly do, and I don't know about you, but I think the red livery with gold mini lights, I think that's probably the way forward. There's a company in Wales called MST, and they will make you a brand new. It's not called the Ford Escort, it's called the MST Mark II, but I think that's where my first 100 grand would be going when I win the lottery. Don't know about you guys, but yeah, well, you go for the real thing, wouldn't you, I suppose. But no, Tony's on his way out of the S's. You can just see the car set quite firmly as it kind of squats down and bounces out of that corner. Really lots of traction from those big wide rear mini lights as he rounds the semicircle and he crosses the line. Beautiful looking rally car, that, isn't it? That's just exactly what we think of when we think of a rally car. On the line, we've got fantastic car number 77 of Joshua Moss in this Ford Escort. Now, I had a little walk up the hill earlier with Owen, and this car is running a very special gearbox, sequential gearbox. So this has got a sort of no arches on it, so it's a bit of a wolf in sheep's clothing, this one.
Yeah, it is. It looks like just you're technically a grocery getter, other than the rear tail light protectors on there, which is a standard Rallye Mark II Escort sign. But this is, don't be fooled, this has the full, it's got a sequential gearbox, and it means he doesn't even have to lift his foot off the petrol pedal? Gas pedal. Petrol pedal doesn't make any sense. Accelerator. Can we do that? Yes. We'll do accelerator. Doesn't have to lift off the, so you can actually flat shift this. What that means is he just keeps pulling gears and doesn't have to lift with the technology. So if you're here spectating live, listen to this car go. You will hear it once he gets traction. You can just hear it shift coming all the way up there, up to 4th, up to 5th, drifting through Orchard, 65 miles an hour. Comes the outside, downshift it 2-3 times. Rotates it around. Now watch this. Listen to this, folks, if you're watching in person. Hard on the brakes up into park and gets it rotated around, bangs down the gearbox, and then pulls back up again. So he's got a giant shifter in there, and he's pulling back towards him for up gears and forwards for down gears. So he absolutely chucking it through the S's there. This is a nice tidy run. A little bit of a wobble just coming out of the S's there. Heads for semicircle. Gets it around the top, and I'll see if I can get you a time for that in a minute. In the meantime, coming through Orchard and into Torres right now, that's Chris Elston. 51.34 for Josh Mosh in that green Escort. Chris Elston in the Mark I. That's a traditional, one of the original liveries of Mark I's when they ran as factory cars back in the day. Paint scheme. He gets that rotate around. So it's got the bubble arches on it, so it's the full preparation. But this is the car. This is the Mark II has always been known as the car. But it was the development of the Mark I that led to why the Mark II was so good. So he's heading across the top, and now I'm going to hand back over to Lloyd for the next car because I know he want to talk about it.
Well, what can I say? We've got George Snakis with this fantastic Renault Clio R3. The car started its life as a 300-pound rolling shell. He's built this up to R3 specification. It's still running a 6-speed H-back gearbox. The real thing's had a sequential, but this is an absolutely fantastic bit of engineering. This car built it really nicely. Go and have a look at it in the flesh. It's super clean. He's brown to Tories. He's going to be hard on the brakes now. As he's that's it. You can just see him really hard. Takes a nice tight line. The rear end. I mean, look at how stiff the chassis is. It almost upsets the exit of the car there because it was so stiff. The rear left just got right up in the air. I don't know whether he's kind of aborting this run. It doesn't look like he's completely on it. Maybe he's keeping a bit up his sleeve. But no, we're back up to speed through the S's. He's going to be hard on the power now. The best part of 210 brake horsepower from that 2-litre 16 valve. He's going to round semicircle quick as you like. Come on, George. What are you going to do for us? 55.88. That's a very respectable time.
Yeah, George will be happy with that. Lovely chap as well, but he takes really pride in that car. And he actually drives that car to the event. There's no car trailer involved in this. Right, we've got our timing screen sorted out. So this is our Class 3, which has got essentially everything up to 2 liters. combined class. We got Paul Meadows in the Peugeot 205. Another quick car. Usually races a Clio, but he's brought the old Peugeot back out for this one. Again with the up and down spotlights, the way it should be. That's what I'm putting on my Mini. I'm not going with a lamp pod thing. I want up and downs because it just looks cooler. Anyway, up into Pardon he goes. Gets it rotated around. Out the other side. Quite a pretty car. Very well presented car for Paul. And then on the line we have a BMW 318i of Chris Stapleton. So we'll see how these go. And then I believe that's Andrew Egger. All right, so Paul Meadows is just heading up around semicircle, and he'll set a time of 56.19, puts him into 12th. Meanwhile, Charles Stapleton in the BMW 318i is heading already up into Pardon. And on the line, we're going to have Andrew Egger in the 2-liter Vauxhall Nova. It's been a purpose-built tarmac rally car for over 20 years, this one, in different paint color schemes. So we'll see him shortly. I'm just checking Chris Stapleton is just come out of the S's now, and here goes Andrew Egger off the line. Absolutely, this thing is quick, very powerful car. I think it's over 200 horsepower in this. Trucks it along, it's a little unstable. It was actually wobbling through Orchard trying to keep the tires attached to the track. Gets it rotated around, nice. So nice. It looked like a handbrake flick, but I think that was just actually the driver getting it rotated around. So around we go, up into Pardon he goes. Just checking the split times here. He's looking pretty good. So the target, the class leader car.
Nice tight line. Slightly wide, he's going to pile all that power now in that Mark II Escort. He just clips the grass slightly, taking a wide entrance into Pardon. He gets the pig rotated. Those lamp pods look fantastic, don't they? It's so right in readiness for later when we do this all again in the dark. Little flash of the brake lights as he just heads into the S's, but off the line now we've got little flash of the brake lights as he just heads into the S's, but off the line now we've got Caroline Ryder in this 106 GTI. You just saw this in a indeed, yeah. So very quick car. I mean, these 106 GTIs start life as a 1593cc, 1.6 16 valve, about 120 brake. This thing is almost brought out to a 1.8 litre and well in excess of 200 brake horsepower. It's got Robert Wilson now, shares with his father David in this 205. This is a really quick car. Caroline completes in a 57.01, but Robert will be, keep an eye on this time. He's going to be going really well. He's going to be looking to try and improve on his dad's time at 52.14. He's going to be heading after Tony Feekins at 51.68. So let's see what Robert can do. Let's keep an eye on the split as we've got Josh Humphries in this Volkswagen Golf GTI, shared with Nick Wilkins. What's Robert going to do? He's going to stop the clock at a 51.72. He's 4 thousandths of a second away from Tony Feekins this time. So those two are going to be locked in battle this weekend, both the battle of the 205s, Owen.
Well, you know the French, they always like to gather together for celebrations, so, well, that's what we have here. So it's going to be elbows out for the second dry run, because I think the dark is going to change things around a little bit. Some of these guys have done competitions in the dark, and some haven't, so it's going to be quite interesting. But there you go. As you say, proper car, Mark I Escort, nice and clean, tidy. John, who we got here? Ian Moss in the RS 1600 heading up to the top of the hill, gets it rotated around Pardon. Only running 2 headlights. I think this is actually a road rally spec car, this one. And you're only allowed two extra lights for that. So does a bunch of competition with the car, cleaned her up, brought her here to have a go on the hill climb. I believe it's the first visit here. Nice tidy run as well. Gonna have to check if there's any relation to Josh Moss and McGreen Mark II. But here we go. Oh, this is going to be quick, folks. Really quick. 49.43. That's 1.8 seconds faster than Tim Porter, who takes the class lead by a mile. So we'll have to wait and see what everybody else is going to look at that going. Either they're going to pack up and go home going, okay, we need to put our big boy. I can't say that, can I? We need to put a bit more effort on getting up the hill the second time. But we've got Will Goff here in a Ford Sierra Cosworth. Will actually races an Alfa Romeo 4C that we see on the hill on a regular basis, but he happens to have this one in the garage, and he decided to bring this out today. completely standard. Old school, and is setting good times. This is class 6 we're now into. Two-wheel drive, over 2 liter essentially. And Will set the time of 60.83, and then we have Hendrik Minderman in a Mark II. That's a 4-door car, but still a very good shell, very good car. The wheelbase is actually the same length, it just goes from 2-door to 4-door, so it looked a bit strange, but I'm pretty sure this is another road rally car. They do sort of the lanes in the evenings times under controlled conditions, but not full out stage rallying. It's in between. And then off the line is a little Renault 5 Turbo. I'll let whoever's standing next to me talk about that one.
Yeah, thanks, whatever your name is. Yeah, so Martin Ferris, me and Owen, we were up looking at what was going on around the Tories earlier, and we saw this car head up into the trees towards the Tories and heard an almighty thud. And unfortunately now the left-hand side of the car looks beautiful and the right-hand side not so much, unfortunately. But great to see it back out. The true spirit of rallying. You have a little prank and you get on with it. So great to see it back out. So let's see what he can do as he heads towards the area that. Is he going to manage okay this time? I think he probably just got a little bit wrong last time, just clipped that barrier. So now he's taking a good wide berth now as he turns in left to exit. Now everybody, keep your eyes on Pekka Tulokas's Mazda MX-5. This thing is 500 brake horsepower, and he's actually put a smaller turbo on it for this event. He is absolutely committed. He's hard on the brakes. I mean, I saw him earlier in person again earlier when I was up on the hill. It is absolute maximum commitment. Understeers out of Pardon. He's going to be out of a tour. He's going to be hard on the brakes into Pardon. Really hard on the brakes. There he goes. He turns it tightly in. 500 horsepower. Managing that in an MX-5. Absolutely flat out. Big flash of flame as he goes through the gears. He's going to be hard on the brakes into the S's. Turns it left, turns it right. Beautiful line through there. Go on, Pekka, what can you do? He's going to really need to be careful under the trees with all that power. Lots of fuel going through as it belches out black smoke from the back. Those got some big injectors in that. Round semicircle. He's really leaning on it, folks. What's he going to do as he crosses the line? 52.98. He goes to the top of the leaderboard by a good way. Now, this is one of my favourite cars, the Alpine A110. This is an absolutely stunning thing, a 1.8 litre turbo from the Megane. These things are famous for weighing absolutely nothing, just over a tonne in fact. 7-speed DCT gearbox, fantastic looking car. He rounds Pardon. Sorry, it's Roger Taylor. Blasts off the line, but Tim Elmer, he's going to cross the line at some point soon. Roger Taylor, that Owen's dying to talk about, is on the hill now.
Yeah, Roger Taylor in that Mark II Escort, absolutely. If you're here in person, just revel in the sound this thing makes in full chat. And on the line, obviously, I compete in the Mini Rally Challenge, and on the line we have one of the cars from the Mini Rally Challenge here, from our Supercharged class, running onshore, right? This is Andrew Price. He's going to launch in a minute. As Roger Taylor gets it up the top, so he's looking to try and beat Pekka Tulakas in that monster run that he laid down. And Roger Taylor in that Escort is actually ahead of the Mini, ahead of the Ford Escort. Andrew Price is just coming through there now. The Mini Rally Challenge is a great starter. Roger Taylor in the Escort just did a 5.0.81, 2 seconds quicker than Pekka in the Mazda MX-5. Going back to this the Mini Rally Challenge, which is a low-budget entry series. We've got over 20 cars involved in it now, in 2 classes, supercharged and non-supercharged. This is a supercharged one. So Andrew will be joining us next year. He's done a couple of events this year. And essentially, you cannot build a rally car, competitive rally car in any championship for any cheaper than this. But it's a great fun. Check out the Facebook page under Mini Rally Challenge for more information. Right, we're jumping on to Robin Depper in a Mazda MX-5, which also has a turbocharger on it. Supercharger, sorry, on this one. Ducky belt-driven supercharger mounted on the front of the engine on this. So as he heads up the hill, I'm just checking on time. So the Mini did a 54.91, but Roger Taylor in that Escort has just put a time down that even, he's beat a 500 horsepower Mazda in a 300 horsepower Escort. So there you go. Robin Depper in the Mazda MX-5 is already up, and then we have John Powell in the Opel Mint. Now, John had a bit of a weird thing this morning. Entering Pardon, the car, it's like the rear wheels just locked up and it turned him backwards. It was a really bizarre looking situation. So, and then he drove off. He did drive off eventually. The thing didn't want to get going again. So Robin Depper in that Mazda MX-5 of 59.95. That slides him into 5th place in Class 6 at the moment. As John Powell, again, is just having trouble with pardon. I'm wondering if it's the angle of the hill, and he might be getting fuel starvation. But Peter Jones has just launched off the line in a Metro 6R4 Group B, and Lloyd is dribbling a bit, so hold on a second.
I'm just saying that Ron out hill earlier, fantastic this time, the glass away from that commentary box right next to the start line. Gets a bit deep into Marden, just has a little bit of a four-wheel slide, but recovers it well. He's now heading into the S's. Listen to this thing, ladies and gentlemen, doesn't it just take you back? What a fantastic noise this 6R4 makes. And speaking of iconic noise, we've got Matthew Pearce on the hill now in this fantastic Impreza. Let's talk about Richard Burns, Petter Solberg, Colin McRae. That's just what you think of with a blue Subaru. It's the power of marketing, with a colour scheme. But Matthew Pearce is in this kind of Group N-esque Impreza, which is running what sounds like a nice bit of anti-lag, which we all like. Peter Jones crosses the line at 57 dead in the 6R4. What can Matthew Pearce do about that? So, Group N Impreza, let's see what he can do. It's a fantastic looking car. It looks like it's been well driven. He's just got to head around semicircle. What's he going to do? He's really leaning on it. He's really trying hard. What's he going to do? He's going to absolutely smash time. 52.53 sets a marker down for the S2000 rally cars. We've now got John Manish in this fantastic Toyota Celica GT4, made famous by the likes of Didier Auriol, Carlos Sainz, Juha Kankkunen. Fantastic looking rally car back in the days of Group A, these Toyota Celicas. Fantastic looking thing. So he's really heading towards S's at quite considerable speed. The GT4, such a rare car now. He's purple, so he's going quicker than Peter Jones as it stands in his class. What's he going to do? He heads out of the S's. He's going to be looking for maximum commitment around semicircle. What can you do? Oh wow! As John Pick appears into sight with a big lock-up and a handful of opposite lock. That looked like the save of the century from John Pick. Goes really well in this AMS Mutara. It's a Subaru Impreza based, and wow. I don't know what happened there. I'm sure we'll get a replay at some point, but yeah, heads into Pardon and away, blasting towards the S's.
Yeah, as he heads across the top. So Paulson Subaru drivetrain. Off the line, we have Chris Dunscombe, and it's on the screen. It says it's a Mitsubishi Lancer underneath, but it's actually representing a Peugeot 205 T16 from the Group B era. And it is very quick, so we'll see what he can do there. But so it's one of those gone with, it looks as it's supposed to be historically from the 80s. Oh, a little understeer going through. The four-wheel drives, they don't, with the lock dips especially, they don't like going around there too quick because of it's uphill and it's off camber. Anyway, so he's trucking it through there. John Pick just did a 51.04 in the Subaru Bertaya, so he's taking the class lead. But Stephen Moore, who is a bit of a legend with Mitsubishis versus everybody else, is one of our quickest in the country top hill climbers, is on the hill. He'll be looking at that Chris Dunscombe time going, nah, mate, let me show you how it's done, which he will do. And then following him, we'll get to Roger Moran, which we'll get to that in a minute. Except I think our producer's going to go slipstream. So Stephen Moore is taking the class lead here. Roger Moran's just launched off the line. He's heading through under the bridge, all the way into Orchard already, carrying a lot of speed. We have an onboard of Roger Moran, a live onboard for the first time as we're doing it. Stephen Moore is just at a 45.99. Roger Moran's already in the part, and he's faster at the moment than Stephen Moore. But how much faster? Let's see what he's got to do. Heading into the S's right now, going through carrying a lot of speed through here. It's an R5 Skoda with the passenger seat removed. That's about it. He is on treaded tires, not racing slicks. Gets it around semicircle. He's coming around. Is he going to take the lead? Is he going to take the lead? Yes, he is. 43.65, and that's the fastest time so far. However, we've got Scott Moran still to come. Einan Price in another R5 Skoda. slightly less power, a little bit more fire on this car over Roger's car. He should be even. Let's see what Einan can do.
Lots of commitment from Einan Price. It's so amazing that he made it round. So what can you do? Einan Price is running the slicks, but he's down on power compared to the Moran car. So here he is into the SES. See that? Uses all of the available curb, flicks it left, flicks it right, uses all of the available road on the exit of the S. It's absolutely fantastic. He's going to be really committed around semicircle, leaning on those slicks. What are you going to do, Einan Price? He's got a 43.65 to beat. Doesn't quite do it. 44.49. The extra power of the Moran car paying dividends there. As we've got Malcolm Evans in what says it's a Toyota, but it's definitely a French Racing Blue Clio 197. And this is the thing with the Clios, you have to drive them flat out. All the power is up in the rev range. There's no turbos or anything here. 8,000 RPM of French Fury. Hard on the brakes, so he's going to be looking for first gear now. He's going to be clutch kicking it to get it out of pardon. Oh, come on, away you go, Malcolm. He's really, really leaning on it. He's going to so these 2-litre 197s, fantastic. They are quite a special car. They've got wide front track, 6-speed close ratio gearbox. Have a go in one. Have a look at spending $5,000 on one of these. They are such value for money. Proper little out-the-box rally car these are. Malcolm is rounding semicircles. Wow, takes a load of grass as well on the inside, taking the proper rally line. He tips the beam at 55.78. Doing it for the Clio boys, Malcolm. Well done. Change of pace now in the mighty Volvo Amazon now for Steve Allen. Fantastic looking thing. We do like the Volvo Amazons. That's a car that you'd drive out of the Amazon in, isn't it? So a fantastic reliability record these Volvos have. They're very good at the long distance, the sort of place-to-place rallying rather than the kind of matched on pace and quick kind of rallying, aren't they? They're kind of long distance stuff more, Owen, aren't they?
Yeah, they're used quite a bit in endurance rallying, but I've known a couple of people who've actually rallied them, you know, in modern events, and the handling of them, they say, is actually quite good. So they're sort of deceptive. They look like boats driving around, but they're very competitive and they handle quite well. Meanwhile, we got so Steve Allen's just done in the Volvo at 68.90. We got Dave Smith in the Clio 182 heading up into the S's right now. Gus Stapleton has just taken off in an Abarth Punto. And then we have, I got to have fun with these. I know these two gentlemen. Sorry, I just threw the commentating off for a minute. So there we go. In front of heading into a Torres is Gus Stapleton in the Abarth Punto. David Smith in that Clio has just done a 56.33, which slides him into 17th into Class 3 right now. You might think 17th, well, there's 25 cars in that class. It's actually a merged class with different sizes, so it's going to be huge. So Gus Stapleton is already heading up through the S's. And on the line, we have Tim and Cross. Now, Tim and Ben Cross normally compete in an MG midget. And they do driver coaching at Prescott, of all things, among other things around. Great guys. But for whatever reason, they're driving a Twingo. And I asked Tim, I said, what's the story here? Or Ben, sorry. I asked the story, and he goes, well, we can't see with the lights on the MG at night.
So yeah, it sounds like there is a bit of a vision issue there, then, Owen, by the sounds of it, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Essentially, driving the classic British car, they can't see where they're going at night, so they had to, it pains me to say this, bring in a French substitute, which just makes Lloyd smile and chuckle. But anyway, so Tim and Ben, very quick, so we'll have to see how they do. This is the road rally class cars, so these are cars that sort of compete in road rallies or, close to road cars. And that is a great way of getting into rallying at a lower budget starting. So Tim's set to pay at 57.68. Malcolm Evans is leading currently at 55.78. We have Richard York in a Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 Club Sport. And you're sitting there going, can you rally one of those? Well, yes, you can. Because most of the road rallies, some of the road rallies take place on just tarmac roads, country lanes, and all the rest of it. And so you don't need a fancy, prepared, or expensive car to actually take up road rallying. So if you want to check into it more, Motorsport UK, local car clubs, they'll all be able to point you in the right direction. But Richard's done a 5.052 and takes the class lead. Next up is the intrepid Max Hawk Photography in the Alfa Romeo 145. Max normally drives a Force BC and then occasionally a Formula Ford, but neither one of them had headlights on it. So Max has just brought out the venerable Alfa Romeo 145. I have no idea how many horsepowers he's lacking compared to anything he's used to driving, but he's here having fun and also taking photographs on the hill, and a brilliant young photographer as well. Right, Scott Moran, look, hold on to your seats. He needs a 43 something or other to beat his dad and to beat everybody else. Fastest so far, we got a 43. He drifted through Orchard. He's heading into a Tories at a rapid rate, folks. He's not letting it go. He's on it. He's on it. He's in the mood. You can see it. Just watch the car jiggling around. He is up on all these splits. He might be. Are we going to see a 42? Can he get a 42 out of this thing? His dad's got a 43. Can he get a 42? Max Hawks has just done a 64. Drifting wide coming out of the S's, but he's not lifting. Gets it into semicircles. He's going to understeer it? No, he's just going straight through. This is not on slick tires, folks, on wets. 43.17, and I just got to check his dad's time. I think that is quicker than his dad by a couple of tenths. So it looks like Scott's actually got the fastest time so far. We're not done yet, folks. We've got lots more racing this afternoon. Coming up the hill now is Paul Renison in the Honda Integra. We're back to the road rally class. We saw Scott out of thingy because we are sharing cars, so Roger came back down and then had to, out of sequence, switch him up to get back in the car again. So that was why he was out of sequence with the rest of the class. Anyway, Paul Renison's heading around semicircle in that Integra. You don't see many of these anymore, the old DC2. And we got Andrew Feekins in the Clio Cup. Paul Renison Integra, 54.11.
172 Cup. Now, the 172 Cup is actually a homologation special car that's got thinner glass, it's got no aircon, so making the absolute most of what you can get out of the Clio. He really takes a fantastically aggressive line across the curving. He's already out of the S's. He's going to head for semicircle. It's going to be a really quick time for that. I think he's going to cross the line in a low 50s. He certainly does, a 52.36 as Thomas Tremlow comes along in this Impreza. Classic Imprezas, they really are starting to achieve some good prices. They're very collectible, so it's great to see these things still being used in anger on hill climbs and the on-track day here and there and rallying. He's at S's now. He's just about to exit and head for semicircle. As we've got Aaron Bland in this Bath 124. Hazards flashing as he's hard on the brakes. He's going to flick it around. He's going to get an oversteer. No, it's quite neutral. This car's based on MX-5, so shares a platform with MX-5, but uses the 1.4 litre turbo out of the Abarth 500. So again, about 160 brake horsepower. You just see it light up the inside wheel there. It's got a bit of torque, to be fair, a bit more torque than an MX-5, so probably better suited to a hill climbing than an MX-5. But he's going to flick it left, flick it right, uses the curb again, flicks out a shot. Really nice through this is from Aaron Bland. What's he going to tip the beam at? I think that's going to be 52-ish second run by the looks. Looks very, very committed. What's he going to tip it at? Not quite, 53.73. As we've got Kevin Lahert in the MGTF 160. Now the 160 variant is the one of the higher powered variants of the K series. 160 brake horsepower from that thing. Clues in the name. But he's out of sight now. The S is already now. Fantastic. Colin Bullock, Spirit of Hill Climbing Award. He's probably wafted up the motorway and in absolute comfort slapped a sticker on the side of his RS6 and unleashed. There's a 5.2 litre V10 twin turbo in that car, 560 brake from standard, and he's sending it up a hill climb all day. Probably not quite the first thing you think of when you think of Audi rally cars, but you know, it'll do, won't it? And your dog can come with you as well, so it's what you want. Very heavy though, so is it just kind of understeered slightly, had to get out of it in the S's, so you can just see he's fighting the weight of that car. But I think if we were to line them all up and have a drag race, I think that's probably the car you'd want to be in, to be fair. But he's around semicircle, he's going to tip the beam at a 55.11, very respectable for that car, probably weighs the best part of 2.25 tons. As we've got Paula, fantastic in this E36 M3 cab, really lighting it up off the line and in the tyre warm-up area. You must have a look. Proper M3 lunatic driving. Fantastic. All the time in the world for that. She's going to head for the S's. Let's see how she gets on. She's been driving this car really aggressively. Again, another very collectible car being used in anger. Great to see. Absolutely love to see it. Using all of the road. Fantastic driving there from Paula, really is. So she's going to be heading around semicircle in a minute. What's she going to tip the beam at as we're looking at Chris McQueen in this GBS 0. Not sure what that's based on, but quite new. So on a 70 plate, it's only a few years old, that car. Paula tips the beam at a 52.97.
Yeah, GBS is an actual small kit car company that have developed their own kit car, similar to the Westfields and the Caterhams, but they've got their own. Why would you ask me a question like that? Anyway, now that I look like a complete muppet, thank you very much, Lloyd. Anyway, round semicircle, Chris. Yeah, goes around semicircle and does a 54.21, slides into 6th place. We got Clyde Berry in the Chrysler Sunbeam 1600 Ti. This has basically got no modifications, got safety equipment, a back seat. So this is a historic road rally car that's used in the lanes. And he's got that rotated around the top. So have you noticed this doesn't got any fancy suspension, hence the body roll. Comes through the S's right now, heads out the other side, and up the top there. So that's, and again, you don't need to have a heavily modified vehicle to take up road rally, stage rallying even. You can do, and I've seen it done with nothing but safety equipment. So Clyde Berry's on a 58.33 in the Chrysler Sunbeam. We got Martin Saunders in that Clio RS 200. So you've gone from a 40-year-old rear-wheel drive car to a relatively less than 10-year-old front-wheel drive car, all in the same class. So so Martin's heading around the top now. We'll see what he does. In the meantime, we've got Josh Martin in the MX-5 coming around Orchard right now, carrying speed down in towards the Torres. And again, this is this car actually can compete in either or. I believe it's a road rally car, but it's got the safety equipment in it to do stage rallying. And yes, they do. We have a circuit rally championship that runs during the winter. It's actually starting today, and there's 10 rounds all across the different circuits. Brands Hatch, they're at, where are they today? Oulton Park today. And then they go to Cadwell Park, and then Donington Park, and then Brands Hatch, and then back up again. So it's kind of a neat championship, but you can do that, smooth surface, so it's not too hard on the car. Now, I talked about Tim Cross. Here's some Ben making another, hooligan of himself, heading up into the Twingo in the French headlights, basically, is what they're driving. So Josh Martin did a 58.73. And Ben is just going to head across towards the S's. Like I said, they normally compete, very quick drivers, very competent drivers. They actually do driver coaching and instruction. So they're very good at what they do. And they've jumped into the Twingo because apparently the British product that they normally run, the headlights just aren't good enough. So here he goes across the line. And with a 58.10. And that actually, he's slightly slower than Tim. So that inter-family battle, Tim's leading at the moment. So in the road rally class, we've got Richard York in a Porsche. Okay, so we are actually going to take so that's the end of all our first timed runs. Up next, we are going to have the slowly sideways group. They're going to do a bit of some demo runs with some very special cars, and we've got a couple of commentators from Slowly Sideways that will give you more details and the background on that. And the rest of us will be back with you shortly for the second time runs.
gentlemen, thank you to our trusty commentators from Prescott. We've got Roland Jones and Tim Bradshaw here, your commentators for the next 10 minutes for the Slowly Sideways Group B rally demonstration. Some fantastic cars, the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. Many of these cars are works cars from the factory, driven by some very famous people in period. And first up, we've got Dave Kedwood from just down the road. It is amazing. Lancia 037 wheel spinning beautifully up the line. We say slowly sideways. He went sideways, but not very slowly. And he. Exactly. Lancia only made 5 of the 037s in Safari spec. They kept them out in Kenya for a number of years. Dave rescued this car from Kenya about 20 years ago, and he's been restoring it, and it matches his white liveried 037, and he's just gone around Pardon Hairpin, and off the start line now has gone Jim Avis in the Bernard Begouen Ford Sierra Cosworth, 4-wheel drive, a Group A car. Group B was banned in 1986 because of the bad accidents and fatalities in the sport, but Group A was the slightly less spectacular alternative from 87 onwards. And there goes Dave on a 61 seconds, but obviously these are demonstrations, ladies and gentlemen. Jim is going a little bit steadier round Pardon Hairpin in his rather nice Sierra Cosworth. Sierra Cosworth Sapphire, indeed. And we've got on the line, we're celebrating 40 years of the Metro 6R4, and we've got Dan Elmore from 6r4.net, the place to go, the repository for all information on your 6R4. He is in the car he first saw in 1988 when it was running in the Birmingham Super Prix. They had a road race around Birmingham in the late 80s, running touring cars and Formula 3000s, but they had a race for Metro 6R4s, which would have been a joy to behold. So Dan saw this car when he was a small boy and managed to buy it several years later, or quite a few years later, I'm sure.
Yeah, I wonder how much it would go for now. The C99 Cog, which when most people think of a 6R4 Metro, they see the iconic computer vision blue and white livery, and Cog was the car that Malcolm Wilson and my late father-in-law Nigel Harris drove. San Remo Rally at the RAC in 1986, and that was auctioned last weekend, well a couple of weekends ago now, in Silverstone for £380,000. So unfortunately it's not in my garage.
I'm disappointed. I thought it was there, Tim, but John Davenport, who was the Austin Rover boss who got the cars, built the team up and got the cars together in the 1980s. I reckon they built 200 of these, and 20 of them found their way into what he called proper rally cars. There's still quite a few of them out there still. And there goes Dan up the road.
So what's quite interesting, ladies and gentlemen, have a listen to these cars. They sound simple, largely because they're a straight six, a V6 engine. There's no turbochargers, there's no anti-lag systems. That's why they sound so crisp. Except for this one, Robert.
Except for this one. This is driven by our great friend Tim Mendel, who's the event organiser at Slowly Sideways, and he has had this car in his possession for probably about 5 years, not without problems, but it's been a fantastic car. And as Tim just said, it will sound different from a lot of 6R4s, because in the back of where a V6 should be, it's got a Rover V8. This was built by the works for a wealthy Spanish gentleman driver who wanted the simplicity and the lower running costs of a V8, and it sounds apocalyptic.
So is that the 8R4?
It's the 8R4, that's right, correct. And up he comes, going into the Interbridge. Tim's had a number of problems getting this car running right. I remember starting it at the Goodwood Festival of Speed to get the car running up the hill, but perhaps a little steady around the Tories. But these cars are appreciating in value almost every year. So up Tim goes into Pardon Hairpin, and his older brother, Mark Bendel, just takes off the line in the Mitsubishi Colt Lancer that they share. This is the first of the turbo cars. It's the first of the turbo cars, but the last of the rear-wheel drive Evos or Lancers, because on the start-finish line now we've got the sort of the fifth iteration. It's an Evo 5 driven by Steve Chamberlain. It's in the colours of Tommy Mackinnon, who for many people was well, he was 4 times world champion from Finland, and he's absolutely getting off the line at a record pace. Under the bridge, the iconic cigarette manufacturer livery, which I'm not sure I can mention, but anyway, it just looks amazing. Steve taking a little bit of grass there. I think you're right there, Tim. I'm sure the clock, of course, said not to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, I said we'd be going slowly sideways. Well, Steve is a very flamboyant, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, Tim. Lovely handbrake turn around the pardon hairpin. Let's watch him through the S's. Let's see how much curve he takes and whether he can score the marker. He's getting quite out of shape there, isn't he? Beautiful, lovely bit of driving.
I was instructed at Knock Hill recently with somebody in my Mini, and I see he's going sideways and slow. You've got to keep the car in line, you've got to keep the car going forwards. And promptly went sideways through one of the corners because actually it's just so much more fun.
And it looks really dramatic as well. I hope you'll agree with that, ladies and gentlemen. Going into it, Tories now is Mark Ashurst in the ex-Louise Aiken Walker RS 1600i, the car she campaigned in the RAC rally in 1983.
Some of you may remember Louise Aiken Walker. She famously fell into a lake, Roland, didn't she?
Yes, she did, in Portugal, and she and her co-driver were very lucky to escape without injury, but I think that little clip ended up on the Question of Sport very often, didn't it? What happened next? A programme from the 1980s that many people have long since forgotten, but we all greatly enjoyed. And coming into a Tories now is another RS 1600, but one that was made, well, actually it's a more recent car because it is a replica, but there's some fantastic provenance here. It replicates the Hannu Mikkola RS 1600 that the works made back in the late 60s and early 70s, and it's driven by Chris Spooner, whose father is none other than Gordon Spooner, who was one of the works technicians for Ford at the time. And I would urge you to come to the paddock and have a look at that car, but also the amazing rally barge that the Spooners have replicated. It's an original V6 transit van in the works colours. They sourced it in Germany. It's a joy to behold. Go and have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. And who have we got now? We have Lee Kedward. Lee Kedward, who's just spun at a Tories. It's no harm done. He's got the thing going. He's quite a flamboyant driver, is young Lee.
That's another
We can't mention that cigarette brand. I don't think we've got an Audi Quattro in front of us, sponsored by cigarettes as well. But anyway, let's move on quickly. Let's see whether Lee has negotiated the S's okay. As we have Phil Welton off the line.
With his gloves on this time, I understand.
He was rebuked very sharply by the start line officials for turning up to the start without his gloves on. You can get away with that in rallying, so I'm told, but not in hill climbing. So interestingly, Phil has, this is a replica S1, which is the first of the short wheelbase Quattros. The original Quattro was a bit of an unwieldy beast, fast, but a bit hard to hustle around a hairpin, so Audi took about 6 inches out of the shell, literally cut 6 inches out of the shell, and ended up with this much quicker, much more nimble, much more agile version of the Quattro.
There's a company that think you buy one of these things new now, remade, and they were kind of berated in the press for cut and shutting the shell. So they interviewed the former designer from Audi, who said, well, exactly what you think we did.
Yes.
This is interesting. I seem to be looking at the back of the Audi, Roland, at the moment.
Yeah, we've what a lot of people won't be able to see because it's probably out of sight is just on the exit of semicircle. Mr. Welton has spun his Quattro. No harm done. Oh, it's red flagged, but to be fair, I think it's clear.
This is what happens, of course, when the rally drivers go out without the co-driver. People
yes.
It would appear that without the co-driver, they spin essentially every time they go out.
We need a co-driver to keep us calm. And they've red flagged. I don't quite see why. I can't see any incident on the track. Here we go. We've got a replay of Phil approaching a Tories. Approaching semicircle, and he's yes, got a back wheel on the grass. Not a place you really want to go off there. I'm sure you'd agree there, Tim.
Much more exciting to watch than Formula 1 is now, I should add, really, because of course, if this was a Formula 1 circuit, what you'd now have is 300 metres of tarmac which then turns into some sort of dispute around the rules. In rallying, it's really simple. If you go too wide, you hit a slippery bit, and you then hit something that doesn't move, which kind of solves all those problems. No need for the steward's inquiry.
Well, indeed, and I can see now why we've red flagged, because we've got the Orange Army out. Obviously, Phil threw a little bit of gravel and grass and muck on the exit of semicircle, which actually it's a fast place there, isn't it? And you don't want to be coming around that corner, which is blind. You don't want to be coming around that corner and seeing a load of mud on the road, despite you being a rally driver, hey?
No, and Joe, it's interesting. A really good friend of mine, a guy called Martin Rowe. Some of you will remember Martin from the sort of Renault Megane days. Martin's been British Rally Champion a few times. In fact, World Group N Rally Champion. And I remember talking to Martin one day and saying, what's the difference between, really good club drivers and kind of world level drivers? And he said, the way you respond to the co-driver. And I said, okay, that's interesting. And he said, well, most club drivers, if they're honest, are still driving on sight. So they're getting the notes off the co-driver, but they're probably still trusting their own instincts and their own sight. Whereas Martin was saying, and in fact he drove with my uncle Steve Harris, they won the Manx, but he was saying that actually at world level, if the co-driver calls flat right, that's what the driver does. So even if the driver can't see around the corner, is completely unsighted, he will do exactly what the co-driver's told him to do from the recce and the notes, which I think requires a pretty massive amount of A, trust, and B, courage.
Well, indeed, and it's we all talk about teamwork and bonding and everything like that, but I mean, I certainly I think it's a great way to it's the ultimate team, isn't it? Having somebody telling you which way to go and the other guy sort of pushing the pedal and steering, or girl, and it's a rally team doesn't work without those two people in the car. We're still looks as if our fantastic marshals here have tidied up or cleared up
Phil
the track.
did say to me last night with dinner, actually, he was keen to maximise his entrance fee. So I think he's using all of the facilities available here at Prescott, which are pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah, that's very true. It's always a pleasure to come here. I know we are Slowly Sideways. We've been coming here for a couple of years now, and it's a great opportunity to display these fantastic cars. I mean, the club was put together many years ago by Reinhold Clyde in Germany, but this is the UK division of the club, and we just think it's better to have these cars running out of museums, these works cars. Let's not hide them away. Let's actually get them out of there and show them off to the public, because they are just amazing pieces of machinery. We've got the all clear. I think we've got Dave Kedwood. I think it could be our last run, actually. So Dave, you saw him in his red 037.
I love this car.
It's a super little car. I love the aggressive, menacing look of the Autobianchi A112. This was the car that Fiat wouldn't call. Autobianchi A112. This was the car that Fiat wouldn't built, but didn't call a Fiat because they were unsure of how it would be received compared to the Mini. But it's got all of 70 brake horsepower, 1,000cc engine. Richard, he's quite a big fellow, but he loves pushing that car up the hill. And I think now that probably concludes our run for Slowly Sideways. But ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with our spotlights on a little later in the day for the night runs. But from Tim and I, thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure to display the Slowly Sideways cars and tell you a little bit about them. And I'll hand you back to our wonderful commentator, Peter. Over to you.
Well, thanks very much for that, guys. We are back now to the timed runs, second timed runs for competitors, and the results today will be determined by an aggregate of all 4 timed runs for each competitor. And to go up the hill for the second run in Class H1 is Peter Baker, car 23, in the lovely Daimler Conquest, a car that has done the historic Monte Carlo rally before now. And so we're in, as I say, Class H1 for two-wheel category 1. Unfortunately, our timing system is down here in the commentary box at the moment, but as soon as we get some information we will pass it on. But meanwhile, the second car on the line is car 35, Paul Jones, in his 1340cc Mini. So we do have a red flag on the hill at the moment. Not quite sure what the reason for that is. I think Peter must have stopped on the hill somewhere, but our CCTV is frozen here in the commentary box at the moment as well, so can't actually tell you what is happening higher up the hill, I'm afraid. Well, in fact, Peter has returned, so it looks like some sort of mechanical issue. He's going back into the paddock. Once he's in there, then we can get the runs back underway. And I say it will be the 35 car of Paul Jones, that Austin Mini, the yellow Mini with the white roof, that will take its run up the hill next.
Drivers compete against the clock over a tarmac course, typically around 1 to 1.5 kilometres long. It attracts a whole range of cars, from road-going saloons to specialised single-seater racing cars. The British Hillclimb Championship is the pinnacle of the sport, with over 150 drivers tackling 14 events around the UK, including Northern Ireland and Channel Islands. The contest for the title of British Hillclimb Champion is dominated by powerful race cars, with reigning champion Wallace Menges driving a Gould single-seater powered by a 3.3 litre Cosworth engine designed for the Indy race car series in the USA. The BHC Cup runs alongside the main championship and is fought out between a wide range of cars, all running in classes of similar type of vehicles, from road-going saloons all the way through to specialised single-seater race cars.
So away then goes the Mini, and it's another Mini that comes up to the line, and that's car 27. That's Miles Chamberlain in his 1071cc Mini Cooper S. And away then goes that car of Miles Chamberlain. And up to the line comes our Bugatti, car number 45, Edmund Burgess. Ed Burgess in the Type 51. The car in which he took last year, took the hill record for a classic Bugatti. A record that had stood for something like 19 years until he broke it last season. And away goes Ed then in that beautiful single-seater. Up to the line comes the Hillman Imp, car number 31 of Mark Maynard. That's 1020cc Hillman Imps, which were generally sold as 875cc cars, but they did do a 998 sport version of it as well. Away goes the Imp, Maynard then on the hill, and up the line comes the Mark 1 Ford Escort, car number 39, Julian Birch, running in Class H2. This RS 2000, Mark 1 RS 2000. One Escort is replaced on the starting line by another, and this is car number 47, Simon Braithwaite, in the Escort RS 1600 livery, the 80V Today livery. It's the car that was used by Russell Brooks and his longtime co-driver John Brown on the 1973 Daily Mirror RAC International Rally. Stay with the Mark 1 Escorts, car number 48, Mark Glimforth in his 2-litre Mark 1. He's on the line at the moment. Away goes Mark, and up to line car 735, which is the Austin Mini, the shared machine. Paul Jones has been up the hill in it. Roger Jones now comes to the line. It's a 1340cc Mini. Goes off the line now. So that is only H3, H4 cars accounted for. Just waiting for the next car to come out onto the start line. Out comes that next car, car 46, in the Andrews Heat for Hire livery. Kevin Knight in his Talbot Sunbeam Lotus with a 2.2-litre engine under the bonnet. So this is the first of our Class H5 cars in these second runs. And off goes Kevin then in that Sunbeam Lotus. Mark II Escort that comes out next, and that is Adam Jones, car 52 in his 2-litre Mark II Escort. So Kevin Knight setting a time of 58.31, improving on his first run time. Still second quickest behind James Turner at the moment. As Adam Jones heads away, he did it 60 seconds exactly on his first run. We'll see if he can improve on that next time up. And now we have car 54, Harvey Waters in his Ford Sierra, sitting on the line. That 3-litre Sierra. As Adam Jones heads up into Pardon, and away goes the Sierra of Harvey Waters, that throaty sounding 6-cylinder 3-litre machine. Adam Jones meanwhile in the S's in his Mark II Escort, goes on up to semicircle. His first run time exactly 60. Can he improve on that? Harvey Waters improve on his 59.47 on his previous run. A 58.22 now makes Adam Jones second quickest of the H5 cars, 900ths quicker than Kevin Knight. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to see Alistair Moffat back out after gearbox problems on his first timed run, as Harvey Waters improves with his time to a 58.39, so second, third and fourth within 0.2 of a second of each other. Now we switch classes to Class 2 and Jeremy Jones in the GTM Coupe. Based on the original Marcus Coupe. Jeremy did a 58.14 on his first run, which was second quickest, but second and a half down on Martin Watts, who was quickest in class. And it's John McQuillan that we see next in the Mini Cooper heading away, the 1293cc Cooper. As into the S's comes the GTM Coupe. And then on up towards semicircle, a little bit smoky out of the S's there. The little GTM comes around semicircle over the line to do a 56.96, so he finds over a second improvement, and now moves to within 0.3 of a second of Martin Watts' first run. John McQuillan, who did a 61.55 on his first run, is on the hill now, as is Andy Harrison in the mini orange box. Mini orange box rounding a Taurus going on up towards Pardon. John McQuillan's time is 60.37, so he improves by about 1.2 seconds on his first run. And also on the hill now is car 20, Richard Egger. Richard in the Vauxhall Nova. Andy Harrison improves on his first run by 0.9 of a second with a 60.69 on this second run. Matthew Miles is heading up towards the Tories in his Mark II Escort. Wonderful array of lights on the front of that white Mark II as it goes up to Pardon. Away then goes Samantha Lester in her Peugeot 106 GTI heading under the bridge now. As Matthew Miles comes towards the end of his run and does a 52.28, so again about 3/4 of a second improvement on his first run. David Wilson sits on the line at the moment in the Peugeot 205 GTI 1.6. Samantha Lester lifting an inside rear wheel there as she rounded Pardon. Comes now into midway onto the S's. As David Wilson goes under the bridge in the Peugeot 205 and on up towards the Torres. Ian Moss. Car 30 sits on the line, Ford Escort RS 1600. And away then goes Ian under the bridge on up towards the Torres. Towards the end of his run in his Peugeot 205, does a 51.36. He's found very nearly 8/10 of a second on his first run. Bit of a lock up for Ian Moss going into Pardon there, but he's cleanly around there on up through the midway and now into the S's. Ian was quickest on the first runs, quickest in class with a 49.43. Can't quite manage that, 49.95 this time, but still at the moment at least has the first and second quickest times in the class. I can tell you now the winning ticket number for the Friends of Prescott raffle. The prize, of course, that ride up the hill in the rally car, and it is ticket number 180. So you need to, if you have that ticket, you need to get along to the Friends of Prescott shop to claim your prize. They'll tell you how to do so, where to be at what time to take your ride up the hill. But the winning ticket then, car 180, ticket number 180. Big thank you to everybody who bought tickets for the raffle, and all the funds from that will go into maintaining and improving this wonderful Prescott venue. Josh Humphreys is on the hill at the moment in car 780, that's the Mark I Volkswagen Golf GTI. And we see the GTM Coupe once again, car 758. Martin Watts in the car this time. It's Jeremy Jones in the car as car number 58. Most people seem to be improving on their times from the first to the second run. So let's see what Josh Humphreys can do. He does a 56.5 seconds. So in fact, he's a little over a second slower than his first run, which was a 55.47. Martin Watson on the hill. Martin, who was quickest in class 2. And on the first runs with a 56.65. Jeremy Jones got fairly close to that with a 56.96 in these second runs. What can Martin do as he comes out of Pardon and on up the hill? Mike West, meanwhile, sitting on the line in his Mini Cooper, 7:59 at 1293 cc Mini Cooper. Martin Watts coming towards the end of his run, 56.69, 400ths of a second slower than his first run, but still has the 2 fastest runs in that class. Mike West is out of Ettores, on up to Pardon. He goes in the red Mini Cooper with the white roof. Rob Jones in the Castrol liveried Ford Escort Mark II, car number 37, sits on the start line. So can Mike West improve on his 62.47 on the first run? As Rob Jones comes up to Ettores. Mike does a 62.03, so he's found nearly half a second between runs there. Edward James is on the line in the Nissan Micra. Rob Jones comes out of Pardon on up the hill. Did a 60.56 on his first run. And Mick Minderman in the Mark II Escort car 102 is on the line at the moment. As out of Pardon comes Edward James. Rob Jones with a 60.62, so very consistent, just 600ths down on his first run time. Tom Weaver brings his Citroen Saxo VTS up to the line as the Nissan Micra of Edward James goes under the finish banner, and it does a 54.07. Again, quicker than his 54.31 on the first run, as Henrik Minderman in that Mark II Escort comes out of Pardon and on up the hill. Tom Weaver gets underway, running in Class 8. No, that's Henrik Minderman in Class 8, looking to improve on a 58.85 a little earlier on. Drifting it a little bit around semicircle and does a 57.49, so finds about a second and a quarter in fact between runs as Tom Weaver comes out of Pardon and Malcolm Horn goes off the line in the Peugeot 206 Cup car. Into semicircle goes Tom Weaver in the Citroen Saxo VTS as Malcolm Horn rounds Ettores in the Peugeot 206 Cup car. Tom Weaver does a 53.43, but a tenth of a second, very nearly a tenth of a second quicker than his first run. On the line, the distinctive Darrian T90 of Tim Porter, away he goes. He was second quickest on the first runs with a 51.24. He goes up to Ettores, yeah. Malcolm Horn does a 58.31, down a little bit on his 57.92 in the first run. Tim Porter with a little bit of a lock up into Pardon, yes. Goes on to midway and into the S's. Just a little bit twitchy coming out of the S's. Goes on up to semicircle. Rounds there. And it's a 51.35, just about a tenth of a second down on his first run time. Into Tories goes Neil Howells in the MGTF. And about to get off the line in the in the Peugeot 205 GTI, Tony Feekings, who goes away now. Tony was 5th in class on his first run with a 51.68. Porto goes off the line in the Mazda MX-5 as Tony Feekins comes towards the end of his run. Does a 50.07, second quickest run in the class. 50.07, so big improvement on his first run. And Tony Porter has brought his Mark II Escort up to the line, car number 76. 2-litre machine. Away then goes Tony in that red Escort, which is replaced on the start line by the green Escort, number 77, the car of Joshua Moss. Lewis Porter does a 57.37, finds over a half a second improvement on his first run time. Tony Porter comes out of Pardon on up the hill in the red Ford Escort. Josh Moss still sitting on the line, just goes away now in the green machine. Tony Porter heads towards semicircle. Goes towards the line and does a 56.82. So again, over half a second quicker than the 57.40 he did on the opening runs. Joshua Moss just sliding it nicely around Pardon there, heading on up the hill. Chris Elston heads away in his Mark I Ford Escort, car number 79. Elson cleanly around Pardon, it's on up the hill in the Mark I Escort. George Sackness in the Renault Clio R3 is sitting on the line currently. A little bit wide on the exit of the second part of the S's there for Chris Elson. He comes into semicircle and then it's just a quick dash to the line and a 54.11. That's an improvement of 0.65 over his first run. Currently 12th in his class. So George Sackness in the Renault Clio heads up towards Pardon. Paul Meadows sits on the start line in the Peugeot 205 with the MI19 engine. And car 85 comes up to the line. And that's Charles Stapleton in the BMW 318i. As Paul Meadows rounds Pardon in the Peugeot 205. Charles Stapleton off the line in the BMW. Into the S's comes Paul in the Peugeot. Time for Paul Meadows in the Peugeot 205 is a 54.64, big improvement, around about a second and a half improvement on his first run time. Charles Stapleton is rounding pardon in the BMW, and David Turner is about to leave the line in the Mark II Ford Escort, car number 51, which goes away now. David Turner then in. Andrew Egger sits on the line in his Vauxhall Nova. Charles Stapleton does a 60.13. He's found over a second improvement on his first run. David Turner at the moment paced. David Turner didn't set a time on the first runs. Egger is heading up into a Taurus. David Turner's time of 53.33, which makes him fastest in class, so unfortunately only with one time to count at the moment though. As Paul Miles leaves the line in the Mark II Ford Escort, car number 750. Good time for Andrew Egger, 51.09, fourth quickest now in the big class 3. Caroline Ryder gets away in the Peugeot 106 GTI, car number 770. 750, Paul Miles coming towards the end of his run. Rob Wilson of the Peugeot 205 is on the start line. Paul Miles does a 59.61. Again, an improvement of about 1.4, very nearly a second and a half from his first run for Paul. Robert Wilson is away in the Peugeot. Up to the line comes car number 80, Nick Wilkins in the Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 GTI 1.8 litre machine. As Caroline Ryder rounds Torres, heads on up to Pardon. In fact, that's Robert Wilson, apologies. As Caroline Ryder's in a 53.96. She has found over 3 seconds compared to her first run. A false start there, I think, for Nick Wilkins, but I don't think he got all 4 wheels over the line, so he should be fine as Robert Wilson comes towards the end of his run and has just done a 51.08, fourth quickest time in the class, by 1/100th of a second from Andrew Egger with his 51.09. So Robert Wilson picking up around about 2/3 of a second there. As we just wait for the Golf to be lined up on the start line. Nick Wilkins, nobody in action on the hill at the moment, but there will be in any moment. Away goes Nick Wilkins then in the Volkswagen Golf Mark 1 GTI, and up comes car number 21. Renault Sport liveried machine. The Renault 5, as Nick Wilkins comes out of a Torres then in the Golf. Martin Ferris then in the Renault 5 Turbo 2 is sitting on the line. This from the front engine Renault 5 Turbos as opposed to the mid-engine ones that Renault also produced. And car 92 comes up to the line, and that is Pekka Jalokas in the Mazda MX-5.
500 horsepower.
Remarkable 500 horsepower being put out by that MX-5. So, Nick Wilkins in the Golf doing a 55.49. A big improvement for him. Peter Tolokas there goes away then in that ultra powerful Mazda MX-5 as we've got a open tailgate on the Renault 5 Turbo 2 of Martin Ferris as he goes up the hill. Not sure if that's an aerodynamic aid or not, but I think it might increase the drag a little bit. He's under the finish. He does a 59.82. And it is time for me to hand over. I'll be back with you as the light begins to fade a little later on.
Okay, sorry for the bit of switch over here. Where we're commentating from is, well, snug, to say the least. So thank you, Peter, for that. My name's Owen. I'm taking over for a bit. And we had Tim Elmer in that beautiful Alpine 110 Pure, which is one of the later, the new generation of Alpine. He's heading to the top. Let's have a look at the classes. So we're in Class 6, two-wheel drive, over 2 liter. Roger Taylor, who's just about ready to launch off the line, which he's done now, is actually holding the class lead by, what do we got? 0.4 of a second. Pekka went through quicker than the first run, but just not quite enough. Roger's still holding that. We have James Turner on your screens in the Ford Escort Mark II car 751. Normally co-drives. He's double driving with his dad. And he slots into second place by 1/100 of a second by the looks of it. I need to check that. Anyway, Roger Taylor, he is on a mission at the moment. He's already still holding the class lead. Nobody's been able to knock him off his perch. I know he's made a tire change. He was on soft wets over. He's gone to the slick tire for this run, in tarmac, for rally terms that is. And he's going to the top here. Is he going to do a sub-fit? No, almost a 50.02. On your screens right now and going through a Tories is Andrew Price, Mini Cooper S, one of the Mini Rally Challenge competitor cars. This is the R53 class. There's also an R50 class for non-supercharged. Very low budget, great place to get started into rallying if you want to get involved. So Andrew is looking to improve. It's his first time here at Prescott, and we'll see how he gets on with that. And then we have John Powell in the Opel Manta, and that car did something weird in practice. Went a little bit better there, but it seems that doesn't like Pardon for some reason. They're going to get the corner. I don't know if it's the angle of the corner. It's very steep in that corner, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But let's see what happens. See if he gets up at this time. Much better this time, gets it around nice and tidy, and he's heading out towards the S's. And let's have a look at the class here. So we've got Roger Taylor with a 50.02 and Pekka Talakas at a 51.27. John Powell's looking to improve on his 7.0. He's going to be looking for a time with a 6 on it. I think he's going to do it. And now Matthew Pierce in that Subaru Impreza. Ever since they did this color Impreza back in the mid-90s and rallying, it's basically stuck. It's Subaru Impreza blue is all there is to it. They did change the shades over the years. Not many people do. There's variants in the blue shades depending on the model of the car, which really confuses people sometimes. But so Matthew's heading across the top with that traditional growly Subaru noise. Heads up through the S's, comes out the other side. Up the hill, he's going up a hill, heading into semicircle. And next up we have John Manners in the Toyota Celica GT4. Some people call it a Celica. And again, this is a road rally car, I believe, or a hill climb car, but it's representing, well, that period of rally car. Toyota was dominant with this car for a period of time. and they did several variations of it. So nice to see a non-Subaru Mitsubishi type thing on the hill. And then, so John's heading up across the top now. Gets it rotated around. And then coming into your view now through Orchard is a genuine Peter Jones in the It's a genuine Spitro 6R4 with Peter Jones behind the wheel. It was sounding, it's supposed to have a V6 in it. It was sounding very V5-ish earlier. Sounds better now, so I'm hoping they got the thing wrong and he can put in a reasonable time. Real tricky to diff. This is old school differentials. Almost all four wheels are kind of locked together, so they don't give. Where some of your modern four-wheel drive cars, they'll actually, the bias will change. You'll get more power to the front, more power to the back, so it's kind of variable. But these old school things, it's all or nothing. So they do make the car understeer, unless you know how to drive around it. So he's heading across the end. So the Toyota did a 53.36. The 6R4 has done a 54.40. And we have John Pick right now. Now that is a AMS Mertea, but it's a Subaru Impreza driveline in this body. They made about 100 and something of them, I believe so. And John is a regular competitor on the hills, and he loves to take part in Rallye Prescott. So, and it meets the criteria in road legal with extra lights and stuff like that on, so it's all good. Comes around. Exit there, nice wide turn, carrying a lot of speed. Now he did a 51.04 the first time. He's still sitting third in class after the first three runners. Let's see what he does here. He's done a 49.71. That jumps him into second place at the moment. However, we've got Chris Dunscombe in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. It looks like a Peugeot 205 T16. So Chris is carrying that speed around and heading up the hill towards Pardon. So this is one of the early Group B cars that Peugeot came out with this thing. It's a Peugeot 205, but the engine's in the back and the entire rear half of the car body actually lifts off it. So, but it is a Mitsubishi because a genuine car are like millions of pounds. Right. Roger Moran now. I haven't got the times on the screen yet, and we actually, if your HillClimb UK TV, we actually have live on board. He's locked the right front going into Pardon. Scott got a little bit quicker on that first time run and is, I think, leading a bit there, but Roger is looking for more. At the moment, he's neither gained or lost any here. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's looking for 4/10 of a second, so let's see what Roger can do here. He heads across the line. Is he going to take it? Nope, he's actually 2/10 slower. I think he lost a little bit on that. This is Stephen Moore. We're going back to Class 8 four-wheel drive cars, non-R5 S2000 cars, and Stephen is actually leading this class by 3.5 seconds plus. So see, and he's purple sectoring again. So I think he's looking to go quicker this time. Other competitors in the class went quicker, but they're still, Steve still got this huge gap. However, we still got the night stages, and you never know, Steven could lose his way, but he's done a 45.87, and that's actually a quicker time. Einan Price, now he's on slicks. Roger Moran's just gone a little bit slower. Einan is a little bit less power, but he's got stickier tires on it, different tire on the car, so he's actually better. So a little bit going through a Torres. He's heading up into Pardon right now. Gets it rotated around. He is not gaining anything on the cars in front at the moment. He's up a little bit of midway on his previous time, but not anywhere near Scott. He might be. I know he's hunting for Roger as his primary target. Just they have an ongoing in the paddock area thing. He's done a 44.18, so he's quicker, but not quick enough. We'll have to wait to see Scott Moran to see if he can actually lower the time. He is hunting for, I think he holds the Rallye Prescott outright record, but he wants to lower it, and we've got some good conditions tonight to do it. So I've got my buddy Lloyd back in here for a minute, and he can explain why a Toyota Yaris looks like a Renault Clio.
Clerical errors, I would imagine. Clerical errors. So this 197 Clio, fantastic. It's got those double Recaros in the front. It's a really, really great car. I was saying earlier, for $5 or $6 grand, I don't think you can get a better out-the-box kind of rally/race track car. They're so popular. So brilliant little things. It's my area of expertise, that's for sure. 2-litre 16-valve, 197 brake horsepower, clues in the name. But Malcolm having a great time. This is where this car really comes in. It's this little tricky section in the S where the front wide track on it will just flick left, right, left, right. We've got Tim Cross on the hill in this Renault Twingo 133 RS, 1.6 litre variable valve timing engine in this, and again, clue in the name, 133 brake horsepower. But a fantastic little car. I had one of these for a short period of time. My dad said it's the closest thing he's driven to an original Mini Cooper S that isn't an original Mini Cooper S. So it's a great little car. They really are. It's just so short and so wide, and you can see how stiff the chassis was there. It was probably most likely a cut pack car, which gives you stiffer dampers and slightly stiffer chassis and slightly quicker steering. But what we've got Tim just coming through the S's now. He's just leaving the S's. We had Malcolm Evans do a 56.33 in the Clio. Slightly slow. What's Tim going to do? He's going to cross the line, probably not much after. He's going to do a 57.99. It's a little bit slower. Richard York on the hill now in this 718 GT4 Cayman. This is the later variant. PDK gearbox in these. 7-speed dual clutch, so it really does flash through those gears. Beautiful. I think that's Riviera blue. Could be wrong. Porsche fans do correct me. It's a great looking thing. Anyway, mid-engine, 400 brake horsepower. What more could you want? Great road car. What's he going to trip the beam at? 50.97, so he doesn't improve either on his time from this morning. And then we head back to this Volvo Amazon of Steve Allen. Good long-distance endurance car, these Volvos back in the day. Bit of a change of pace to what we've just seen, but this is what we like about rallying going, is we like a bit of variety, don't we?
Yep. Variety is the spice of life, and it's nice to see all these different cars and the different variations. And so when they truly say you can compete in anything, the only restriction in the Motorsport UK department is vans and pickup trucks. Other than that, because they're defined as commercial, so anything else is fair game. So, I mean, we've got everything from that little Volvo Amazon in the historic at the moment to we've got an Audi estate car, haven't we? That's sitting in the paddock, an RS6 V10. We've got classic minis. You can't have an event, especially with the word rally in it, without there. David Smith is checked to see the grass. He's proper learning the old art of rallying by touching the grass. Now, you just on the screen there, if you're our viewers and you're watching that A-Bar Punto and you're wondering why the hazards are coming on, that car, it's actually a safety thing. The ABS brakes are actually hooked up on this car, so when he pushes really hard on the brakes, it actually triggers the ABS system, but the hazards are on there to tell the people behind that the ABS is on. So it's one of these safety things. So not a problem. He's just pushing that car for all it's worth. Max Hawks, who I kind of wound up in the paddock and said, are you going to bring 2 minutes this time? Was not impressed with my comment. Right. We got this noisy nuisance on the line. I'm going to let, Lloyd's getting excited. So Lloyd, take this one away, mate.
Yeah, we've got Scott Moran on the line in this fantastic Skoda R5. It's best part of 500 brake horsepower. It started life as an ice racing car. It's got an uprated turbo. Normally the R5 cars have got about 380 brake, 280 brake. This one's got 500. He's away. We've got the onboard, so he grabs second, grabs third, grabs fourth. He's going to come down a gear possibly, or is he going to keep it pinned? No, he's not. Lots of commitment from Scott. He's going to be hard on the brakes now into Tories. What's he going to right? So he's not touching the handbrake. Yes, he is. He's going to have a little flick of the handbrake. I don't think he did much, but he just kept the car online. He's got all that power. Flashes through the gears, back down through the gears, hard on the brakes into park. He gets that car rotating nice and early. That's good from Scott. He certainly knows his way around this hill, that's for sure. Uses all the curve on the way into the entrance of S's. Not improving so far. What's he going to... Come on, Scott, what can you do? Let's have a bit more. Lots of commitment through semicircle. The car's drifting under braking. He's got a 43.17 to beat from this morning. He's not going to do it. He's Not going to do it. 43.57. Close but no cigar. Perhaps track conditions changing slightly. We're getting a bit cool, slightly cooler air. What do you think, Owen?
Well, I've just noticed that generally the times we're having on these second times run, we're losing 2 to 4 tenths of a second just about every competitor. So I think the track is actually cooling off a bit, and it is affecting the traction there. So it doesn't seem to be, not a lot of people are actually gaining any time on their first time runs. So how this translates into the night runs, well, we're going to have to wait and see. We got Paul Renison in his Honda Integra DC2. That's got the 1.8 liter VTEC engine in it, the famous Honda VTEC in it. It's one of the few cars, he competes in this car regularly, drives it to all the events. Told me he did have a bit of an oopsie at Snetterton and they had to figure a way of putting the wheel back on the car, but they did do it. He did compete and he drove it home. He said it was a bit questionable, but we won't go there. Anyway, we got Andrew Feekins, who's got the road map to every racetrack he's been on the boot of this car. Paul Renison's on a 53.22, and he has improved by almost a second. So he's actually jumped the position in class with that run, so that's an improvement. So Andrew Feekins, a regular competitor here. His dad runs a modified Peugeot, which we saw earlier. And this is a Subaru Impreza of Thomas Tremlow. Andrew Feekins in the Clio of 51.80, and he's improved by half a second and jumped into second place at the moment. Whereas Thomas Tremlow in the traditional, we all know it from the Colin McRae error-shaped Subaru Impreza before they went to the two-door model, and he's just carrying it around. What do you think about an original Impreza? You don't see many of them anymore, Lloyd.
No, I mean, to be honest, my favourite era in Prescott is the Group A 555 era, the Carlos Sainz. You know, when you've got the Colin McRae era, sort of the 94, 95, 96 era. He actually improves with the 53.87 compared to his 54.26 this morning. But yeah, before they went into the WRC era of 97, I just think the Group A stuff just sounds so gruff and anti-laggy. Love it. Anyway, Aaron Bland is in this modern Abarth 124. It's got a 1.4 litre turbocharged engine from the Abarth, the famous Abarth 500. Running about 168 to 180 brake horsepower, but he's really leaning on this thing. He's having a really good go. The chassis is based on an MX-5, and he tips the beat with a 53.72, which is almost identical. It's a thousandth of a second, isn't it? Compared to his first time, so he's done really well for consistency. Now, Kevin Lahert is on the hill at the minute in his MGTF, but let's just focus our attention slightly to this fantastic car. It's got to be the spirit of the day. This Audi RS6. This is a V10 twin turbo 560 brake horsepower Audi estate car. Not the first thing you think of when you think of Audi Quattro on a rally, but he's certainly going to be sitting pretty. He's going to be sat there with a bit of classic FM on, maybe, do we think? You know, with his Bose sound system. But it's a heavy car. It struggled earlier through the S's. You could see it didn't like the transition of weight, so I think he's just gone a little slower. Yes, he kind of piled on earlier, lost a bit of time. He might well be on for an improvement. So he's got a 55.11 to beat. Let's see what he does. He's just rounding semicircle now. So we'll keep an eye on that time. We'll come back to you. Paula Dragasanu is absolutely driving the wheels off this E36 M3. It's absolutely fantastic to see. She really is. She's been a live wire in the tyre warming area. She's been not afraid to chuck this actually quite modern collectible around now. Worth a bit of money, these E36s. What did Colin Bullitt do? A 55.86, so he doesn't improve either. Let's see what Paula can do. She's absolutely throwing this car around. It's pretty much standard, to be honest. I mean, she is just correcting a bit of oversteer. It's a dead standard car. What's she going to do? What's she got to do? She'll 52.97 to beat. She's going to do a 52.71, so she goes slightly quicker than this morning. Fantastic. Chris McQueen now in this GBS Zero, great British sports car Zero, I believe. Yeah. Peter Hughes enlightened me to that earlier. Thank you, Peter. We've got so he's on the hill now. It's only a few years old, this car. So yeah, nice little kit car. Just rides the curb slightly through the S's. He's going to be nice and neutral on the exit. What can he do round semicircle? He has got a 54.21 from this morning to improve on. As we look at Clive Berry get very close to the grass using all the width of the circuit there. He does Chris McQueen's done a 53.51, so that is about 7/10 quicker than his time from this morning, which is great. What's Clive Berry got to beat for this morning? 58.33 this morning. Let's see if he can improve. He's been using all of the track. Yeah, it's my colleague Owen here is just in the commentary box, just noticing that it does like to tilt about a little bit, but it's not quite as hot as a Lotus top Sunbeam. But this Chrysler is still driven beautifully by Clive, so we'll keep an eye on the time for that. Martin Saunders just rounding its Tories in this, again, Clio 200. Fantastic car, short ratio, 6-speed gearbox, 200 brake horsepower again. Hard on the brakes, he's going to tip that into Pardon. Clive Berry goes nearly 2 seconds quicker. Big improvement from this morning. Going really, really well. Martin Saunders, he's cracking on through S's. This is where these Clios really make up the time. When they're power deficits, they've got the torque, there's no turbos. This is all pure natural aspiration for these Clios. What's he going to do? This is where he's really going to make up the time around semicircle, that wide track, giving loads of grip. We've got Josh Martin sideways round its Tories. Absolutely fantastic. Martin Saunders does a 55.03, which is not as quick as this morning. Big lock up from Josh Martin. May have meant it. I don't know. What do you think? Went very deep into Pardon there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that was trying to carry the power in, get the brakes on, late brake it, and try to get it rotated around, but he just didn't have the grip to do it. He's really pushing it. You can see the way the body in the car is moving around. He's putting it on the limit for all it's worth. So Josh Martin is looking to improve on a 58.7, and he has improved by about 0.3 of a second to a 58.39. We've got Ben Cross in the French headlight substitution for a midget, British product, heading up the hill. He's the last car in this class, road rally class. So we're coming to the end of the second time runs. So Ben can't keep up with Tim at the moment. So Ben needs what's he need? He needs about half a second to get Tim get ahead of Tim here. So he doesn't look like he's going to do it. He's actually going slower as well. So a 58.12, so almost identical. Right. Now, so if you're following along here, both on site and on HillClimb.TV, that's the end of the second timed runs in the daylight. We are actually going to now take a break, I believe, although we've got a couple of things going on here. We had some raffles for some rides to raise money for the Friends of Prescott. And I believe that there may be some special activities going on here. So they haven't quite told us, so this could be making this up as we go along. But you got to stick with us because in about an hour or so, or slightly less, we are going to start doing the nighttime stuff. And it is starting to get dusk and everything, and we will be going into when we get competing again, we'll be back to practice runs, but we will be in the dusk. So about 4:30 is when the sun's gone down completely here.
Brake discs, exhausts, might even see some glowing turbos, but we're certainly going to have a fantastic, I think it's very, very interesting to see who can go just as quick at night time. That's when track knowledge is really going to come into play, isn't it?
Yeah, and some of our competitors have gone out of the way to make them a bit more noticeable, so some of them actually have light shows attached to their cars. I know of one that's got LEDs underneath the car that glow, and also LEDs on the wheels, so they're going to put on a bit of a show for you later, especially in the dark, so it's going to look cool. We'll also be doing some paddock walking for the HillClimb.TV in the dark. So, okay, we've got the demonstrator, the 6R4. Now, if I'm right, yeah, I am right. There is a passenger in this car, and this is Nick Elsmore in the 6R4. And he's kindly, I think, he's kindly donated a ride here. So I think this is a bit of a prize thing here. They raised a lot of money for the Friends of Prescott last night, and they've been doing some stuff today for rally rides. But he is getting a once-in-a-lifetime ride. The gentleman in this car in a genuine Metro 6R4. He's actually he's filming it with his phone. So this gentleman has won this prize, and he's actually going for a ride up the hill with Nick Elsmore in a genuine 6R4. I think you'd like to do, Lloyd's staring at the screen. I think he's envious.
Well, I am envious. I mean, to be honest. them can't go quite flat out. But there's no helmets either. So, but it is just a driving hill. What a fantastic experience! You know, that sequential gearbox, the amazing noise of that V6 engine. It's quite an impressive thing. I think you'll get 80% of the sensations just from a gentle drive up the hill, I would have thought.
Well, yeah, there's no sound deadening in those cars, so essentially you're sitting there. They actually have communication headphones on in the car because the noise is so loud. But there's no sound deadening. There's a piece of plexiglass between the engine and the occupant, so it is very noisy. So anyway, so that gentleman just got the ride of his life up the hill. And we are actually going to shut down for a break, give our marshals a break. Remember, our marshals, we can't do anything without them. They're all volunteers. But we still got another, well, we're going to be here for a few hours. So we are going to take a break. And if you're on site, if you're on HillClimb.TV, check back with us in, I'll have to check the time on that. Probably less than an hour. And if you're on site, come down to the paddock, check the cars out. Check the cars out. We've got some concessions going on down here, so come on down, ask questions, take pictures, just join in. 4:15, 4:15 is when we're going to be starting off again. So for our viewers online, you want to take a break, we'll be back at 4:15. Till then, thank you.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Lloyd here on the commentary for the afternoon to kick us off for the beginning of the nighttime runs. We're just heading into dusk at the moment. We've got course cars up the hill getting themselves inspect the track, make sure everything looks okay, getting people back where they need to be. We've had a great day so far of rallying. It's been wonderful. There's been some very exciting battles heading on. We've had the battles of the 205s between Tony Feekins and David and Robert Wilson. We've had some very interesting cars around. We've got obviously the Moran R5 versus the Price R5 Skoda. So battle of the Skodas as well. I'm sure you probably had a look around the paddock. Lots to do, lots to see. And yeah, you'll notice now that the cars have all, if they hadn't before, sprouted extra lighting, so light bars and everything on the front, because we are now doing a couple of practices, one practice and 2 timed runs for the afternoon. So there are some cars equipped with light show equipment. You might see some funky lighting, but yeah, we're going to get up and running very, very shortly, and we'll kick off. So hope everyone's had a great break, and we'll be back up and running momentarily. You'll start hearing engines very soon, so get yourselves back into position, get yourself on the hill. It's nothing like a bit of live motorsport.
It's a sort of vicious circle.
Coming to the line, we have got this fantastic. We've got a Metro 6R4. I can see. I think this would be another possibly passenger run. I know that this is the car that was offering passenger rides to people that have done a great job of raising money for the friends of Prescott. And wheels will be rolling on that just up the hill in a moment, following up behind the course car. So one lucky passenger is going to get the fantastic opportunity to have a ride up the hill.
Well, if he's not back, he probably doesn't. I don't think he knows we're doing that. Well, I'll do the course with that, then it's not. If you're all right, I'll do it. Keep down there. Ian, keep down there. They don't do any good. They make good. This good. They are. Well, they know this. It's just sugar, that's all. They are significant through. But they don't help. You just have to let the whole run its course. They do. The viruses you can't do. Yeah. The bastards. They're organised. Absolutely. They're quite clever. They're quite amazing things like that. Even though I know they're doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, flag.
Oh yeah, because it's not properly dark, is it?
Even when it's properly dark.
You want flags when
flag as well.
Right, course cars coming back down the hill. Looks like any second now, red flags are going to be in. We're going to be up and running again. I believe we have this Metro 6R4 coming to the line for a demonstration run. Isn't it great to see these Group B cars running and not just sat in collections? Absolutely fantastic. We had a charity run before break, and we're just going to have another one now. I can only surmise that once this is done, we're going to be back into first of our practice runs in the dark. Which is always great to see. Cameras, get your exposure up. I'm not a photographer, but welcome to the chat. Anybody that's watching us on the live stream, Rich Danby doing a great job again of these live pictures so that we can see what's happening, and it just brings everything. Just makes it a lot more accessible to people, but I really can't stress enough. Get yourself down here in person next season. Come and see the thing. The real thing. The live streams are fantastic, but you must come and see this and experience the noise and the smells and the sense of speed from the first person. But away we go with this 6R4. Doesn't it sound great? Little miss change, but fantastic sounding thing. We're seeing that in the night time. Absolutely wonderful. Absolutely wonderful to see. We've got some great cars in the paddock. There's a fantastic Audi Quattro. I've fallen in love. There's a Lancia 037 being driven properly as well, which I've just absolutely fallen in love with. We've got some great cars here. We've got all sorts of shapes and sizes. There's a car here for you. If you're a rally fan, there will be something here for you. We've got 6R4s, we've got Group B, Group A, we've got modern stuff with these R5s, we've got micro kit cars, we've got all sorts of bits and pieces. So yeah, hope you're going to stick with us and have a look at this. We'll be up and running very, very soon. Have you subscribed to HillClimb.TV? Well, that's an excellent question. Yes, you should, because you will get all of the British Championship rounds through the whole of the season next year. Subscribe to HillClimb.TV. It's a fantastic job. You can just go about your business in the daytime. Sometimes the events that I can't make, I'll certainly have it on in the background. I couldn't make the British Championship round at Prescott this year. For the second championship round, and I had work to do, and I just had it on my phone in the background, and you can just keep one eye on it, can't you? So yeah, that's the great thing about live streams. You can kind of keep them on in the background all day and just dip in and out of them. That's the lovely thing about these live streams that Rich does a great job of. Again, do subscribe. We're at 16,724 subscribers now. Come on, the target's 17,000. Let's have a pledge. 17,000 by nightfall. Come on, we're probably only half an hour away from that. So if you're watching this and you haven't subscribed, just have a little look and get yourself subscribed. You will not regret it. Obviously, we're live streaming on YouTube. It's almost the new, it's the first choice for a lot of people now, for a lot of TV. Mike Smith joins the chat. Welcome, Mike. But yeah, YouTube now, it's just such a phenomenon. I mean, you've got Goodwood all day, with places like that. So we do the same thing here for HillClimb.TV. And you can, as I say, just stick it on in the background and have a watch or a listen, whatever your fancy. But some fantastic pictures. We've got everything in excellent clarity. We've got the course car just going across the finish line now. He'll come back down. And then hopefully, I would imagine soon, we'll have some cars on the hill. That's it, keep those subscriptions coming. Subscribe, like, comment. Let's engage with you. We want to talk to you, we want to chat to you. Just to give you an idea, I'm sat in the commentary box now. I've got a screen in front of me. I'm sat just in front of the start line, so I can see all the cars that coming up and warming their tyres up and leaving the line. But obviously I'm sat here, so I rely on these pictures to be able to see what's going on up the hill. So it's absolutely fantastic to be able to engage with you. Rich can get the comments up, we can interact with you. We've had people watch us from Indonesia, oil rigs in the North Sea, all throughout the course of this year, Australia, New Zealand. There's people that watch all over the globe. It's absolutely fantastic. So let's keep this up. You won't find a quicker, sort of more intense British Championship than the British Hillclimb Championship. We've got cars that go from 0 to 60 miles an hour in 1.5 seconds, 160 miles an hour across some of the courses. It is mind-bending. So do get yourself to a British Hillclimb Championship round this season. Do come to Prescott. We've got some fantastic events. Rallye Prescott being one of them, where we're about to enjoy some rally cars in the dark. I can see some minis warming up, which will hopefully any second now be joining us on the start line, and we'll be up and running again for the afternoon. We've got fellow commentator Peter Hughes, who's come all the way from Wales, a very well experienced in the field of rallying. We've got Owen Kuhl, also fellow rallyist, and myself, Lloyd Hackett, who follow the British Championship. And I'm also a fellow bobble hatter, so that's what we're all about. So hopefully we'll keep you entertained throughout the day, well, what's left of the day, I should say, into the night. But yeah, hopefully soon we'll have some cars on the hill.
Yeah, put the bucket over. When you put a red flag out, take the bucket off.
Right, so we'll be up and running now. Car 35. This will be Paul Jones in the Austin Mini. He'll be up and running ever so soon. The first car should have been Peter Baker in the Daimler Conquest, but he's unfortunately had a diff failure, so he won't be joining us again, unfortunately. That's a real shame. Car amazingly decorated history, but there we go. So we've got Paul Jones on the hill, just being chocked into place. The reason they stick that chock behind the rear wheel is so the driver can focus on clutch points without having to worry about handbrakes or having the feet on the brakes. Obviously the point of a hill climb is they're mostly uphill, so he's just been chocked now, so he doesn't have to worry about brakes, so they'll hold him on that. He'll build the revs, he's going to wait for a countdown. He'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and away we go. Back up and running, the first of our night runs. These are practice runs, so these aren't timed. A lot of people will just be feeling out the lighting and see what they can see. Obviously the course is going to get a little slippier maybe as the damp comes down from the night time, so let's see how it goes into the night time. We're not quite at night time conditions just yet, but give it half an hour or so and I dare say we will be. Got Simon Durling on the line now in this wonderful, absolutely delightful Alpine A110 Berlinette. He leaves the line now. Paul Jones rounds, he heads towards the S's. Fantastic opportunity to make time up in a Mini through the S's. As yet Simon Durling flashes into sight now. He's going to be hard on the brakes to a Tories. He's the fantastic A110. I love what they've done with the new version of this car. I really would like one of those, but staying very true to the roots. But yeah, this is an original, fantastic example. It's left-hand drive, so it's the real deal. Michel Mouton, amongst many others, cut their teeth on the Alpine A110s. But such a delightful car. Down on power, but very down on weight. I mean, I think they weigh the best part of about 800 kilos, these things. Probably about 120 brake, but when you compare power to weight ratio, probably not far off that of the equivalent Mark 1 Escorts of the time. But he's going to round semicircle, and he's going to cross the line. He's going to do a 58.17. Good time from Simon Durling there. Miles Chamberlain off the line now in this Mini Cooper S. He is, you can see the glare of the lights from these lamp pods. It's fantastic to see. A nice original Mini Cooper S. Really, really nice car. Proper 1071 Cooper S. And not afraid to chuck the thing about. Obviously, it's going to be worth a few bob now. But rounds the Tory. He's going to be hard on the brakes. Those steel wheels. I'm sure the brakes are crying mercy behind those. But he's going to be going first, second. Quite long gearing on the Mini Cooper. I think that's be right saying that's just a 4-speed car. But again, this is where you make the time up in a Mini. You don't have to scrub a lot of speed off to get yourself through the S's. So if you're brave, it'll reward you. And if you can hear that over my microphone screaming away from the line, we've got Mark Maynard in this vicious little Hillman Imp. 2.68 off the line. That's really, really quick. That's properly modern day quick. Yeah, Mark's a real competitor in this Hillman Imp. And he's got 2 of these, and he does a few sideways skids and pops the inside wheels up on this one. But he's got another one that's even more vicious. But he's going to be hard on the brakes now. Locks up a front wheel, but that's okay, all under control. Hooks it into parking. Sorry, out of parking. He's going to be into midway. Just a moment. The other one he's got so powerful, almost just wheelies off the line. But that's another story. Mark Maynard just clipping the curbs as he just hooks it into the S's. A little bit of a correction of oversteer. And yeah, it's a long way from the car that left the factory, this Imp of Mark Maynard. So he's going to round semicircle and he's going to cross the line in a 55.2. That is a properly quick time. Properly quick time. Andrew Brooks skids off the line, just bogs down a little bit, but no problem at all. 3.87 off the line. And he's going to be going through the gears. He's going to be possibly flat round towards the Tories. Flashes out of sight now. Proper Italian job spec, this one, isn't it? With the lamp pods on the front. All red, white and blue. Fantastic looking thing. He's going to be hard on the brakes. Just tips it in. He's going to pop an inside wheel up. Well, not quite. Now he's going to want all of that power. Come on, off it goes. Get back on that cam. Get through the S's. Bravery is the key. Julian Birch off the line now in the Escort RS 2000. He's just left the line. Going to keep an eye on Andrew Brooks through the S's. He uses all of the track on the exit of the S. He's going to head to semicircle now. Flash of brakes as we've now got this fantastic. I mean, look at the light pods on that. Talk about favourite light pods. We've got the 2 up, 2 down. A little wiggle out of pardon with this Escort RS 2000 Julian Birch. This will be a Pinto engine car. And he's going quickest so far. You can just see now the flash of the headlights through the S's. This will look great on your cameras. If you've got a camera with a lens on it, this is a fantastic opportunity for lighting. You can see the flashes in the banks. Get your cameras out. Share them with us at Prescott Hill Climb. Hashtag Rallye Prescott with an E. Let's see what your photos can do. Now this is something you don't see every day. A Type 51 Bugatti with headlights. It's a treat for us to see this car. Fantastic car. And I'm not sure how much those lights are actually doing, but I think more of a reference point to which way the track goes. I don't think they're particularly, not sure whether they pass an MOT or not, I don't know, but certainly a reference point. Edward leans on this car. You can see that sort of positive camber of the cars of the day. A really quick car. I mean, look at the comparative times. I think we had, I think he's about to cross the line now, 55.27. That is a car from the 1930s, ladies and gentlemen, and we've just seen Mark Maynard in that vicious little Hillman Imp, really leaning on it, and he went only a little bit quicker. Anyway, Roger Jones now in this Austin Mini that we just saw a second ago. The hands of Paul. He's on the hill, rounding pardon, heading into the S's. Makes his way through. Yes, it's now. That's it. Flicks it left, flicks it right. Perfect through S. Really nice exit using all of the hill, all of the available track. Now, right, this is a car that you want to take home. Simon Braithwaite in this Ford Escort RS 1600i. Proper BDA engine in this car. A little flash of flame on the overrun. It's just going to hook it through hard. Not very sideways, but obviously sideways isn't always the quickest. But that is a proper car. Goodness only knows what a BDA is worth these days. But amazing. Simon's not afraid to use it. Flashes out of the S's. go and have a look at that car. It is absolutely immaculately turned out. It really is a beautiful, beautiful looking thing. And he crosses the line in a 52.56. Absolutely fantastic. Sunbeam Lotus, fantastic looking car. Really is the Andrews Heat for Hire, ex-Russell Brooks, really fantastic looking thing. I mean, this Talbot Sunbeam, it always went after the Escorts. So many people, so many drivers. I remember the likes of Nicky Grist, they always used to say how nice these Talbot Sunbeams were to drive. But he's going to trip the beam at a, what's he going to do? 58.49, creeps in under a minute. Adam Jones in this narrow-bodied, non-wide arched Ford Escort Mark II. We've got narrow Mark II. It's more of a road bias kind of car. It gets a boatload of understeer on the entrance into park, but it wouldn't lost much time. Yeah, a bit more of a road bias car. This one. We've got some really serious Rallye Mark II Escorts here, but it's a bit more of a road car. I think this one looks a little bit livelier, but it's going well. There'll be a Pinto in that one, I would have thought. He's just about to get on the brakes. Now, it's so scary. So you see this corner that he's coming around here. This is what's called semicircle. What you don't see from the camera angle is there is just a sheer drop off the edge. And you could, you know, on a damp grass, you could be travelling for quite some time. So it's a very, very, one of the most respected corners on the whole of the hill climbing calendar in the UK, this one. Harvey Waters in this Ford Sierra XR4, rear wheel drive, loads of power actually in this car. Being driven very spiritedly, which is great. Again, another one that's respecting semicircle, stick it close to the inside line. He's going to cross the line in a 58.77, just sneaks under. Hendrik Minderman in this four-door Mark II Escort. Big rally mud flaps, obviously does a bit of road rallying and such forth. Just gives it that, finishes off that real rally look, doesn't it, with the mud flaps on it. He just tricks it through the S's, no problem at all. He's going to tip it in left. He's going to exit a little bit of hint of oversteer, but nothing crazy. That's the only way to drive a Ford Escort, isn't it? A bit of opposite lock. Another one that sticks to the inside line at semicircle. He's going to cross the line, 57.97. Jeremy Jones in this GTM Coupe. He's going to be hard on the brakes, going to hook this into part, and he's going quite well actually, I think. It's scratch traction as he exits part, and you can just see with every run we're getting a little bit darker. The sun's coming down, and the darkness rises. He hooks it through S's. He's going to be hard on the brakes, going to flick it left, keeps it dead in the middle of the course, heading around semicircle. What's he going to do? Is he going to tip it in under a minute? I think he will. I think he'll probably end up in the 57s, will he? 58s? Is he going to tip under a minute? 58.69 for Jeremy Jones. Not a bad time. Now, I spoke about light shows earlier. Here we go. John McQuillan. Look at the rear wheels. Flashy tyre pressure valve caps. This is the future. I've seen it. There it is. Get your cameras out. Got to have a sense of humour if you're driving a Mini. It's the rules. And John McQuillan just flicking it through the S's. And it's really brilliant. I love to see these little gimmicks that people are popping on for the evening. Great stuff. So he's going to round semicircle. Will he trip it under a minute? I think he'll struggle, but we'll see. Yeah, not quite made the minute mark, but no stress. It's Andy Harrison in the mini orange box. He stopped earlier because somebody else had a failure, so he's had a couple of runs extra, which is great. Round for money, perfect. But, yeah, he tips it round hard, no problem at all. He's going to get hard on the power. As best he can, make the most of whatever power you've got, and don't lift through the S's. I'm joking, should lift. But yeah, he uses all of the course. Wow, and a little bit more, in fact, as he just drops two wheels onto the grass by the looks of it. Marginal But didn't lose any time, no problem at all. Is he going to flip under a minute? He's going to be close. I don't think he's quite going to do it. 61.16 for Andy Harrison. Good time. So the minis are kind of in and around the minute mark. It's amazing when you consider that the hill record here is almost 25 seconds quicker than that. But getting on with the subscribers. I think we've done about 100 subscribers in the last 10 minutes. So thank you. Your push has been great. Can we have 230 more, please? If you're watching this now, do subscribe. All you need to do is just press the little notification. Just subscribe you, and then going forward, will appear in your algorithms. You'll see any future events that might take your fancy. You can tune into them and just watch them. It's great. Like a bit of hill climbing. So yeah, that was a nice little mix of cars. Just waiting to see what's coming up next. The track is green, so whatever's coming next. Here we go. I can see a Mark II Ford Escort with box rear arches coming through. This is the beauty about this commentary box at Prescott. You can see both the paddock. It's quite rare. You can see both the paddock and the start line, so you can kind of see who's being summoned. We've got the marshals have got their airport style indicating kind of glow sticks, you could call them. But to the line now, we've got car 750, which is a shared drive. Just get the information up for that one. But it's a shared drive. It's a good-looking car. Paul Miles is Mark II Ford Escort. A 2-litre engine. I assume they're Pinto unless proven otherwise. But sounds fantastic. Beautifully prepared car, this. Going beautifully off the line. No real hint of any major wheel spin. Beautifully controlled. Quick off the line. Going to need some commitment around the Roundatories. Hard on the brakes Roundatories loop. Not massively sideways, but that's kind of not going to be very quick on a hill climb. Great on a rally stage when you're when you're really on it, but Sebastian Loeb that kind of perfected the art of going quickly in a straight line and not going too sideways in rallying. But these are Mark II Escorts. It's got to be done. Matthew's very neat and tidy through the S's. Little hint of a wiggle of oversteer on the exit of S's. This is great. So yeah, we've just got a little pause in our live stream just for a moment, so we will get back to you in just a moment. So just lost my live pictures in my commentary box for a minute, so we'll Control-Alt-Delete that and figure it out. So we're just going to go ad hoc, and I'll just tell you what I can see. It's the old advice of motorsport. A friend of mine once said to me, it's not that hard, just say what you see. So easier said than done. But what I'm seeing currently is, I can only assume it's a Samantha Lester, car number 70. Shared drive with Caroline Ryder this weekend, but this is a very serious 106 GTI. Started life as a 1.6, 120 brake horsepower. This thing's got well in excess of a 220, 30 brake horsepower now. Really quick car. So just watch this thing come at you. Followed by so Samantha Lester on the hill at the moment in this orange 106 GTI. Very powerful car. Again, shared with Caroline Ryder. Caroline Ryder, mother of Matthew Ryder, who is fairly well known in British hill climbing for our most recent champion. Off the line, we've got David Wilson. This 106 GTI is super quick. It's a 1.9 litre GTI engine car, GTI subframe, GTI rear beam, big set of 45 Webers. So it's probably the best part of 170, 80 brake horsepower, I would have thought. But it started life as I think either a 1 or 1.1 litre XE shopping car. So it's been heavily developed, but this is one of the quickest front-wheel drive cars that you'll see in British hill climbing. It just absolutely flies. David father with son Robert, they've recently moved to a Lotus Elise, so we don't see the 205 as often, so it's great to see it back out again. Still as quick as ever. As Nick Wilkins leaves the line in the Mark 1 Golf GTI, replica car, but fantastic car. Nick's a great guy, always brings it out, shares with father, and yeah, always really reliable, very reliable car. Don't want to curse it, but it's always been pretty good, and Nick always drives it very spiritedly. So yeah, Mark 1 Golf GTI. We've got the GTM back on the hill again, and that's just left the line as Edward James comes to the line, which we'll tell you about in a second. We've got a couple of cars on the hill. Nick's probably just about to complete. I've lost my comms, so I can't give you times, but it is a practice run, so it's okay. We've got Edward James on the line at the moment. Now, this is a very interesting car. This car's, you'll see the wheels look like casters because they are. It's actually just some standard Micro 1000 tarmac wheels. This is a gravel car. Edward does lots of gravel rallying with this car. It's his company EJM Preparation in Ulster. This is a micro kit car. It's a 1.4 litre, about 150-60 brake horsepower, but revs to 8,200 RPM, he was telling me earlier, so we'll see how Ed gets on. Yeah, there we go, so we're back up and running. So yeah, just as Edward James comes to wheel on the exit of Pardon, and Edward obviously he's very used to doing kind of more long distance stuff in the car, so I think he's just got a little bit of a wiggle on there through S's. Just gets pressing on, he's not afraid of it, that's for sure. He's really committed. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier, semicircle, sticks to the inside of semicircle because you just see a sheer drop off the edge. But Ed clears with a 54.26. I think that's only about seconds slower than he went in the light. So for a first run in the dark, that's very quick. Well done, Ed. Ian Moss in this wonderful Ford Escort RS 1600. Now, this is a really quick car. He was into the 49s earlier on today. So which is absolutely rapid. He goes really well, does Ian Moss. First time I saw the car was actually earlier this year, and yeah, I think he won his class. It's a fantastically quick driver and car combination, and yeah, he's just about to round semicircle. He's really up on the split, so what's he going to do? He's going to do a 49 again. No, he's not quite going to. He's going to do a 51.11, but for first run in the dark, it's always going to look lighter on the TV cameras because of science, but in real life it is really getting dark now. There's Tom Weaver's on the hill. Tom Weaver, normally in an Empire Evo, one of my star drivers of the year. Tom Weaver is just so quick. If you want to know how to make an Empire Evo single-seater go quickly, have a chat with Tom. But it's in the Saxo VTS, which is kind of the shared car of the Weaver family. So Dad Richard has a go in this, as does sister Lizzie. And they've all had a go in this Saxo. It turns up, gets its head kicked in all day, and goes home again. It's a great little car, 120 brake horsepower, fantastic 1.6 litre Peugeot Citroen engine, fantastic car. Mike West in this Mini Cooper, and they're all at it, aren't they, with their flashing wheels. It's great to see, absolutely love it. And he's going to be hard on the power as he exits Pardon. Going to be quick as he possibly can through the S's. Those headlights flashing into place now. Nice tidy line on the exit of the S's. What's he going to do? Is he going to cross it? Is he going to be sub 1 minute? I'm not sure he's going to quite make the sub 1 minute. Malcolm Horn, really interesting car. This Peugeot 206 Cup car. So this is really where it's a bit late in the Richard Burns here, but this is kind of where you kind of back in the day, in the British Championship days, or like Peugeot, they'd make a one-make series to kind of try and find the next star of rallying. I mean, Richard Burns came through the 205 and 309 championships. You've got the likes of Sebastian Ogier came through Citroen C2s and Loeb with Saxos. So it's a great place to start rallying. So front-wheel drive and French, you can't go wrong. But Malcolm's been driving this thing really well all weekend. It's a quick car, 57.05, going really well. Tim Port has been going really well again in this Darrian. This Darrian is a Welsh manufacturer, specialist of Welsh rallying. Normally you see these things with kind of like 2.5 litre Millingtons in them, like 350 horsepower, and some retro boxes are absolutely crazy things. Really does take some driving, but when they dial in, they're really quick, and they are on tarmac pretty much as quick as a modern R5 car, such as you'll see with the Roger Moran's, the Roger Moran's Scott Moran car. You'll see later. It's a really quick car, but this one's slightly detuned from that, but still Tim Porter's really hanging it out on the exit of semicircle. He crosses in a 52.5, which is going really well. Neil Howells in his MGTF K-Series car. Often underappreciated, I think, the MGTF. And K-Series is always a great engine. And just spins the inside wheel up out of pardon. I don't think they have a diff in those things, so he's lost a little bit of time out there, but no great shake. Nice car. He's looking good on his splits. I think he's going as quick as he's gone. This is a new class, so this is the class for the two-wheel drive 1600 to 2 litre naturally aspirated. So he's going to head round semicircle and record a time soon. Tony Feekins meanwhile. This is a very serious 205 GTI, MI16 power. Best part of probably 210 horsepower. Weighs nothing. He's kind of, I think, on a par with Robert and David Wilson's 205. It's kind of, I reckon, in the early 50s to see to take front-wheel drive honours perhaps in their class. And let's see what he does. Rounds the finish line. This is going to be quick. This is a 51.79. That is quick. So where does that put him? So David Wilson's gone a little bit quicker. So maybe not Tony's best runs. Maybe just adapting to the dark and a bit of practice going on. But yeah. Lewis Porto in this MX-5 Cup car. Well, it looks like it was an Cup car. It's got number plates on it, but it's got a full roll cage. And yes, you can rally an MX-5. Not the first car you think of with rallying, but you can rally it. It does make sense, to be fair, doesn't it? Rear-wheel drive, manual gearbox. What more could you need? He rounds semicircle. On the pictures, it looks so much lighter than it does here. It really is starting to go dark here in person. You can see. Well, he crosses in a 57.95. We're getting through them quick and fast. Tony Porter in his Ford Escort. He's going to cross the line. It's a very serious car. He's going to get a little wiggle on the exit. Pardon. You can see how stiffly sprung that car is. He's going to head through the S's. Got the flash of the lights into play. Are we going to see any glowing wheel brake discs at this point? Probably not just yet. But you can see how stiff that car is, kind of bouncing on the exit of the S's. But let's see. It looks quite stiff, that car. Obviously, you set these things to how you like them. Now, Joshua Moss, this is a wolf in sheep's clothing, this car. It's got a proper sequential gearbox, big set of carbs. That's a very serious car, this one of Joshua Moss. Even though it's narrow body, you think it'd be a big wide body, but it's not narrow body. Really clever sequential gearbox. That's a very well developed and set up car. He's going to go really well. Let's keep an eye on the time. Let's just watch Joshua Moss through to the finish line and see what he does, because he's going to just hook it up nicely. It's very neutral. It's not hanging it out sideways. He's really going for neat and tidy. So let's see what he does as he crosses the line. Joshua Moss is going to do a 51.49. That's quick. That's going well. Chris Elston on the line. Beautiful double arch Mark 1 Escort. What a lovely thing. Ford Escort Mark 1. He's going to head through the S's now. It's George Saknis. He is just left the line in his Clio R3. It's a bit of an homage to an R3. The R3's got like sequential gearboxes and all those bits and pieces, but George has built pretty much from the ground up this car. Lots of R3 bits on it. Great looking thing. Chris Elston crosses in a 56.93. Back with George now in his R3. Clio chucks it in. Loads at the front, unloads the rear, cocking the rear wheel around pardon, such is the stiffness of the chassis of these 197s. He's going to flick left, right, left through the S's. Really pushing on. You can see he's really leaning on it. What's he going to do? I think this is going to be a 52 or a 53 second run if he can be committed around semicircle. Let's see what he can do as he crosses the line in a 54.22. Not too bad, that. Paul Meadows in another hot 205. Takes a tight line to Ettore Loop. Again, he's you can just see those spotlights might just be bouncing around on the front, but they look okay. It's a bit loose enough, but no, they're all right. Maybe first, second gear. Again, wide track car. You've got the extended wheel arches, wide track. Just to help with that handling. flicks it left through the S's. We are getting very dark now here at Prescott, so we are properly in the swing of the night stages. Here we go. Right, so we've got some times now on my screen. So Ian Moss has gone quickest, unsurprisingly, 51.11. That's a really quick, in that very quick RS 1600i. And Tim Porter in the Darrian has not improved on his times from this morning. Went 52.5, which is fine. But yeah, Chris Stapleton, this 318i, just rounds Tories. He's going to be hard on the brakes now for Pardon. Just catching up on some times. James 54.26, Tom Weaver 53.33. So yeah, so far the quickest front-wheel drive car was Tony Feekins with a 51.79. So going a bit quicker than David Wilson. So it'll be interesting to see what Robert can do in response. Samantha Lester with a 52.58, very quick, but that's a very serious car. We've got Caroline Ryder now coming to the line in that 106. It's a very serious thing, so let's see what Caroline can do. And then I'm going to talk you through until we get to Robert Wilson, and we'll be passing over to one of my colleagues. So Chris Stapleton, he's going to cross. Doesn't look like he's crossed just yet. He's still ticking along at a 72.73. Maybe he's had a spin, I don't know, but the clock's still ticking on Chris Stapleton. Possible transponder issue, who knows? Paul Miles rounds Pardon. He exits at Pardon. He's at midway. He'll just wind that car through the S's. Properly in the swing of things in the dark now. It even looks dark on my screens. So just like walking into the forest, you can't see much. It's all based on what you can hear, guessing what's coming next. Paul Miles going to cross with a... looks like we may have a transponder issue because Paul Miles hasn't tripped the beam, so we may have a slight timing issue. So we're just going to see what happens for a minute. Just holding Caroline Ryder on the line just while we Control-Alt-Delete the timing system. Just don't think possibly the laser on the finish line was possibly playing up. Who knows? But we've Control-Alt-Deleted it. Let's try again. Caroline, what can you do? Caroline this morning, she did a 61.8 in this 106. Away she goes. Such a serious bit of kit that 106 is. It really is. Have a proper look at that up close. Let's see what Caroline can do. She's normally sporting a Formula Ford, so a lot less power, but a lot lighter. Well, say a lot lighter. 106 isn't exactly heavy, is it? But yeah, she, when you know your car, you know your car. But Caroline, great driver. Hard on the brakes. She's going to turn into Pardon. Get on the power again. First gear. Get back onto the cams. Second gear. Third gear. Brave through the S's. This is where it gets really tricky because this is pitch black. This is where you need your lights to work for you. That looked quick through there. Caroline, you go for it. Go on. Back on the power. Brave round semicircle. Let's see what it looks like. It looks a lot lighter on the TV than it does in real life. As those illuminated wheels cross the line with a 56.5, so big improvement. Right now, what Robert Wilson, this is the time I want to see. I want to see if he can go quicker than Tony Feekins with a 51.79. Robert normally gets he's the son of David Wilson. They share this car, normally a little bit quicker than Dad. But let's see what Robert can do. I'm really interested to see if he can go quicker than Tony, because I think between those two front-wheel drives, they're probably the two quickest here today in the class of the 205. So let's see what he can do. He's going to cross the line. He's going to do a 50. Oh, he's not quite done it. 52.88. So at the minute, Tony Feekins is getting the better of the Wilson car. But whilst Josh Humphries is on the hill, I shall take a break for a minute and I shall hand over to one of my colleagues.
Well, big thanks then to Lloyd Hackett there for his commentary, and it's Peter Hughes back with you now as Andrew Egger goes under the finish banner in the Vauxhall Nova and does a 51.98. David Turner is on the hill in his Ford Escort Mark II at the moment, heading around Torres. And on the line we have the 21 car. The Renault 5 Turbo 2 of Martin Farris, that's sitting on the line, car number 21. Car number 51 now in the S's, and heading on up the hill. We are still, of course, into the second practice runs of the day, the twilight practice. We call it. David Turner, a good time there, 55.37. He goes to the finish line as Martin Ferris sits on the start line in that beautiful, lovely liveried Renault Sport liveried Renault 5 Turbo 2. Waiting for the green light to get going. Not sure what the hold is for at the moment, but we're waiting before we can start the next car up the hill. Maybe a little bit of a delay on the return road at the moment, which perhaps is holding up the start of the continuation of this practice session.
So, I suppose they can.
Currently running in Class 6, which is the two-wheel drive 2001cc and over. Quickest practice time so far by Roger Taylor then, with a 51.94 in the Mark II Escort. Pekka second with a 52.34, so 4/10 between first and second during these practice runs. But we're about to see the Renault 5 Turbo leave the line. Away he goes then up the hill towards the bridge. As Renault 5 goes under the bridge, coming up to the line is the number 92 car, that's Pekka Tolokas then in the Mazda MX-5. Away goes the Mazda as the Renault 5 Turbo continues its way up the hill. And up to the line comes the number 93 machine. That's Tim Elmer in his modern style Alpine A110 Pure. As up to the finish line comes Martin Ferris and does a 63.38. Heading into semicircle and on towards the finish line now. Pecco to Lucas in the MX-5 as Tim Elmer gets away from the start line. The MX-5 goes underline. So it's a 52.94. That's the second. Well, it's actually a little bit slower than his previous time. He's a second down on Roger Taylor's best time of 51.94. As Tim Elmer is rounding a Taurus, heading on up towards Pardon now in the modern style Alpine A110. Roger Taylor sits on the line in his Ford Escort Mark II. Roger heading away. We have the 95 car waiting on the line. That's Andrew Price in the Mini Cooper S. As Tim Elmer comes to the finish line in the Alpine, does a 57 second exactly. So down a bit on the daylight times that he was setting. As Roger Taylor continues his way up the hill in the Escort. And away goes Andrew Price in the Mini Cooper S. Up to the line comes the very nice Opel Manta. So we see that's the interesting line from Roger Taylor there. And his time, 54.67. His time in the daylight was 51.94. The Mini now coming. John Powell though sitting on the line in the Opel Manta, car number 97. Andrew Price coming towards the line as John Powell heads away, and Andrew does a 56.67. So only 0.3 of a second difference in his earlier time. 7:51 with us now. As John Powell makes his way up towards Pardon in the Opel Manta. Turner sitting on the line. The Mark II Escort, Jamie. Just blipping the engine and away he goes then in that Escort. John Powell continues his way up the hill. Comes around semicircle. Under the line, and the time for the Opel Manta is 61.07. which is a big improvement after his spin on his earlier run. Turner making his way up in the Escort, and sitting on the line is car number 56, the Metro 6R4 of Peter Jones. Away he goes. James Turner comes to the finish line and sets a time of 55.03. So that is, I think, the quickest time we've seen in practice in the H5 historic class. Matthew Pierce sitting on the line in his Subaru Impreza. There's illuminations on the wheels, etc. And away he goes. What about Peter Jones in that Metro 6R4? What can he do? As he comes up out of Pardon into midway on up to the S's. Jones's time then, a 58.43. John Manners in the lovely Toyota Celica GT4 heads away car, 101. So currently watching cars in Class 8. Pierce is a 53.37. John Pick is on the line, car 103 in the AMS Mateo Impreza powered sports car. So up to the line comes the somewhat confusing car 104. Peugeot 205 bodied Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6, Chris Dunscombe. And away then goes Chris, car 104. John Pick coming towards the end of his run. We've got somebody off on the grass. Is that Chris Dunscombe, I think, who was taken to the grass? So inevitably the red flags come out. Welcome incidentally to Martin Curtis, who's just in the online chat, is following the action online. The target of 17,000 subscribers getting ever closer for HillClimb.TV, and now up to 16,857. So some debris on the track to be cleared after fairly significant impact, it would seem, for that Mitsubishi or Peugeot bodied Mitsubishi. So the marshals instantly getting to work, clearing up the debris. We may have a little bit of a delay here though, and Chris Dunscombe of course with a fail on this run, unfortunately. Next car scheduled to come out is the 105 car, Stephen Moore's Mitsubishi Evo 6 2.3, the conventionally bodied, shall we say, Evo 6. But a little bit of work for the marshals to do before we see that car out on track. Another person joining the chat online about Rallye Prescott. That's Alistair Cummins. Welcome to you. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
The camera always stays on in case someone decides to do this. That'll probably do quite well on Facebook. Yeah, that'll be on Facebook tonight. I bet you any money that, well, maybe Russian drivers sometimes like to see the videos of their industry. Yeah. So I reckon if you track them down, you might maybe want to see, I don't know. Some drivers are a bit more.
So our marshals with plenty of work to do, clearing the hill of the debris that was pulled out in that incident. But the driver is out of the car, Chris Dunscombe, and appears to be all okay. But lots of sweeping still to be done before we can get the runs back underway. So that, of course, is registered as a a fail on that run, unfortunately, for Chris.
You have a long exposure, run so runs for like a couple of seconds, goes by a little light.
So work still continuing up there to clear the track. The car will of course have to be recovered. We welcome James McElhenney to the chat online about Rallye Prescott. Hello to Chris Wells, who joins the chat now. But, meanwhile, we continue to wait. The marshals continuing to sweep vigorously to get rid of all that rubbish. If you're interested in you think you might be interested in marshalling, I can say from personal experience, it is a great way to get involved in the sport. Gets you closer to the action without the financial commitments of competing, although hill climbing is one of the more cost-effective ways of competing as well, certainly. But if you fancy marshalling, perhaps initially just to find out more about the sport, then there are opportunities. We always welcome new marshals here at Prescott, and there are taster days available, which allows you to work with experienced marshals. You'll be shown around and given a briefing, and then go on to spend some time with the marshals. And if you're interested in that, you can get in touch with our Chief Marshal, Sue Konicki, and you can do that by emailing marshals, that's marshals with one L, marshals at bugatti.co.uk, and she will happily give you more information about what will be involved if you were to start marshalling here at Prescott for maybe the next season.
Well, if another car goes, again, if another car goes the exact same time, oil, and that's when things really start going. No, we're going to get down there. It's a bit darker down there. Yeah, we want to see it. Yeah, I got a tour field there. The guy useful. Oh, yeah, they are. Did he get that on photo? Yeah, he did, yeah. Oh, he did, yeah. Mine sort of looked a bit like that. I'm not sure I was going to watch it. It's on there somewhere.
Subscriber figures online continue to rise then. 16,875. The target is 17,000, so just 125 away from that. Really would be great if we could hit that target maybe by the end of today's events. Well, I think we might be getting fairly close to sorting things, although I'm also hearing that maybe a few more minutes to till we can get back underway. This is, of course, the final competitive event here at Prescott for 2024, although there are many activities, other activities going on here. You can always find out more about that at www.prescotthillclimb.co.uk. But another big season lined up for 2025 as well, starting with a test day in late March, and then in April we see the first visit of the British Hillclimb Championship along with the Midland Hillclimb Championship. We've got one of my favourites, Prescott Italia, and then Classics at Prescott in early May. Then later in May, Prescott Historique, a wonderful 2-day event. The Midsummer Meeting in June. There's also Bike Fest if you're interested in two-wheel action, and a members meeting at the end of June. Into July we've got Car Club Day and Pug Fest. We've got Prescott International on the 19th of July. That'll be an interesting one. And then the Midland Hillclimb Championship returning on the 20th. Vintage Prescott in early August, 2-day meeting, the only meeting that uses the original short course here at Prescott rather than including the loop around Itores. And that is always a great one. Always gets one of the best vintage entries you would see at any event in the UK. That first weekend in August. We've got the Steelford Supercar Show the following weekend. Then Prescott Mini Fest and Retro Rides. September sees the second visit of the year of the British Hill Climb Championship. The fastest cars in hill climbing in action for that, of course, along with the Midland Hill Climb Championship. Second vintage meeting, this time with the long course track in use. And then we also have Porsche at Prescott. Into October we'll have the season finale, and then on next year on the 1st of September, Saturday the 1st of September, will once again be Rallye Prescott. So really busy year again coming up in 2025, and you can find all the information about that, as I say, online at prescotthillclimb.co.uk. Welcome to the online chat to Adam Arthur. Subscriber figures online continuing to tick up, which is the way we want to see them going, because we want to see this wonderful coverage, online coverage, continuing and growing. If you're here today but in the future might want to watch online when you're not able to come here in person, then just look for HillClimb.TV and you will see their feed and the online coverage of a whole variety of hill climb events from around the country. So we should be back in action very shortly.
Yeah, I'm on 8,000. I remember one time I did such a challenge car earlier this year. Tried it out and I wasn't. That was the one I got. Very spun around. I wish I could spin around. Line of light. Yeah, that's the money shot right there. Yeah. So you want to check. Yeah, I think we'll only do about 25. Yeah, no, so you can give them out. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I know something about it. I'm using it. Yeah.
When we get to the timed runs, of course, in the dark, it'd be interesting to see if we can have a new hill record. And that hill record for the fastest time in darkness currently held, of course we've only been having meetings in darkness for 2 years, and it was 2 years ago, 2022, that Scott Moran set the record in the Skoda R5 that he's also competing in today with a record of 46.76 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see if Scott or indeed anyone else can better that time to today.
It's the point where you can hear things like fine, not fine. It's the point where the tyre loses its yeah. Yeah, once on the mark, it takes ages. Yeah, but yeah, it's got a brown paper.
Well, things just starting to move gradually here at the start line. Looks as if we might have a restart relatively soon now, I hope, anyway. As I mentioned a few moments ago, the first car, or the next car, should we say, is scheduled to go up the hill. Car 105, Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo 6, running in Class 9. So it looks like they're just positioning him so that he's able to, as soon as we're ready to go, he can just do a quick tyre warm up and then come up onto the start line. Currently seeing onboard picture, live onboard pictures on the video feed, and I think that's probably Scott Moran's, or Roger Moran, I think, actually, currently in the R5 car, the Skoda R5, and shows some pretty impressive shots, I think, when he takes his run up the hill. So a lovely shot currently on the video feed of Prescott in the dark. It really does look very, very special indeed. The Bugatti Owners Club clubhouse there, and the race control buildings, and a very special event, Rallye Prescott, pretty much a unique event, and this is our third running of it, and look forward to many more runnings of an event that I thoroughly enjoy every year.
So you're hoping with your kids? Yeah.
Well, just a short update. The reason for the delay, unfortunately, a medical incident involving a spectator who has been cared for at the moment by our medical crews, which means, of course, they are engaged and not available should there be an incident on the hill. And hopefully we will be able to resume the action in just the next few minutes, but obviously everybody's health and safety has to be the priority, so I'm sure you'll understand the reason for the inevitable delay. To say, of course, big thank you to all our medical staff who care for everybody so well. The Midland Motorsport Rescue Unit is now heading back up to its position on the hill. Once they're in position, it may be possible for us to resume. We'll just have to wait and see. Well, lights come on the next car to take to the hill, which will be, I think, car 105 then, Stephen Moore, who was, I believe, just a few tenths off the lead of his class after the daylight runs. So what can he do now that darkness approaches? Still plenty going on in the paddock, cars being prepared for their nighttime runs. Still to come, of course, the other big boys, the World Rally cars and such. Roger Moran in the Skoda R5, and we've got the Subaru Impreza, Matthew Pearce, Ian Price in his Skoda R5, Will Nichols in the Fiesta R5, and Scott Moran, of course, also driving the Skoda R5. So those certainly should be the quickest cars of the day. But coming up towards the line now, it is the Mitsubishi Evo 6 of Stephen Moore, car 105, then comes up onto the line for his evening practice run. It looks as if we are all set, and away then goes Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. We're back in action then at Prescott, as up to the line comes car 702. And that, of course, is Roger Moran in the Skoda R5, this 1.6 litre turbocharged machine. Four-wheel drive, of course, but Stephen Moore is on the hill and a rounding part and heading on up into midway as Roger Moran prepares to leave the line, and away goes the Skoda. Under the bridge on up run, the left-hander taking it into Torres. And then the other Skoda 111 Iron Price comes onto the line, the other R5 Fabia. With live onboard pictures on the video feed as well, which are pretty impressive, I have to say. Gets underway as Roger comes to the line and does a 45.47 second run. Ian Price pushing hard. Can he get close to that 45.47? As he rounds Torres. On the line is car 123. And that's Tim Cross in the Renault Twingo. Price making his way through the S's and on towards the finish line and does a 44.93. Tim Cross on his way up the hill, and up to the line has come car 90. And that's Richard York in the Porsche Cayman 718 GT4 Clubman 4-litre machine. Tim Cross continues to make his way up the hill. Away goes Richard York. Tim Cross appearing to get fairly close to the barriers there, but not making contact, I'm pleased to say. He is through the S's on up towards semicircle. He goes. And up to the finish line, the time for Tim Cross 59.41. As 106 on the line is Malcolm Evans in the Renault Clio. Richard York continues his way up the hill in the Porsche Cayman. He comes into semicircle, rounds that long right-hander up to the finish line to set a time of 54.06. Back to the historic cars on the line, the beautiful Volvo Amazon car number 38. Steve Allen makes his way up the hill. That's Malcolm Evans in the Toyota Yaris continues his run through the S's and up to semicircle. Max Hawks in the Alfa Romeo 145 is away. Time for Steve Allen in the Volvo Amazon is 75.46 seconds. As leaving the line is David Smith in the Renault Sport Clio 182, car number 78 then on the hill. Ahead of him car 820, Max Hawks in the Alfa Romeo. David Smith rounding Torres in the Renault Sport Clio. And the time 65.70 for Max Hawks. Tom Weaver is on the line in the Citroen Saxo VTS, car number 65. David Smith coming towards the end of his run. Tom Weaver, meanwhile, continues his way up the hill in the Saxo. And Paul Renison just leaving the start line in the Honda Integra, car number 121. The time for Tom Weaver 62.31. Paul Renison continuing up the hill in the Integra. On the line it's Andrew Feekins in the Renault Clio 172 Cup car, 122. Doing a semicircle. And crosses the line with a time of 56.04. Andrew Feekins heading up towards Torres. Thomas Tramelo in the Subaru Impreza waits on the start line. And our nighttime hill record holder comes to the line then, car number 2. Sitting on the line, Scott Moran in the Skoda R5. Can he better his time from 2 years ago now, 2022? Of course, this is a practice run, so it wouldn't actually count on this run anyway. Away goes Scott. Thomas Tramelo ahead of him on the hill. That record time once again is 46.76, the time for to indeed anyone to set a new record. Thomas Tramelo with a 58.03. Scott negotiating the S's, on up he goes. On towards the finish line, and a time of 44.18. It's telling me 44.18, which would be a record if it was one of the official timed runs by some way. So a good run for Scott there. Meanwhile, Alan Bland on the hill in the Abath 124 125. Waiting on the start line, Kevin Lahert in the MG TF 160. Hanging the tail out a little bit there, the Abath there, Aaron Bland in the Abath 124. Holding it all together. Coming up to the finish line, and it is going to be a 55.36. As Kevin Lahert continues to make his way up the hill in the MGTF. And Colin Bullock sits on the start line in the Audi RS6, car number 128. Kevin coming towards the end of his run in the MGTF as Colin Bullock gets away in the Audi, and Kevin's time 61.24 seconds. Colin just under the bridge and on up towards Torres. Up to the line that comes the BMW convertible, car 129. Paul Lanza Dragasanu in the BMW E36 M3 convertible. Paula Larissa Dragasanu then heading away now. What can Colin Bullock do in the Audi RS6? He's coming towards the end of his run. To the finish line with a time of 59.60. Chris McQueen sits on the start line in the GBS 0, Great British Sports Cars, GBS stands for. And the although they look not dissimilar to the Caterhams, It is apparently a wider car. Risa Dragasano coming to the finish line in the BMW, sets a time of 54.53. Chris McQueen rounds Ettores, and Clive Berry sits on the start line, and here's Chrysler Sunbeam 1600 Ti, car number 132. His run, still a little way to go for the GBS Zero driver, but he is going to set a time of 59.28. Clive Berry, Martin Saunders in the Renault Clio RS 200 is on the line. Away goes Martin Saunders then. As Clive Berry continues to pedal the Chrysler Sunbeam up the hill, and coming close to the finish line to set a time of 60.05. 60.05 for Clive Berry. Martin Saunders continuing on up in the Renault Clio. Josh Martin is on the line in the Mazda MX-5, car 134. And away goes Josh. Martin Saunders should be sub 1 minute, I think. That certainly is. A 55.85 for the Renault Clio RS 200 of Martin Saunders. Josh Martin on his run, his practice run. And on the line we have car number 823, Ben Cross, in car that Tim Cross is also driving across, the Renault Twingo 133 RS, and he is away. And we are back into demonstration run mode, because Dave Kedwood has just brought the wonderful Safari Spec Lancia Delta Integrale Evo up to the line. But what about the times for these last couple of competitive cars? So 61.29 for Josh Martin in the Mazda MX-5. So the Lancia 037, sorry, of not the Delta Integrale Evo, the Lancia 037. Dave Kedwood, the Safari spec machine of Dave Kedwood, as Ben Cross about to complete his run, coming up to the line now, and it is a 59.47. Of course it is, well, Dave Kedwood also has a Delta Integrale, but he's using the 037 here today. Away he goes under the bridge, and to line comes car. Well, it's got a number 6 on the side of it. It is one of our demonstration cars. It is the Metro 6R4. Elmo's Metro 6R4 then getting away. Dave Kedwood coming close to the end of his run, into semicircle now. On towards the finish line to set a time of 63.15 then. Dan Elmo, well on the way up the hill in his car. Tim Bendel's Metro 8R4, I should say, the V8 engined
Okay, well, we're doing something a little bit different. We've come out to the paddock area. I'm Owen. I've got Lloyd with me here. And what you're looking at the moment, this is the Slowly Sideways Club doing demonstration runs in genuine historic rally cars, or very, very, very accurate replicas thereof. We've got a Evo 6 Mitsubishi. We've got an Evo 3 in the Winfield livery, which was used some in Europe, but Winfield, you mostly saw that in New Zealand and Australia. We have this Auto Bianchi, I believe, is that? Look.
That's deceptively quick. I quite like that. I think it's a great looking thing. Absolutely great looking thing. I think if you look at the kind of company it's in, yes, it's quite small, but I think it punches well above its weight. That thing. I don't know what engine's in it though. I can only imagine it's some sort of 8-valve thing. I don't know.
Yeah, some sort of small engine thing, but it does go very quick off the line. And then right behind that, what everybody knows, the ultimate Group B rally car, the Audi Quattro. Now this is the standard one. The sport one, you've heard that term, that's a shorter wheelbase and it looks all stubby. That's the full
short wheelbase Evo 1, that one. And you can tell that this has clearly got some provenance because it's got the invitation to Goodwood. It's left-hand drive. That car is a car with a bit of history. Maybe we should go and have a look at that later when it comes back.
Well, when they come back in, we'll need to check it out. Just coming back in now, we've got Nick Elsmore in his Autoplas liveried Metro 6R4. Nick's been a very, very busy advocate of historic rallying. He pops up everywhere with the car. And coming in behind him is the Muddy Fox Metro 6R4 that ran in Spain. This is a livery it ran in when it ran in Spain originally.
Yeah. It's funny. It's funny, this one. It sounds like a V8, doesn't it? I'm not sure whether it is or isn't. I don't know enough about it. But it'd be interesting to find that out as well.
Yeah, it's got a different sound. If you listen to Nick's car and then you listen to this car, they've got completely different sounds to them. So we'll try to get some words with it.
The only issue I think for these boys at the minute is I think 6R4s aren't renowned for their viewing for looking out the back. So I think they're having to just take a bit of time to park up at the moment. So maybe we give them a second to just get themselves back in and get settled, and then maybe we can grab a word with them.
Yeah, I'm going to say the rear view mirror in the middle of that probably does not assist in reversing maneuvers in a car park. So.
No. Shall we go and have a talk to some people? Shall we go and see if we can find some people to talk to?
Well,
unless you want to go.
Alistair's walking by. Alistair, this is Alistair Moffat, the new 10-time British auto test champion, believe it or not. You were in a Mark II Escort to start the day, and you put on a great show. Did the owner of the car take it away from you?
No, I think we stripped right in front of your very eyes. We stripped second gear, I think, as we left the start line on the second run. So that was the end of the day, really. So Roger took it in good spirits, considering it was a borrowed car, and it's a beautiful borrowed car. No, it was just one of those things, isn't it, really? So it'd been in there 10 years. So so I think I pushed it over the line, and it's at the end of the day for it.
Are you going to have to do your day job and take the gearbox out of that car for Roger?
Of course I am, yes.
Anyway.
Yeah, so no, it's been a great event and a great selection of cars, and there's been some real top celebs, sort of most idols of mine in rally terms have been here, and it's been fantastic. You know, we had the 6R4 with Di Llewellyn and everyone from which was brilliant, Alistair Sutherland here, national champion in the 6R4, and then the real nice thing was we had Nigel Harris, who was Malcolm Wilson's co-driver in the 6R4, who sadly passed away. It was his daughter came to with a connection with the 6R4. She came to the event and all that, so it was brilliant. So yep, so I hope everybody's enjoying watching it, and it's been a great day, and I'll be back next year. I don't know what in.
Well, it depends what Roger has available for you. Thanks, Alistair. Right. So that answers the question. What happened to that was Roger Moran, Alistair Moffat. Roger Moran lent him his Mark II rally car.
It was a very spectacular run.
It was a beautiful run on the practice run. It wasn't live streamed. I don't know whether he'll have it on tape somewhere to put that on there, but it was.
It'll make the highlight reel.
Yeah. Well, Alistair's a stunt driver as well, so he put on a show. So hopefully it helps some footage somewhere.
It helps.
Okay. Right. So. The slowly sideways. So if we're following along here, folks, we've just finished the first practice runs. We have just done a demonstration run with the slowly sideways group, and we will try to we'll try and get you a close up on some of those cars, and we'll talk to the owners a bit in a few minutes. What's going to happen next? So if you're following us along, the first timed runs are going to happen in a few minutes. So you'll see that on the big screen, and we're following along. We'll be in the paddock. Carrying on, try to bring you as much information, show you the cars, and all the rest of that. So where would you like to start?
Let's go and have a wander. Let's have a wander. So we've got some interesting bits and pieces here. So we've got lovely Group N Impreza, which is always nice to see. But let's go and have a quick look at some interesting bits and pieces. Let's have a look at some interesting bits and pieces. Right, here's a man I know.
Ed James over here.
Here's a man I know. I'm gonna have a quick chat with Ed.
Yeah. Hello, Lloyd.
Owen mentioned earlier that you can't be missed because you're about 8 feet tall.
I am.
So
I'm actually 6 foot. Right?
Yeah. So tell us what made you choose a Micra, especially a kit car variant. Why did you build it? What's special about it? What did you do with it?
In my younger days, I worked on the factory kit car Micra, so it was a sort of natural progression to build my own car. The factory cars were a little bit too expensive, so I built my own. So yeah, and we've been doing the BTRDA Forest Championship for the last 3 years, so I really enjoyed it.
And was that on the Mark Higgins stuff back in the 90s, tarmac stuff or gravel stuff?
Yeah, I've always loved it, especially with the kit cars and the wide track cars and also Super 2000 cars. Yeah, proper great fun to enjoy rallying them and particularly in the forest. So yeah.
Yeah, and how long did it take to build? What did it start as just a standard Micra? Was it something that you built from a proper shell upwards?
So no, I bought it as a wide tracked body shell, and then we've built engines and gearboxes and drive shafts and uprights and all the stuff that makes it work as a forest car as opposed to being a tarmac. So yeah, from being a shopping trolley, there's really not a lot Micra left on it anymore.
And in terms of obviously going from the forest to here, obviously I know you do you're very experienced in the world of rallying. How do you find the transition between daytime and nighttime when you come to somewhere like this?
Actually, the daytime and nighttime thing's not as challenging as the different levels of grip. Yeah. I'm used to the car moving around a lot. I'm used to the surface being changeable, and to be in a condition where I've actually got grip on tarmac tyres is really odd. And also, it all been over so quickly, so I'm used to the car doing 10 to 15 mile stages, maybe more, and yeah, I get to the top and I want to do a handbrake turn and come back down again to do another few miles, basically, because I've got my head in the job by the time I get to the end. So yeah, it's quite alien to me, but yeah, it's great fun. It's a great day. It's a great social event to see lots of people. There are lots of people we know, like yourself. Not seen you for a while, so it's great to see you.
Exactly, and just talk us through just to close things off, what you've got coming up, because I know that this is you do this as a business. This is your profession. EGM preparation based in Ulster. Just tell us what you got coming up now and who you're running.
We are running Rallye R5 in the BTRDA Championship. We're also running 2 cars, a classic Mini and an Escort on the Royal Anglo-Caledonian Rally, and then we're running 4 cars at Donington on the MSV Tarmac Championship. So yeah, it goes right up till Christmas with our events. So yeah, it's very busy.
Busy guy. I'll leave you to it, Ed. Thank you very much, mate. Take care. Speak to you later. Right, what do we got? Oh, we've got Mr. Darrian coming back down the hill now in this beautiful A110. I don't know whether he's just about to go out or whether he's just come back in, but you'll see this now. This is one of my favourite ever rally cars. This Alpine A110. People like Michel Mouton started their careers in these cars, and they're just so light and delicate. They're about 110-20 brake horsepower, so they're not massively powerful, but they're so light and agile. They just made up so much deficit compared to the Mark II Escorts. So we've got some really, really special bits and pieces. What do you think of that? I mean, that's a pretty thing, isn't it? We like that, don't we?
Yeah, it's proper old school. It's back in the day, Monte Carlo rally. Anytime you see pictures of it, it is on the old Monte Carlo rally from the 70s, and it's kind of like the European version of a Mark II Escort in some ways, because these cars are blistery quick. You know, it's a unique setup, a unique style, but to see one here, we've got this one here today, and it's absolutely stunning. So, as you can see, folks, we are starting to get lined up for the first time to run. And from that, so we're going to go wander up here a little bit. We've got... you want to do? Yeah. So we're going to go see Caroline Ryder, who's the mother of our new British champion Matthew Ryder, and Sam Lester, who got conned into buying this.
We actually had, and Tom,
Tom, come here.
We actually had Louise Aitken walking and Michelle Mouton book, but when we realised these two were coming, we decided to cancel them. So
yeah, well, we got to go with the best, right? So we have these two young ladies here. So Lloyd, you take over.
Thank you. Right. Guys, so you're sharing the car this weekend. How are you finding it? Something I've asked, how are you finding the transition between, firstly, Caroline, we'll start with the Formula Ford that you've been racing. How are you finding having a roof over your head?
It's very, very different. Front wheel drive as opposed to rear wheel drive, of course, and just very different, and has a very tight diff on it, so it's kind of quite hard work, but it's good fun.
So there's a lot of power in this car, and obviously the Formula Ford is very light. Not the most power in the world, no respect to it, but very light and very different. So I'm just kind of interested to see, are your reference points still the same? Do you still kind of, obviously you've been up here many, many times. How much does it change? Does it change to a point where you have to completely relearn the track?
No, I don't think so. I think it's very similar, really. I did drive, back in the 90s, I had a little Honda CRX for a couple of years, and that was good fun, but front-wheel drive again, so I've had a little bit of a go. But it's just very different in terms of, it's got more power. Formula Ford teaches you to carry momentum through the corners, though, of course, because you can't, if you lift off, you might as well put the brakes on.
Of course. Well, brave Ski. And Sam, how's your day been? You had a little sideways moment earlier around the Tories. How did we? How have you managed to get on with the afternoon? And are you getting a bit quicker?
Yeah.
That's it. One word. Are you getting more confident with it?
It was fine. It felt really grippy until it wasn't, and I went and put it into first, thinking this is a good idea, and then obviously it wasn't. So lesson learned. Shan't do it again.
Well, tell us a bit more about this car, because this is a very, very serious bit of kit, isn't it? It's well in excess of 200 horsepower. Go get Roger. You're just the driver. Well, that's fine with me. But basically, the main thing is you're having a good day. Have you had to go in the night time yet? How are you finding it at night?
Well, we haven't had a dark run yet. We did a dusk run earlier, and that was pretty fun. So we'll see. Yeah. It should be good, I think. Looking forward to it.
Well, go well. And Caroline, just one final word on Matt. You must be very, very proud. Oh, yes. Who's Matt? Well, Matt. Matt knows everything from Mum. So Matt Ryder, British Hill Climb champion. Yeah. You must be very proud. Obviously, that's been a season of highs and lows. Yeah. Shelsley Walsh event 1 must have felt like a low, and to finally secure the championship. How do you feel? You must be so proud.
Yeah, very proud. It was amazing, really. So yeah, I don't know what more to say, because it's just amazing.
Well, we'll leave you guys to it. Thank you so much, and we'll speak to you later.
Just going to point out, on camera you'll see, we started with Ed's car and working all the way up the hill here. There's 25 cars in this class. And we've got what do we got? Micra, we got Saxo, we've got a Peugeot 206, we got a 106, we got a 205. What are we missing? We got 106, 205, we're missing something. 306. No, we don't have a 306, that's too heavy.
Can we chat to the Wilsons?
Right, we have the Wilsons here who are stupidly quick. I'm going to hand you over to our French correspondent for this one. I can't win with him with the French cars today, so Lloyd, I'll let you carry on with the Peugeot.
Thank you very much. Well, I wanted to come and chat to David and Robert. This was the old faithful. When I first came into the Hill Climb scene, I saw this 205 and thought, that's not a GTI, but it goes much better than a GTI should. So Robert and David, a father and son team. I just want you to tell me a little bit about this car, how it started life, and how you're finding it today.
So he started life in Ireland as a little shopping car, a 1.2 or 1.1 shopping car that the guy was doing as a rally car, and he got about halfway through. He did all the inside, put the cage and the seats in, and then abandoned it. He turned his attention to a Porsche. So we bought the rolling shell and put in an engine and gearbox that we built out for just a standard, well, not standard, but a 205 GTI engine with our own take on it. So,
and you've recently we've recently moved to sort of mid-engine Lotus this season. Is it good to have the old girl back? And you're obviously up against. It looks to me like you're locked in a little bit of a battle with Tony Feekins. Do you think you've got a bit more in the tank? See if you can overcome him. I know he's got slightly more. He's got a bit more oomph, maybe, but
yeah, it should be a good contest. Yeah, it's obviously this is on slicks and mod prod, but we've how much can you use today in the conditions that you've got? We might as well we'll give it a good go, and I don't know how much more we've got left, to be honest. It's very different to driving the Lotus, which I've only just got used to. So yeah, it's just getting used to how hard you have to drive this thing. You've got to.
And do you think that you've? I'll let you go soon because you've got to get cracking. But do you think is there any more time in it? Do you think?
Not in the dark, no. I think the best time was in the daylight, but we'll give it our best shot.
Guys, thank you so much. Go well. See you later.
Right next to this car. Let's have a look at this car quickly. They're just getting suited up here. This, for our UK rally fans, they'll kind of know what this is. For our international fans, you haven't got a clue. This is a Darrian. In this case, this is a T90 version. What engine have you got in the back? 2-liter? So this one has a 2-liter Vauxhall engine in the back. It's two-wheel drive. It's a Tarmac Terra made by a small company in Wales, and they are specifically built for tarmac rallying. I have seen one try it on gravel once, and it was the owner's just telling me, I know you got to get going, so we won't hold you up. But it's a very specialized car. They're very quick, they're very light, they're very nimble, and actually the gentleman, the owner, actually uses this in the forest, but generally it was designed as a tarmac rally car. Room for 2 seats. You can do any engine sizes that you want to change classes, but made in a small little company in Wales. They've been making rally cars for over 20 years plus, and it's a very special car. As we go up the hill, you can see we've got all in the same class, but such an array. We've got an MGTF with the 1.8 VVC. We've got Tony Feekins' 1.9 liter, almost 2 liter. It's got some big bores in it. So 2 liter Peugeot 205. We have a Mazda MX-5, which I believe is turbocharged. I'm just checking with my consulting here.
That's what that one is.
It used to be. And then we go to the traditional. We got to talk about the lights. Lloyd, we got to talk about the lights.
Perfect.
Now, this, if you're a rally enthusiast of any historic whatsoever, lamp pods, LEDs, don't cut it. This is a Mark II Escort, and you see here there's no deck graphics on it or anything. You can see the wide arches on it. It's a Group 4 specification, which was in period. It does have some DTM carbon fiber mirrors. So those aren't period, which means this car... Is this yours? All right. Well, no, we're admiring. We're just saying... In rallying, this is the proper light setup.
Yeah. The only thing that is different is they are LED Cibis, because they only draw about 0.09 of an amp, whereas a standard 100 watt would draw 0.9 of an amp, and there wouldn't be enough power in the alternator to run it any more than that. So, but they are genuine Cibis, so they're very bright. Yeah.
Sorry, your name, sir?
Tony Porter.
Okay, Tony. This is a beautifully clean car. What do you normally compete in this? Do you do just sort of one-off things? What do you do with this car?
Just a bit of leisure. This is my first event with it. I've not long had that car. I've got various other cars, but no, just getting used to the car. No, yeah, nice car, good car.
So you literally open the garage door, going, "I think I'll hike that one today."
It is almost that. I'm lucky enough to have a few vehicles, so I am enjoying it. There's going to be some modifications on it after today, so we'll see how we get on with it.
What engine are we running in this?
This is running a 2-litre Pinto, so it's quite period for the car.
Okay.
The only thing that is different, it is running a 6-speed Mazda gearbox, which is very strong, but I don't like the gear ratio, so it will be coming out very soon.
Are we going to keep it in modified spec, or are you going to keep it in a historic spec?
It's probably gone too far to keep it in historic, because it's got power steering, floor mounted pedal box, etc, etc.
Okay.
So I'll probably move forward actually and go sequential or something like that.
That's a great thing, especially in UK with Mark II, Mark I Escorts. You can have everything from an original 1600, cross-flow standard car up to, there are Mark II Escorts out there currently with sequential gearboxes and over 300 horsepower. The one next to it does have a sequential gearbox in it. We talked about it earlier. But are you having good time with this one tonight?
Yeah, great fun, really good event. Really good event. It's very good. Weather's been kind to it as well, so that's what makes all the difference, isn't it?
Yeah, after last year, it was like Swampy the Swamp here last year, but I'm glad you said. Just remember, you're on HillClimb.TV, so you'll be able to watch yourself go up the hill later, so go check the YouTube feeds after.
15 minutes of fame, brilliant.
Is that how long it took to get up the hill? Appreciate your time, Tony. You need to get in your car, get going. Right. So, modern technology mixed with old school. So, in North America, they call that like resto mod or something, where you've got the old on the outside and modern underneath. But, and this is a Mark I Escort with the bubble arches.
Bubble arches, we love that. We love that. Yeah, no, we like the Mark I Escort. I'm more of a Mark II kind of guy myself, but to be honest, it's kind of like, it's difficult to choose between the two. To be honest, it really is, isn't it?
Well, the Mark I, they went from the Cortina to the Mark I Escort and developed it into a very competitive car. And every time they learned something, and then they brought it to the next level. That's what makes the Mark II so great, is because all the development from the Mark I and I think the Mark I Cortina as well in the early days. So.
Well, next to it, we've got Nick Wilkins. I'm going to see if I can just quickly open the door up. He's pretending to be asleep. Nick, can we have a quick chat? I don't want to keep you, but just very quick. How are you getting on today? How's the Mighty Golf performing?
It's really good fun. Great atmosphere here today, and so many people all the way up the hill cheering and waving.
Specifically for you?
Oh, well, that's the only reason I've come here, Lloyd. Let's be honest. And of course yourself. But yeah, so it's just really nice, and it's the atmosphere. We just sat around here having tea and coffee, and there's people just coming up and asking about the cars and stuff.
On that note, just a quick 20 seconds. What is the history on this car? To sum it up.
We built it as a tribute to a Monte Carlo VW entry. We wanted something a bit different. Everyone's got Escorts and stuff like that, and we thought, you know what, let's build a Golf. We've always liked Golfs, and got another one that's being built at the moment. We're building one that's going to be purely historic, and yeah. Why not?
Fantastic. And how have you found the hill? Is it okay in these kind of dark and then light conditions? How are you getting on? You feel like you got a bit more time to find?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's really going to get any faster tonight, because the corners just look different when you get to them, even with really good lights. And it is just starting to get a little bit greasy, and just feel a bit of moisture coming in the air. So,
are you having a little battle with anybody? Have you got a yardstick to go against?
Yeah, my nephew.
So that's Josh, is it?
Yeah, Josh, and he's currently 2/100ths of a second quicker than me, so it's a bit of a,
So loser has to pay for the McDonald's on the way home.
There could be a fighting, yeah. But I pay for the fuel and tyres, so he gets away with it.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Nick, thank you very much for chatting to us. Appreciate that. Nick Wilkins, always very, very good competitor with this car. Quite often you'll see this car on all the local stages, so we'll just get out of the way of him.
Right, yep, they're just going to head down here. I just want to catch a quick word with George. And I know this is George Sackness in his self-built R3 Clio that started off with a very cheap body shell. George, I know it's your first time been doing some hill climbs this year and stuff, but now you're in the dark. How's it going?
Amazing day and even more amazing evening. Thank you to all the marshals and of course the spectators. We're having so much fun, and I hope the spectators are having fun too.
I think they are. And this car, how are you getting on with all the extra lights? Have you got enough lights to see your way up the hill?
I've been told that they're very strong, which is only a good thing, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's it. It looks like you're lining up for your first timed run. Have you got any strategies?
Just flat out as always, I think.
Flat out, that's the way you go. Have a good run, George. Okay, that's George in his self-built. Now, that car didn't even come here in a trailer. He drove it to the track, and he'll drive it home when he's finished, but it's very well prepared. Next to him, we're back to a Peugeot 205. And this happens to be Paul Meadows, who's looking at me like, oh, I'm in trouble. Runs the Welsh Sprint and Hill Climb Club Championship. But he wanted to be involved in this event, so he went and got a Peugeot 205. And he went and got a rally car. It has got wide arches on it and a very small steering wheel. And I know Paul's been wrestling with it a little bit on the tight corners. But have you found the technique yet, Paul?
No, but I'm still having a go. Still having fun. Carry on.
That's good. Is this the first time you've actually had the car out on the hills?
No, I've used it once at Pembrey on a sprint, but this is the first hill and the first time in the dark.
Okay, did you get practice in the dark? Was it dark enough for the practice, or is this going to be the first run in pitch black?
This will be the first run in pitch black, but I done one, it was a bit dim, but it went okay.
The bottom line is when everybody's out here to have fun, are you enjoying yourself?
I'm having an absolute blast, Owen. Yeah, really great, mate. Yeah, brilliant.
Thanks for the chat, Paul. We'll let you get psyched in there. Okay, right. So there, and then we've got a BMW up top here, who's just he's lining up, ready to go. Where's my BMW? Lloyd, you're an expert on the BMWs here. So do you want to? You're shaking your head. We know it's old, and we know it's a classic. It's a 318, I think. E318 E30. So he's running in the class as well. And let's go over here. What do we got, Lloyd? What do we got over here? Your mini. Oh, the mini challenge. Yeah, I guess I get. Whoa! Don't take our camera. Yeah, no. Take our cameraman around over there. Our cameraman's actually our producer. You've heard us talk about our producer before. Well, we've got to keep him out of the mud. Right. I got a few victims over here. Volunteers here. I've got Andy Price, Roger Taylor, and my apologies.
Adam Jones.
Adam Jones. Don't you co-drive this thing?
I do co-drive for Andrew, yes.
Right. First of all, I need to explain about this car. People hear me talking about rally cars. This car here of Andy's, this is Andy's car, competes in the Mini Rally Challenge. It's a low-budget rally championship that it's actually gotten me back competing this year myself. And I've had a good time with it, and I'll be back next year.
Did you win it?
I won the R50 Tarmac Championship. Thank you very much. I was not going to mention that. Yes, I won it a couple of weeks ago. Brilliant little championship. Very low cost because I pretty much can't do any cheaper. But I know you've competed in other forms of rallying in the past and everything. Why have you gone to the Mini?
Affordable. Yeah, affordable. Just I can afford to crash it. So if you prang it, you can fix it, which is, as cheap as it's going to get, really.
They are. The cars are actually pretty much standard. We've got a few spec parts on the cars, some for reliability and some to make them equal across the board. I know you were doing some testing this year. You built the car and you've done a couple of events and that type of thing. What's your feelings now that you got in the car? I mean, you've done some night to night and you're getting used to the car again. How do you feel going into next year?
Yeah, good. Looking forward to it. Yeah, so I'm going to do the full Mini challenge, do the hills forward stages and just get out and use the thing now. Now I've got a hill climb bug now. I want to do some hill climbs as well.
It is addictive. I mean, I've gone from rallying to hill climb sprinting, and I went back to rallying, but I'm here. So, you work it out. Right. Now, this is a strange thing is rallying, when you're rallying, you have a co-driver. Well, he's driving his car, but the co-driver's going, hang on, I'm having nothing of this. So the co-driver brought his own car out. Where's your car?
Oh, it's over there.
It's over there. You co-drive for Andy normally.
Yes.
So what's he like as a driver?
He's pretty rapid, yeah. He's good fun. It's entertaining.
Is it entertaining is that going to win, being entertaining?
Well, it wins in every book, doesn't it? Because if you don't have a laugh in the car, what's the point of doing it?
which is what rallying's about. You might not see
enjoy it, haven't you? Got to enjoy it.
You do. So, I mean, with the hill climbing, you could share the car. Would Andy not let you drive this car?
He probably would, yeah, because he's a nice bloke. But we've got my old Escort in the garage doing nothing, so get it out and use it, innit? It doesn't get used enough.
Okay, so you're driving a Mark II Escort.
Yeah.
He's driving the Mini. I'm going to ask who's currently the quickest up the hill.
Andy in the Mini. I just went in the gravel trap on my run now.
Okay, that's not the answer I was hoping for or looking at. Anyway, enjoy the rest of the evening, guys. I hope you enjoy it, and put on a light show for us later. So, Lloyd, where are you? Lloyd, this is Roger Taylor. He was a rally driver, then he went circuit racing and going, oh, the heck with that nonsense, let's get back in the rally car again. And folks, he has a proper Mark II Escort with the correct lighting package on the front.
Spotlight. He's passed the spotlight inspection. Roger, you've been one of the most exuberant drivers that we've had today. It's been absolutely phenomenal to watch you up the hill. This is a pretty serious Mark II Escort. Could you tell us a bit about what package it's running, engine, transmission, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I bought it probably in about 2012, and it was, it was a good rally car, but I've just developed it over since then, really. We put a 2.4 litre Vauxhall XE, which kind of cheaper than the Millington, but produces 300-ish horsepower.
That'll do, won't it?
That'll do. That'll get your attention, definitely, yeah. And so that was the first thing, get it to go quick, and then it's got a Quaife sequential box in it, which pretty much all of them got nowadays. But recently we've just gone for Riga suspension all round, and we've changed all the front end geometry to this Rix modular suspension setup, and the braking is phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. The only thing that I've done today, which has just been the wrong thing to do, I asked, because I'm not a hill climber, somebody said you just need the softest tyres to go up today. So I turned up with the wets, and we destroyed the rears in about, I think after the first run they were pretty much gone. So somebody's come over and they bought me 2 rears. I thought, I won't need the fronts. And then on the last practice run, it was understeering before, but now it's completely gone on the front. The fronts have completely just turned to putty. So we've put one super soft, and we've kept one of the wets on the front. Okay. So I don't know what it's going to do, but I thought I'd put the decent hard one on the right hand side so that we can. Well,
I was just about to say, so it's confidence inspiring then on the brakes, but it sounds like you've got a bit of a mix and match coming up next then.
I just don't know what I've got at the moment. Let's just get out there and see.
And so you're more into rallying than, so is this one of the first hill climbs you've done in this car? Are you more tarmac rallying?
I've done this event twice. Tarmac rallying it's my thing. I only got into the circuit racing in the 116 trophy because the rallying was off during COVID. And they got the racing on a lot earlier, and I thought, I just want a bit of seat time. So it was so cheap to do. It was great little championships, rear wheel drive. We owned the car between 3 of us, so it's just cheap.
Well, Roger, it's fantastic to see this car here. From me personally, I speak for a lot of people when I say this is just one of the top cars for me today. I love this thing. So thank you for bringing it over, and I hope you get on well on the next run.
Okay, now our next car in the queue. I have to control Lloyd. Lloyd is a French car enthusiast, and what we have here is an Alpine 110 Pure. Am I correct, sir?
Correct.
Is it completely standard, or have you tweaked it a little bit since you've owned?
It's Roger Moran's car that ran here last year with Robert Lancaster Gay and Caroline driving, and it's got a bit of a map, and it's got coilovers.
Ooh.
So it's not standard, but it's not super modified.
Yeah, just looking behind me, has Lloyd got the shakes, or has he calmed down yet? Because he's desperate. He is desperate to talk to you about this car.
He has an excited smirk on his face, really, as you might say.
He does want to own one day, and I said, well, just buy this. If it's Roger's car, he'll sell anything. But
it's mine now, but money has changed hands, so.
So you're not going to sell it anytime soon?
No, I've literally only had it about 3 weeks. So.
3 weeks.
Yeah. So
3 weeks.
So
Okay, I know that Lloyd wants to ask some questions about this car.
You're welcome.
I can see him there, so I am going to put him out of his misery. Lloyd, go on.
Can I just firstly congratulate you on your taste in cars, sir? I really can honestly tell you that there's no car I'd rather have than this one.
Well, you'd be right. They're lovely things to drive. They are so lovely. Yeah.
I remember the covers coming off of them in Geneva 2017, and I remember looking at the Premier Edition. They're 1,000 kilos, 1.8 litre Megane engine, DCT gearbox. They're a really, really special thing. I can tell that you've got the Evo Course tyres on it and wheels and etc. etc. It's a really, really special car, this. What are you kind of hoping to do with it? Are you going to just enjoy it as a road car? Are you going to do more kind of motorsport events with it as well?
You probably don't recognise my face. I normally have a 2 litre Dallara. You see, the blue Dallara with the V8 engine.
Yes.
So this is just a bit of a toy, and to do a few events that I wouldn't want to do in a Dallara, really.
Of course.
So I'm not thinking of moving away from the Dallara yet, but this could be, as I get older and slower, this might be what I end up driving.
Yeah. Well, I think it's such a broad judge car. It's just you can do so much with it. It makes a lovely road car, lovely hill climb car. You can do so much with it. So
it's one of those strange cars that can be fast at a competition event.
Yeah.
It's still actually a civilised thing to drive on
Yeah.
the road. Very rare, as you know.
Well, Gordon Murray has one of these. If it is his daily driver, if it's good enough for Gordon Murray,
it's good enough for me.
It's good enough for me. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. What a lovely car.
Right, we're going to put Lloyd in the shower for a minute there until he calms down. We're just moving down here. This is Pekka's Mazda with the 500 horsepower. Ridiculous thing. I think some fine tweaking needs to be. He's got more horsepower and he's got grip. But I wanted to talk about this little car here, this little Renault 5 Turbo.
Yep.
Is that GT?
GT Turbo, yeah.
GT Turbo. Now, see, in rallying, you know, we don't let little incidents happen. Now, this gentleman here, this car, absolutely pristine, beautiful little rally car. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can see closely on camera, the driver's door, well, he scuffed his vehicle. But he didn't go home. Mechanically, it's all fine. He's enjoying it, so he's back out again. Let me just check with him if he's willing to have a quick word. Well, sir, I'm good. How are you, sir? Right. You scuffed your vehicle earlier today, sir.
Yeah, slight off earlier on this morning on the first run. It was a bit more slippery than I thought it was, but we had to fight another day, and we.
Well, you're still here fighting, so obviously it didn't do any mechanical damage. The car is still driving fine.
Yes, it's going really well, to be honest with you. Apart from the damage on the side.
So you're not worried. So you just, it's like, well, it's a rally car. We're just going to carry on as long as it works. We're going to keep going.
Keep on going, yeah, and repair it when we go. And hopefully it could be as nice as the other side when next time we come out.
So is there a history on this car? Have you just built this yourself?
I've been building this over 9 years slowly, bits and pieces, but this is the first year I've used it competitively. First time on the hill. I've done a couple of sprints and circuits, but it's completely a lot faster than I thought it was going to be. This first thing this morning. Obviously that caught me out, but I'm getting the grips with it now.
So the car's actually faster than you thought it would be?
Well, faster than my eyesight.
Oh, so how are you getting on in the dark then?
Well, I don't know. I'd done the last run without my lights on. I thought they were on. I thought they could. You know, they're not very good, but I didn't even know them on. So hopefully this time I'll switch them on before you start.
So the car, you're going to, it looks like a rally car. It's set up as a rally car. Are you going to do any rallies or just stick to the sort of special events and things like that?
Oh, just special events, because it's got an engine change, because it's got a Clio 2 litre a turbocharged engine in here. It can't run in normal classes, so I got to run in Sports Libre. But I'm just here to enjoy it and cheap motoring, hopefully.
Well, I'm glad you stayed for the fans and spectators, everything of this car, because it is a beautiful little car. Well done on you know, you got there, you built it, took 9 years, and you're here. And thank you very much for bringing it.
No problem at all. I'm just glad I'll definitely be back next year.
We look forward to it. Thank you, sir. So Lloyd, wherever he's gone, a 2-liter Clio engine in a Renault 5. Well, there's something different. Right, as we move down a bit, I don't know if you heard, Lloyd, 2-liter Clio engine in this.
Oh, okay, so
it's
or is it just a Clio engine?
Just a Clio engine.
Oh, nice, that's a bit wrong with that.
So we have a more of a standard Clio in blue, And then we have this thing that just looks like a road car from Florida. No. This is Stephen Moore's 600 plus horsepower Mitsubishi Evo 6. And he has several of these that he races around the countryside. He's brought this one out. And I believe he's in the daytime, he's currently leading the class by about 3.9 seconds over everybody else at the moment.
Yeah. Can we just have a wander over there very quickly? I've just lined up a quick chat with one of my favourite cars here. Probably the one I would take home. But just while Dave's got a quick second to chat to us, I'm just with Dave Kedwood. I just wondered if I might have a chat with you about your car, sir. This is probably the car of all the things here today. I think it was nearly the Alpine A110, but then I saw the way that you were driving this. Thank you so much, firstly, for bringing an 037 and you demonstrating it, not just keeping it in a museum. And secondly, thank you for driving it properly. Can you tell us a little bit about the car and the history and how you acquired it?
It's Safari spec. I found it in Kenya and bought it in Kenya. It was in pieces and smashed up. Wow. Over 30 years ago. And I've got its sister car, luckily. And some of the bits that were missing we managed to replicate by copying them off the other car. But yeah, we've had them over 30 years. Like I say, we found it in Kenya. It's an ex-factory.
And how do you get on procuring parts for this car? How is it in terms of running it? Do you have a team to run it, or do you run it yourself? How do you get on with running such a rare beast?
Well, we run it ourselves. We run a garage body shop anyway, and luckily, because it's such a long time ago we bought them, we bought spares at the same time. We've got contacts, and luckily a lot of people are now replicating parts, but we've got our own anyway. We've got moulds to make panels, we've got suspension, engines, gearboxes. Another car.
That's absolutely fantastic. So is it purely demonstration runs that you do with this car, or do you do anything more competitive with it? What? Tell me a bit more about the applications now you can use this car for.
Well, it's a Group B car, so they're banned, but we get invited to go abroad. We've been abroad all over the place with the other one. This one will be going this year. But yeah, I've been Germany, Portugal, Spain, Belgium. Yeah. We get invited all over the place. 2 years ago we ran course car on the WRC Portugal with with its sister car.
And is this obviously the Delta S4 was famous for having the turbo and supercharged engine? Am I right in thinking this was just a supercharged engine?
They're four-wheel drive. These are two-wheel drive supercharged. These are the last two-wheel drive rally cars to win the World Championships in '83.
And I understand on their day these things were head and shoulders quicker on the tarmac events than anything with four-wheel drive.
Yeah, they were nimble. Yeah, Walter Roll says they're the best handling car he's ever used.
It's an absolute piece of artwork. Dave, thank you so much for bringing this car for particularly myself on a personal note. I've never seen an 037 driven in anger. I can tick that one off the box now, and I've got an absolutely fantastic video on my phone of you absolutely launching it off the line earlier.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to see that. Well done.
I'll find you and I'll send it you, Dave. Thank you so much for talking to me. I really appreciate it. Thank you for bringing this car to show everybody. What a fantastic car. Yeah, that's a really special thing. What do you reckon?
They are a very special car. I think you have to, if you understand the period with the transition from two-wheel drive to four-wheel drive in the Group B period before it got banned, you know what these cars are. The one that killed the two-wheel drive cars is right over here. And come on with me, Lloyd. Yes. Yes. This ultimately.
Let's let this young man.
Let the young man take a picture. This.
Good set of coil packs when he sees.
Yeah, absolutely. They look like off a modern Audi. Anyway, we've been in the trade way too long. This car essentially killed two-wheel drive car winning the World Championship. This was a car that finally put the stop to it. They had a lot of problems in the early days of these cars. They were not reliable. They were tractors, all sorts of issues. But once they got them reliable, they did an Evo 1. They did the original. They did Evo 1. They even did the Evo 2. They did the Shorty, the Sport Quattro. And to this...
Short wheelbase. Two-door. It's two-door, short wheelbase, this one.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with it. If we can find the owner of it, it'd be a little bit easier. Get some more details. But because the bonnet's open, I wanted to take a shot at this. But this is, we believe it's a genuine car from period. So it's not a replica, which there are a lot.
What do you think? It's well before your time. What do you think of this?
Right. Young rally fan said it's fast. It is fast. Matter of fact, there's not enough room on the circuit here to actually get it full fast because of its short thing.
It does leave the line very well.
It does. You know, I've got a driver over here who's kind of chuckling and everything, and I'm just going to see. I'm going to just check on this. Talk for a minute.
I think this is short wheelbase. This car, I can't quite tell. But anyway, you can tell it's clearly a car of great history. I mean, it's 2000 Goodwood Festival of Speed, so it's clearly the real deal. It's left-hand drive. It's period correct. This car, I can only say, it's period correct. But we'll find out from the owner a bit more about it. But it's certainly not short of power. It's getting harder and harder to find these cars and find people that can run them to their full potential. Sometimes they're watered down ever so slightly, so it is harder and harder to find them ran to their full potential. So it's brilliant that these slowly sideways guys are finding these cars, finding these owners that can all keep these things going. So it's absolutely fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I'm being summoned. Owen's got found somebody that we can have a chat to. Owen, what you got?
Well, I think at the moment we've got a change of producers going on over here. The boss has been sent out. Our cameraman has turned into a woman. Right. So as soon as we get sorted out here, we're here for the entertainment. We've got, now here's, oh Lord, what's this is? Well, we've got young people watching us live on HillClimb.TV while I'm talking to you live on HillClimb.TV. Are you guys enjoying the event? Yes. Yeah? Have you been here before, or have you seen the cars before? This is your 4th year. So, have you here with your parents or friends or your dad?
Yeah.
Is he a big rally fan?
Yeah.
And you're a big rally fan?
Yeah.
You want to be get older? You want to compete in rallying?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't really know much.
Right. Do you like the modern cars or the old cars?
Old cars.
You like the old cars?
I don't like electric.
No, not electric, but you got the Skodas and things down there. Do you like those?
Yeah.
Okay. You just like rally cars. Top man. Right. I'm going to come over to this gentleman. I have no idea what his name is because he's got all different names on it. So this is a replica. I believe it's a replica. Correct. It's a replica of Tommy Mackinnon's Evo 6 Mitsubishi from any particular time, year, event?
Year 2000, which obviously was fantastic times for Mitsubishi and Tommy Mackinnon. They obviously have great success in that period, winning 4 world titles with this similar cars to this. So it's nice to own this car, and obviously it's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to drive it as well. But the big thing is that it has an amazing following because people just see the iconic car and just picture the Tommy Mackinnon back in the day doing what he did to a fantastic standard. And obviously the car's just a dream to drive. It's people are enjoying it here. We're sort of having a little bit of a slide around at various corners, and lots of people coming up to us saying I really enjoyed the way you're driving the car, etc. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here and put a smile on everybody's face that's watching, and put a smile on my face when I'm driving.
Well, yes, and it's great to see. It sticks out, you've got the older cars, and it's like the next generation Group A car, because I think this was still Group A at the time it did it. Now, I kind of know the answer. This is not just a paint job on this car. This is a full-out modified prepped car. I've heard this go off the line. Is it that full prepped out?
It is. It's really it's an equivalent, probably if not slightly higher standard than what was a Group A car in its period. Just because obviously technology's moved on over 20 years, so therefore it has got some nice tweaks. The sequential gearbox, which obviously the Tommy Mackinnon car in its era had that, but the engine and a bigger turbo, and there's quite a few mods on it, and obviously, like I mentioned previously, the technology's moved on so much in 20 years that obviously that's helped this car go like it goes, and it has a WRC back end and different suspension characteristics which obviously make it go well. But it does, in fairness, a lot of people have said it sounds immense.
So this is a proper piece of kit in all sense of the word, and that because you could probably outrun an original car on the day. If you got the original Group A car from 2000 and put it up against this would actually be quicker.
Yeah, possibly. It certainly would be a good contest, shall we say. Maybe not with Tommy Mackinnon driving and me driving, but in fairness, they're two equal drivers, I think. Or if I was to take the opportunity to drive that car and then drive this car back to back, then I think it would be touch and go which car would be the quicker.
It's a beautiful car. I mean, they make a plastic model kit for this car. I know that. To me, I do a bit of model building. And I take it you've traveled all over Europe doing the displays. How long have you been with the Slowly Sideways Club?
I've been a member of Slowly Sideways. I think this is my third year, and obviously I was invited by Slowly Sideways to come and join them, and it's been a fantastic experience. And obviously coming to these events, seeing so many people enjoying these cars, because if it was a genuine works car, it would be parked up in a museum and nobody would dare use it. Yeah. So therefore it's nice to have this, and obviously people can enjoy the car. I enjoy driving the car, and lots of people enjoy it. So this plaque in particular was WRC Rallye Catalunya. So this when we used this car, the WRC, it was on the main WRC event. So the WRC cars for the World Championship was to go off and do the first 3 stages. We would then fill in between and give a demonstration, and then the main WRC cars would come back for their second run of the day. So we're effectively crowd pleasing. So, and he got a good rapport on that I got the personal invitation from Reinhard Klein to come and do the Eiffel Rally, and I went to Eiffel Rally in 23, and then he invited me back this year, which I went 24, and I've got an invitation for next year in this car. He said, and I want you to bring this car. He said, I don't want you to bring any other car, you've got to bring the Mitsubishi.
Well, that says something for the quality of the car. I appreciate you taking the time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you very much.
Nice to speak to you.
Thank you. Right. Oh, what have you got, Lloyd?
Right, come with me quickly. We're going to see if we can get a quick word in with the Morans just before they depart. I want to be quick because I don't want to get in their way. They're just about to fire up and head out. I'll see if I can grab a very quick word with Roger. Roger, do you mind if we just ask you a quick question? Or should we wait for your return?
Yeah,
We'll wait for your return. We'll catch up with you when you get back. We'll grab a quick word with Scott. We don't want to get in your way. We've timed it rather unfortunately, but you get going. They're going to get cracking because it's starting to spit, you see, now. Roger Moran currently with Scott sharing this phenomenal R5 Skoda. They're just going to get ready because obviously the worst thing you want to do is kind of stick a microphone in somebody's face just as they're about to go and send a 500 horsepower rally car up a country lane. So Scott, obviously numerous British Hillclimb champion, just setting up the car for Dad Roger. They are just building their. This is a kind of car that needs to be at temperature. It needs to be within the operating temperatures. There's such tolerances with this car. It has to be right and fired up before it goes out and does its thing. So we'll see how we go. We'll catch up with the Morans, I think, when they're done. Owen's found somebody to chat to while the Morans warm their car up.
Yes, I have this gentleman. If you watch any TV, YouTube, or anything else like this, you will have recognized the Autoplast 6R4.net car of Nick Elsmore. Nick, what you do a lot of extra stuff with this car. I know you love driving this, and you'll take every opportunity to drive it. What's the quick history of the car itself? Like, is this an original, etc., etc.?
Yeah, so this is its 88 livery. The first owners were Steve Harris, whose family owned the Autoplast company. They ran it 87 to 89, National Rally in the Metro Super Challenge and all those kind of things. The livery it's in is its 88 Birmingham Super Prix from the city centre in there. Then it went to Will Gollop, who sold it over to somebody in Spain, and they rallied it over there for a decade, and then it came back and went forest rallying in Scotland for 10 years, and I've had it for the last 10.
Yeah, and you've done all sorts of things with it. You just can't help yourself. If someone wants a car, I got a 6R4, I'll bring that out.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we've had so much fun with it. I've been places I never thought I would go. This car's been on display for the Queen's 90th birthday at Buckingham Palace. It's done Top Gear, it's done Car SOS. I mean, when somebody says, do you want to do it? I kind of go, well, yeah, because I love driving it, and it's all good fun, isn't it?
Yeah, now tell us about, they did raffles to try and raise some money for the Friends of Prescott, and there were 2 winners, and you actually, the prize was a ride in a rally car up the hill, and you brought out the 6R4 and said, come on, let's go.
Yeah, that's it. So they were originally planned to go with David Llewellyn in a 6R4, but there's a broken shaft on that car, so that one was out of action, and so they kind of came over and said, we're looking for a 6R4, what do you think? Do you fancy doing it? And 2 more runs up the hill, yeah, I'm in straight away.
Oh, that's excellent. So is this the only one? Do you have another one of these hidden somewhere?
Not another one of these, no. I have an MG ZR, so I've got an 80s MG and a 2005 MG, but not another 6R4, sadly.
Okay.
I just wouldn't mind asking a question quickly. Talk to me about engine life on these cars and engine servicing. I'm not going to go into the details of numbers of cost, but how long does an engine last in a 6R4? I hear mixed answers.
So the original V64V, they kind of recommended at 1,000 stage mile for a rebuild.
Wow, and that's so 1,000 stage miles. I mean, what would that be? An event? Would that be one Lombard rally back in the day?
Yeah, obviously the works team. I mean, the works team were changing diffs every day and gearboxes every 2 days. Right. So the kind of service life on the diffs is 250 miles, gearbox is 500, an engine 1,000. So yeah,
And from what I understand as well, obviously they got to a point where the 6R4s, there was a lot of unregistered, unsold, unspoken for cars back in the day. Would this have been one of them, or has this got the pedigree? Forgive me if you just repeat yourself, but is this one of the cars that had pedigree?
Yeah, that's it. So this one's got a 6R4 V5, so it came out as a 6R4, and 1st of January 87 was its first road registration, and so it's been in competition. Its first event was February 87, and the last open event that we did with it was November 22, but it is still logbooked and in date, so you never know, it might continue its life rallying.
Well, as I say to everybody, Nick, with these cars, thank you so much for bringing them along and making them live on, and the legend live on, and making it so that you can hear them, because without you guys, it wouldn't stay relevant. So thank you so much for bringing them along.
You're welcome. If no one brings them out, they get forgotten, so it's got to be done.
Nick, just a quick question. I don't know where the owner is on this one. Do you know, have you got the background on this car?
Yeah, so this
is the Muddy, now folks, I'm talking about the Muddy Fox car, which ran in Spain in this livery, but it sounds different to your car. We can't quite work out the engine sound.
So in Spain, they had trouble with the cars ingesting dust and getting engine failures. So when they were running the Spanish Championship with this car, they put a V8 in it. So this is a 4.6 V8.
So Lloyd wins that one, because it sounded like a V8, but we're going, no, it can't be a V8. Yeah. So it was a genuine, allowed, homologated, whatever the case may be, in the Spanish rules, to run the V8 in it.
Yeah, they ran it in the Spanish Championship, this livery, and that engine, yeah.
So we've got a couple more. What's the story with the body shell? Like, you've got, I know our camera's not on it at the moment, we've got a green one here that Peter Jones has been actually competing with.
Yep.
And then we have a body shell sitting there.
That's right, yeah. So that one is a full ground-up restoration. There's been some rebuild work on the shell, and then Paul, who owns that, has done a fantastic job with that, and he's on his way to putting it to back to being a complete running car. So that's actually got in the back of it the early test engine, which was the V6 2V, which was a V8 cut down. So if you look really closely on that, you can see the weld all the way around the engine where two cylinders were taken out, and it's now a V6, but it was originally a V8.
So it's actually got one of the prototype engines in it.
Yep.
Wow, there you go, folks. Our cameraman is actually on that engine. So see if you can have a close look. He's probably hunting around for it. So Peter Jones, he'd come with you to Slowly Sideways, but he's actually jumped into the main competition and not just the demonstration stuff.
Yeah, that's it. And of course, once runs in, because it would be kind of illegal recceing. So, but Peter's been giving it some stick and then enjoying himself on there.
Well, it's nice to see it in the main field, so it gives us a more, we literally can't blink without seeing a 6R4 coming up the hill. It's great to see him out, and we've got 3 really beautiful examples here. It is starting to actually rain out here at the moment, drizzling a bit. I don't know how that's going to affect the track, but Peter's putting the cover on because he doesn't want it to get wet.
Yeah, probably, yeah, unless he's decided he didn't fancy it in the rain, but I'm not sure that's Peter's style, so he's probably just keeping it dry and keeping it warm, and then he'll be back out for his next run.
Give it a hug and then till the next time.
Yeah, you've got to be careful now. These are 40-year-old cars now, which is kind of mind-bending, really, that, as of this week, they were approved for homologation in 1st of November 1984.
That's 40, I'm doing my math quickly, that's 40 years ago.
Yeah.
40 years ago. And these are all genuine cars, these ones. I know there's some, and they've actually done a reproduction body shell that they're looking at building reproductions, but these are all genuine survivor cars.
Yep. Yeah. And obviously, as you can see from the half-built car, that's a real survivor. That is being brought back to life from the ground up.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much. It's good to meet you. Right. If we just turn our camera around over here, you'll see Scott Moran, the 6-time British champion, with his dad, Roger. Roger's just been up the hill in the car. I haven't got the times.
I have.
But of course, our intrepid reporter, that's Lloyd, has got the times. And this is how this works at hill climbing. We're actually doing a driver swap. Now I'm going to hand off to Lloyd because I think he's going to try and stick this in Roger's face.
I'm gonna very quickly grab a word with Roger when he comes back out the car. Just before Scott goes, I will just Scott, would you just repeat what you just said to me?
He's had my record.
Dad's had the record off, Scott. Yeah, he's so when we say the record, it's the quickest time in the dark. So Roger's just had Scott's record in the dark. So can we all have an online round of applause for Roger Moran, please? Thank you. Well done, Roger. Well done.
So Roger,
how long he keeps it for, I don't know. We'll see what happens now.
So what you're telling me, Roger just set the new quickest time in the dark?
He did.
Right. Is he not going to say, Scott, the car's broken, you're not driving it?
Well, that's what I would probably do. Yeah, that's what I would probably do.
As I'm wondering, is there?
Yeah. Skeets, just turn the boost down a little bit. Yeah.
Turn the boost down to 400 horsepower. See what he can do with the thing.
Yeah. I think. To be honest, there's a bit of moisture in the air. It's getting a bit slippy. Roger, do you mind if we stick the camera at you, and could you just tell us a bit about your run?
Yeah. It was okay. Yeah. No, it was all right. No complaints really.
Was it slippier? Can you notice any traction?
It's not quite as good as it was earlier, obviously, but it's dropped cooler. And then now it's drizzling a bit, but I don't think it's had any effect on the track, to be honest with you.
Well, you're the fastest man up here in the dark. So are you gonna? What do you reckon? Do you think?
Last all of 2 minutes.
Well, let's see. Let's see, shall we? Let's see. But you're having a good day. The car's dialed in okay, and everything's kind of as.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Fantastic. Thank you, Roger. Well, we appreciate the words, but we'll see what Scott does next.
What was the time Roger set?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but I just know Scott told me.
What was it?
45.4 something, wasn't it?
45.4 something in the dark.
I I got my news from right from the horse's mouth. So
Right, so 45. Oh, so Roger just went and said it. We've got no confirmation of it whatsoever. Hang on a second. I've got the microphone and Lloyd's got the driver. Hold on a second. Come here.
So it was a 46.7 in the dark, and yeah. So we're going to see now if that drops.
So Scott had a 46 and change. Roger's just done a 45.4.
For something. In his
something. And Scott's sitting there going, huh. Yeah. He's got 2 shots at it as well.
Well, really, Scott's probably got. The Moran car is probably the quickest car of the day. I think we're probably going to be looking fastest time of day from this car. So whether he does that now, whether he does that in the next time runs, I don't know. But it'll be interesting to see. I mean, this is just a phenomenal bit of kit. It really is a phenomenal bit of kit. And Scott is, he's a magician. He's a magician.
I have to admit, I've been a Skoda fan of rallying. I actually had a Felicia rally car, one of the original challenge cars.
Oh, cool.
That I picked up. It needed restoring, and unfortunately I never got it restored, but it went on to a gentleman who actually built a replica kit car, Felicia kit car out of it, and which is running around in some local rallies and things. But I think out of all the manufacturers that are supplying Rally 2 cars, WRC2 cars or the variation. This is an R5. No, this is actually a Rally 2 Evo. I think Einen's is an R5 car, which is sort of like they progress over the years with tweaks and things like that. Out of all the other manufacturers, I still fancy the Skoda. I think it's the best looking out of all of them.
Well, this is where Kalle Rovanperä cut his teeth, and Kalle Rovanperä just came in and just blitzed everyone in a rally. Well, when it was called WRC2, he came in and absolutely blitzed everybody. Oliver Solberg's currently blitzing everybody in a Rally 2, Fabia. So it's a great breeding ground for these world rally drivers, and Kalle Rovanperä is just beating everybody. He's for me the best in the world at the moment because he either wins it or bins it. But it's interesting. It is kind of spitting, I think, at this point, don't you think? I think it's kind of spitting. So Scott's going to be sat there thinking, we're going to probably want to get on with this because the old man's got my record and I'm not going to hear the end of it if it gets a bit too wet and I can't do it.
I'm not sure. We've got a red flag out for some reason. There is a car.
Well, there was a red flag that was out after Einen's run, but Einen, he got all the way to the top, so whether there's a bit of debris or something, do you want to go and talk to him? Do you want to go and ask him the question?
Let me go check with him. I'll get right.
See if he's up for a chat. In the meantime, let's just look at some sort of finer detail. So you'll notice a cut slick, these Michelin Special Rally cut slick sort of all-weather tyres. Normally in the tin top challenge that you'll have seen, this would have run slicks, but it's still very, very responsive. It's still going to be very, very grippy. I mean, just look at the brakes on it. I mean, the size of those Brembos, they are absolutely phenomenal. But Owen's just going to have a quick chat with Einen Price. This is the man, the last car up before the red flag. So we're going to see what happened.
He's actually tied up at the moment. They're trying to get the car sorted out. What's happened is Einen's actually been on racing slicks. So no tread grip whatsoever, where if you look at the Moran's car, they're on rally wet tires. So they're soft compound designed for slippery surfaces. I've just touched the ground over there. You rub your foot over it, it is slick as ice. Einen on the smooth slicks, he was sliding everywhere, could only do a 47. Okay. And that was strictly down to the tires. So they are actually getting the car sorted out at the moment, and which is why Einen is a little bit preoccupied at the moment in time.
Yeah, it's starting to get it feels like there's moisture coming down in the air now. It's certainly spitting, but it feels like this is where conditions change, isn't it? This is just where things get tricky now.
Yep, but this is showbiz, so the show must go on. So Scott's going out in a minute. They're just sorting things out, so we'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, we got another unique car over here.
Yeah.
The Toyota Celica, or Celica, depending on what part of the world you're standing in.
It's definitely Celica.
It's Celica.
Definitely.
Tell that to North Americans. Some people call it Celica. And I don't know if we have the owner of this somewhere. Or the driver set up.
Find out.
But this is, it's not a genuine rally car. And what it's about. All right, and Yeah, okay. We'll get back to it. So we'll look at the Toyota in a bit, but it represents a very good time for Toyota in the World Rally Championship, that particular car. But Lloyd's got Matt Pierce over here in Oh, hang on. We're the producer's getting a headache. Hey, good evening, sir. Evening, sir. We were admiring your Toyota Celica, because if I call it Celica, he's going to hit me in the head.
Quite rightly so.
Yes. Tell us a little bit about this car. So, I mean, we're talking about these cars in period spec, and the World Rally Championship were very dominant. These cars. You've built yourself one. Because of that, or you just like the car? Like, what's the story with the car?
I bought it cheap off a friend about 20 odd years ago, and I've had it ever since.
Oh, okay. And you've built it, so it's full competition spec. You've got full cage and
Yeah.
What have you done much to the engine?
The engine is stock, 160,000 mile on it.
Okay, I was hoping for about 400 horsepower, but
no, it's probably about 150, I would imagine.
What's it like to drive? Is it fun?
Yeah, very fun. Yeah, very good fun. Very good fun. Yeah. It's good. It's a good toy. Might sell it, might not. Might keep it.
So you're not tempted to paint it white and put green and red stripes on it from Castrol era?
I've actually got a Repsol sticker pack for it, so it would go white and red if it went any colour of that era. But I decided to stick with just the carbon and kept the sticker pack in the things. I was going to wrap it white, but I decided against it to keep it red.
So Carlos Sainz replica of the day, I think, was Repsol, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Do you do many events with it, or because I think you were here last year with this car, weren't you?
I was. That was my first year with it. So although I've had it 20 odd years, last year was the first year I've used it for competition. It's the first year it's been used in anger, shall we say. So I've only done 10,000 mile in 20 years in it, so it's not done it any justice. So yeah, so last year was a bit of fun. Did here in Loughton Park, and then unfortunately the one event I was going to do got cancelled here because of the weather. And I moved house this year twice, so it had to stay put until we'd moved house, and so I managed to squeeze this event in before the end of the year.
Well, yeah, and apparently moving house before the end of the year is a good idea. Okay, well, thank you for that. Now, I'm going to come and see Matt Pierce. Now, the awkward thing is, Lloyd has some questions for you about this car, but the problem is, Lloyd's now holding the camera.
Okay.
So,
Ask him.
so bear with us, folks. We are now going to do the interview with the cameraman and the driver, with me just playing the middle fiddle here. So, question one.
I reckon I could actually do this. Right, I'd love to know, Matt. I would love to know. Can you just tell us a little bit about the spec? Is it Group N? Is it what is it?
Yeah, no problem at all. It's an N12 spec in practice, so it's an ex-Pro Drive car. It's been reshelled. It's got a 2.1 engine in it with all the anti-lag and launch control, electronic diff controllers, but essentially it's a Group N car with a 34mm turbo restrictor. So pump fuel, so it's probably got about, 280 horsepower, something like that. Plenty enough for me, especially now it's started to rain.
Well, yeah, it is drizzling a bit here. What generally do you use the car for? Just special events, or I'm just looking at some of the scrutineering stickers. You seem to have an addiction to Prescott based on all those scrutineering stickers.
Yeah, this is the third time it's done the Prescott Rallye Festival, and the other events I've done are the Woodpecker Stages Rally, gravel rally, so it's a stage rally car, so it's all homologated. It didn't do too well the first time I ran it on the Woodpecker. I seized the engine, the oil cooler pipe came off and it seized the engine, so Graham Sweet, who built Colin McRae's engines, built me a new engine. He's a very nice guy, he did me a really great engine. So yeah, just 2 gravel stages and hill climbs.
Are you going back into the woods this year?
Probably not, to be honest. My boys are into football now, so I don't get much time, unfortunately. So just enjoying Prescott. We live in Cheltenham, so it's local. But yeah, no, it's been a great day today as well, Rallye Festival. Nice to see all the cars out today.
Yeah, well, don't forget to check out HillClimb.TV to watch yourself going up the hill. Play the replay on it.
My boys will be watching it later on.
Thank you very much, Matt.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Right. Okay, the question we need the answer to. Did Scott Moran go faster than a 45.4 and a bit? The thing is, we were interviewing. He only did a 46.01? So we don't actually have the time on this. So let me just see if I can check. They're just discussing about some sort of issue. Roger, do we have a time for Scott?
Yeah, we do, yeah.
What was it?
Slower than me.
So it doesn't matter what the gap is. It's a gap. Is the track getting slippier, Scott?
It's like ice.
Okay. Yeah, so Einan was saying he went up on slicks and he's... Sorry?
But he did have warm tires.
So you basically, the warmer tires have compensated for the slightly slippier track. Therefore, straight up, mano a mano, you're quicker than him.
At the moment. But it's not
Why do you always put at the moment? Right now you're doing a rain dance going, I want top of the night. He does not want it to stay drying out down here.
No, it's okay. I'd rather it dry.
Roger is one, I've known Roger for a few years now in hill climbing and stuff like that. And this man enjoys the competition. He's not bothered about winning or losing. If he's competitive, and he's just having a good time, and he's always got a smile on his face. I can't say that. Oh no, we're live on TV. Lloyd's actually holding the camera at the moment. This is where we got to. But no, in all seriousness, Roger, you are enthusiast first when it comes to motorsports, aren't you?
Yeah, to be fair, yeah.
Yeah, I know you help out other people as well. I know you're helping out Sam and Caroline in the orange Peugeot. They said, ask Roger when we asked how much horsepower is in that Peugeot. Do you know?
Well, too much for them. Well, too much for Sam because she's managed to put it off twice today. No, it's got about 100. Apparently, it's 199 brake horsepower.
At the wheels or?
No, that's
at the flywheel. Oh, okay.
No, it's a good little car, and they're both good drivers, to be fair.
Yeah, they seem to be having fun. We were having a bit of fun with them earlier.
Otherwise, I wouldn't help.
No. And I know we also talked. I noticed that your old Renault Alpine, or actually it's not a Renault, it's an Alpine 110 Pure that you let someone run last year up this hill. You've actually sold that car.
Yeah. Well, I haven't used it for. I did 1,000 miles in 18 months. What was the point of keeping it? So let it go.
Nope, and I know the new owner is really enjoying driving it, so he's chuffed with it.
Great, yeah.
So thank you, Roger. We'll leave you.
Look at these. See, you need to go and interview them.
We already did. We interviewed them, and notice how far they're running off because wait until you see the interview. That's all I'm saying. Thanks, Roger.
Okay, thank you.
Right, well, we've just finishing our first runs now, so we'll see if there's any more time to come. We'll catch up with the Morans at the end. They're busy. We're just going to have a little bit of a debrief. We'll catch up with them at the end of their second runs. But to be honest, I mean, I think we've probably covered most of it, haven't we? What do you think?
Well, we're just coming to the end of the first timed runs. We've got the crosses in the Twingo over here on the left, and we've got Paula, who has taken this little E36 BMW and is absolutely not afraid to tackle this track.
Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible. I'd say this is the spirit of hill climbing. Take a car and you express yourself behind the wheel, and this is just, it's fantastic. And that is just such a hooligan car, the M3 E36, such a hooligan car, and she is driving it like a hooligan. So top marks to Paula. One of my, I think, possibly driver of the day.
Well, in fairness, hooligan would mean sideways and putting it off. She's actually doing some very good times with the car.
And the thing is as well, she's aggressive, because that's the kind of car that can snap and catch you out. So she's clearly very, very talented behind the wheel. I've not seen her drive before, and I'm very, very impressed. Very impressed.
I believe this is her first year competing.
Well, then she needs to do more of it, because she's absolutely flat out. She's fantastic. There's not many people that could drive a car like that much better. It's fantastic.
Right. I want to do a quick feature. I know you're very, very busy. On behalf of on Live Motorsport, sorry, wrong channel. HillClimb.TV, to all the viewers, from all the competitors, the commentators, thank you as representing all the marshals for doing the job you do to keep this running. We can't do it without you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I will make sure my colleagues hear of that too. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, and if you want to get involved in marshalling, you're in this you're in this country and everything. Doesn't matter age-wise, as long, I think, what was 16 for paddock marshals, or we can't go earlier than that?
They can be earlier as long as they have somebody to supervise them, and they can only work in a paddock.
Right. Well, as you can see, if you look to our right, here's some of our younger marshals volunteers. And yeah, they're all pretending to be Luke Skywalker tonight, just controlling it. But their job here is to get all the competitors in line in the right order and under the track, because competitors, it's actually like herding cats at times, trying to get the competitors to get to where they need to be. So if you are watching us internationally, check out your local clubs. Motorsport around the world cannot be done without marshals. It's volunteer. I started off marshalling way back when, and I met all sorts of people, and don't ask me how I ended up here. That's a whole another story. But I've been a competitor, I've been a mechanic, I've been an official, been marshalling, and it's just a great place to be. So if you're sitting at home and said, I'd like to get involved in motorsport and I can't afford it, you don't need to. Volunteer, just contact people, get to the tracks. We're always looking for more marshals. And if you come to Rallye Prescott, you can be Darth Vader or Luke Skywalker.
You certainly can, mate. You certainly can.
Right. That's thanks for that. Right, so we are just got the last few cars for the end of the first timed runs. And then I'm not sure if we're going to have a quick break, and then we're going to start the second timed runs. Right. Just one of the marshals, very helpful marshal as always. We can't do this without him. Has just reported we're going to have the demonstration cars again. We've talked to some of them earlier. We didn't get a chance. We did find the Audi owner, but we didn't get there in time. But we can catch them again afterwards. So here we come, the demos, the full proper lamp pod. Here's the Mitsubishi. We talked to him earlier. Completely genuine car, probably a little bit better than the original Group A car. It sounds like it and goes like stink.
I hate to be an anorak with this, but that was actually a WRC car. That era was WRC. And the other thing as well, the other nerdy thing is as well, I think that's one of the only cars in history where the car that followed it was nowhere near as successful as the one that went before it. The Evo 6 was an absolute honey, and then the 7 came along and it had like diffs that they just couldn't get that car right, could they?
Well, the 7 was to the WRC rules.
Yeah.
But the 6, they were running Group A still when they WRC. Now you're right, somewhere in the middle there they changed it.
Yeah.
But the Evo 6 started out as a Group A car, and if you look, it's got a Group A sticker on it. But I think Mitsubishi might have used it as a WRC mule towards the end of it, developing the Evo 7. I actually like the Evo 7 better from a look than the Evo 6, but the Evo 6 has been such a successful car. It's probably one of the most successful Mitsubishis there was.
I'm sorry, Owen, but
Right, I've lost Lloyd. He's got his face stuffed up the back of the Lancia 037 again. Hello. Let's try to find the clutch. Now this one here, this Winfield car, that's actually a Mitsubishi Evo 3, which is one of the first evolutions. Now the cute thing to this is the Evo 4 was basically an upgraded version of the Evo 3, just a little bit more aero and some mechanicals. And then, of course, we have this. But the good thing is we confirmed. We thought we were having hearing hallucinations earlier. That other 6R4 was a V8.
Well, my ears didn't deceive me then, as it turns out. So obviously it was built for a purpose. Did you say it was built for some kind of more long distance kind of stuff? Did I hear that right? Is it a bit more reliable than a 6 or? Yeah,
what it was in Spain, they were having reliability issues due to all the sand and all the conditions with the V6. So they actually fitted a 4.6 liter V8 in it instead.
straight out of a Range Rover?
I don't think that one came out of a Range Rover.
It's interesting. It's interesting. Track conditions are really starting to get. You can just see a sheen on the surface of the track now. It's. I think it's going to get a bit slippy out there.
It's almost like the moisture in the air. It's not necessarily raining or anything. It's just the moisture in the air from the temperature change. Now this is a unique car. We've got all these four-wheel drive turbocharged cars, and then what you're looking at here is a two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive, and it was Ford Junior Rally's team's cars. They ran these RS 1600Is, so fuel injected, 1.6 liter, front-wheel drive, and I know they did a one-make championship. This was I believe this is Lewis Aiken Walker's car. She's actually autographed the top of that thing, and that is a genuine car. And then we have this, your Mark 1, Lloyd. I'm going to give you the microphone. You can dribble to the world.
We haven't actually we haven't looked at this properly, but this car has come on a trailer with the Mark 1. Yeah, but it's come on a trailer with the Mark 1 Transit in the same livery, and it's absolutely fantastic. We'll try and get some footage of that a bit later, but it's absolutely incredible. That is a bit of me. That is a bit of me. It's hard, that makes a very strong argument for Mark 1 over Mark 2. It has to be said. It is absolutely phenomenal.
Well, he did bring his period correct service barge. I mean, it's complete.
That Transit.
Graphic, it's got the wheels on the roof and everything.
That Transit is absolutely phenomenal. So we've kind of gone full circle. We've kind of done a full rotation of all the cars, because when we started this broadcast, these guys were lining up to go out.
We've actually done an entire timed run of paddock walk.
Yes, we have.
We need to check with the producer and see what he needs to do. So
yes,
I don't know if they're going to switch across to.
Yeah, I think we'll wrap it up.
Yeah. Well, let's end with a few revs, shall we? Let's have a bit of a. Can we get a couple of blips on the old throttle? Let's listen to her. Let's listen to her. Come on. And that, my friends, is the song of my people. So I'll wrap up and hand back over to Owen. It's been a lovely walk round. We've seen all kinds of bits and pieces, and I'll let the cars do the talking. But no, it's been a great broadcast, and I'll let you wrap up and head back to the studio, Owen.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Lloyd. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed the paddock walk, and that we've sort of gone around and give you a bit of a closer up idea, talk to some people. It's going to stay live with the timed run, so it's kind of dark, but the lamps and light pods and everything should be lighting up the sky for you, so you'll know what's starting, and then we'll try and keep track of that for you. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Oh, by the way, we're trying to get to 17,000 subscribers. Yes. 17,000 subscribers. Wow, no, we're about 100 and something. So all you folks that haven't subscribed, you're getting this for free, and this is great coverage. You're not going to get this anywhere else, but we need the subscriptions to keep the producer interested, so he brings it back next year. So yes, I'm bribing you if you want more coverage. If you haven't subscribed, if you have subscribed, thank you very much. You don't understand how much we appreciate it. Last year, this time we were struggling like 10,000 subscribers, and we're almost to 17,000. We don't need much more. So if you haven't,
millions.
Well, I did tell Rich, let's get to 25,000. He just looked at me like I had 3 heads.
Make a million.
But we'll work it a little bit of time. If you haven't subscribed and you love what you see, please subscribe. Hit the button, hit the like button, hit the share button. Just hit all the buttons. It doesn't cost you anything, but it means a lot to us for doing what we're doing out here. So thank you very much. And I think we're just going to hand back to Peter, who's working, covering the track for us.
Quattro there on the hill. And the time for the Quattro as it comes to the finish line, 62.01 seconds. I think it may well be the last of the demonstration runs for now, and it will be next up the second run in darkness for the competitors. So I can see the cars gathering already in the paddock area for the second runs, and I think it's going to be car 35, Paul Jones, once again in the Austin Mini, who will lead the way. So one more full-timed run for the entire field to come, and we should be starting that, I would think, very, very shortly indeed.
50 caliber Browning or an MG42. I think 50 caliber Browning would be more best. You know what happened to Stalin, don't you? They let him get ill, and they let him kill himself. Well, the trouble was he died. I read he died. They don't go in the road. They let him die in his room. They have been taking responsibility. But you could well be right. Yeah. I've done 303. Yeah, I used to. What, the Volvo? 38 special.
35, all the drivers in H1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 who are taking their fourth run, please come to the start line now. H1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Any drivers wanting to take the run, please be ready to come to the line. Thank you.
So we're about to get these final timed runs of the day of this fabulous Rallye Prescott underway, starting with car 35 coming on to the line now. Paul Jones in that 1340cc Austin Mini, who sits on the start line. Lights ablaze, ready to go. And away then goes Paul. Up under the bridge. His final run of the day. As up to the line comes Simon Derling in the Alpine A110 Berlinetta, car number 24. Paul Jones then wending his way through the trees. Away goes Simon Derling in the Alpine A110. Sitting on the line is Andrew Brooks, car 26 in the Austin Mini Cooper Mark II. And Paul Jones recording a time of 65.62 seconds. Away then goes Andrew Brooks in the Mini Cooper, but already up into the S's, Simon Derling in the Alpine A110. On up to semicircle. And it's time 63.51 then for Simon. Miles Chamberlain leaves the line in his Mini Cooper S, car number 27. Andrew Brooks coming up towards semicircle in the Mini Cooper. As Mark Maynard sits on the line, car 31, the Hillman Imp then sitting on the line. .82 then the time as Mark Maynard gets away. Miles Chamberlain coming towards semicircle, through semicircle on up to the finish line. And the time for Miles in the Mini Cooper S is 66.86. On the line at the moment is Ed Burgess, car 45 in the Bugatti Type 51. As Mark Maynard makes his way through the S's. And Simon Braithwaite brings car 47, the Ford Escort RS 1600 in the ATV Today livery up to the start line. Mark Maynard does a time of 57.80. Simon Burgess not hanging around despite the dark and the relatively inefficient lights that he's been able to fit to that Bugatti Type 51, but still making his way up towards semicircle. And what sort of time can the Bugatti Type 51 record? 59.82 seconds then. Meanwhile, Henrik Bindon is on the line in the Ford Escort Mark II. Simon Braithwaite continues to make his way up the hill in the Mark I Escort. Through midway on up to the S's, there goes Simon. Up to the line now is car 39, Julian Birch in his Mark I Ford Escort RS 2000. As Simon Braithwaite comes to the end of his run and does a 55.60. Is making his way up the hill. Julian Birch gets away, and up to line comes 7:35, the shared Mini, this time in the hands of Roger Jones. And coming to the finish line and does a time of 60.39. Mark 1 Escort continues his way up the hill through midway in the S's as Roger Jones gets away in the Mini. It's the VW Golf GTI Mark 1 that comes up to the line now. Car number 80, driven by Nick Wilkins. As Julian Birch rounds a semicircle, comes up to the finish line and does a 56.88. In the Austin Mini. Coming towards the end of his run as Nick Wilkins gets away in the Golf. Roger just coming up to the finish line now in that Mini, does a time of 61.94. Mark Linforth, car 48, sitting on the line at the moment in his Mark 1 at Ford Escort. So away goes Martin Linforth. Up to the finish line comes Nick Wilkins, and the Golf sets a time of 58.30 seconds. Car 52 sitting on the line at the moment is the Escort Mark II of Adam Jones. Mark Linforth, meanwhile, looking to better the time set by Simon Braithwaite in his class. Adam Jones has set off, and up the line comes Mark Linforth. There's a 53.97, so quicker than Simon Braithwaite's previous run, but certainly not quicker than his Simon Braithwaite's best run, which was a 52.60. Harvey Waters sits on the line in the Ford Sierra XR4i. And heads away now as Adam Jones continues to make his way up the hill. And around semicircle comes Adam Jones. Up to the line, does a 62.66, significantly better than his last run, which was a 68.17. Harvey Waters there over the line with the Ford Sierra, does a 59.05, slightly down on his previous run. Jones is on the hill in the GTM Coupe, car 58, and John McQuillan in the Mini Cooper, car 59, just leaving the line now. Both these cars running in the same class. Class 2. So Jeremy Jones brings the GTM Coupe to the line, does a 61.13, so good, nearly 2.5 seconds down on his best time. Andy Harrison in the mini orange box car 60 sits on the line at the moment and goes away now. On the line at the moment, Richard Egger in the Vauxhall Nova car 20. John McQuillan coming to the line to record a time of 67.69, so once again down on his previous best. Richard Egger is on the hill. As up to the line comes car 37, the Castrol liveried Mark II Escort. Harrison brings the mini orange box to the line with a time of 65.23, so at the moment nobody really improving on their times. That's not surprisingly as it gets colder and darker. Rob Jones is on his way up the hill in his Escort. Can Richard Egger beat his previous time of 60.75? He can by over a second. 59.61 then for Richard Egger, as Edward James is about to leave the line in the Nissan Micra car 63, and away he goes. And car 30 comes up to the line. What about car 37, Rob Jones? How can he do as he comes up towards the end of his run, rounding the semicircle now? And does a 65.37, so down best part of 2 seconds on his previous best as Ian Moss heads away in the Ford Escort RS 1600, car number 30. James continues up the hill in the Nissan Micra. And the Micra coming to the line then at a 55.26. He does improve on his previous time of a 56.41. So good run there for Edward James. Moss about halfway up the hill. And a time of 52.35, another improvement, about half a second there for Ian Moss, currently lying 4th in Class 3. As sitting on the line at the moment, it is car 50. Matthew Miles in the Mark II Escort 2 litre.
Yeah, you've been doing it for a long time, then it's all right, maybe. Because you can just apply a line for this level. This level, you only have fleet and many.
So just a little bit of a delay, not quite sure why. I can't see any red lights at the moment, but just waiting before Matthew Miles heads out onto the hill. And the revs rise on the Mark II Escort, and away goes Matthew. Car number 50 then is on to the hill. And up to the start line comes car 70. And that is Samantha Lester in the Peugeot 106 GTI. Pardon. On up then through the midway and the S's goes Matthew Mars up to the finish line at a time of 54.39, I think that should say. Slightly confusing time appearing on screen. Samantha Lester is away, and 71 is David Wilson in the Peugeot 205. He sits on the start line now. Samantha Lester rounding semicircle, heading for the finish line, and records a time of 55.73. David Wilson, as they say, sitting on the line in the Peugeot 205, car number 71. And up the line comes car 65 now. So Tom Weaver in the Citroen Saxo RS sitting on the line as David Wilson makes it his way up the hill in the Peugeot 205. His best time has been a 57.47. But that, I suspect, was in daylight. Away goes Tom Weaver. And up to the line comes car 66. And that is Malcolm Horn in the Peugeot 206 Cup car. David Wilson does a 53.39, which is a big improvement for him on the 57.47 that he had recorded previously. Him up to 7th in class as away goes Malcolm Horn in the Peugeot 206, and the Darrian T70 comes up to the line in the hands of Tim Porter. Tom Weaver coming towards the end of his run in the Citroen Saxo VTS does a 53.91, just a little bit down on the 54.33 that he had, in fact up, sorry, on the 54.33, so quicker previously with that 53.91. Tim Porter is away in the Darrian. And we see car 73, the MGTF of Neil Howells, as Malcolm Horn comes towards the end of his run, just about to go under the finish banner. 57.86, exactly 100th of a second quicker than his previous best, so still an improvement. Tim Porter then coming towards the, well, certainly through the middle of his run, as away goes Neil Howells in the MGTF. And then we get car 74, Tony Feekins in his Peugeot 205 coming to the line as the Darrian goes under the finish banner. There's a 53.31, just 800 slower than his previous best. Goes Tony Feekins and in that 205 GTI, and Neil Howells comes up to the line. Sorry, Neil Howells is on the run, of course. Up the line comes number 30, the Mark 1 Ford Escort. It's the car of Ian Moss, the RS 1600, as Neil Howells does a 63.80, just 0.3 down on his previous best as Ian Moss heads away then. And up the line comes number 75 in that very impressive Mazda MX-5, Lewis Porto in that car. To get away, Ian Moss making his way through the S's, and away does go Lewis Porto in the Mazda MX-5, luring it away with some very nice illuminations beneath the car. Car 76 is coming to the line. That's Tony Porter in his 2-litre Mark II Escort as Ian Moss comes to the finish line. Does a 51.84, which is an improvement on his previous best of 52.89. So good run for Ian Moss. The Mazda MX-5 of Lewis Porter continues on up the hill, and away goes Tony Porter in the Ford Escort. So 59.32 for Lewis Porto. Again, picking up a couple of tenths on his previous best of 59.54. Tony Porter still on the hill. And on the start line, it's car 77, Joshua Moss in his 2-litre Mark II Escort. And as Joshua Moss heads away, that I think just about concludes my contribution to today's action. Hope you're enjoying it, and to take you through to the finish, I'm going to hand over to Owen and Lloyd. Thanks very much for joining us today, and I'll be with you again next year.
Always great to see Peter, massive rally enthusiast. I'll take us through Chris Elston's run in his Mark 1 Ford Escort. He makes his way through the S's now. We've got George Sacknis leaving the line in this Clio R3. He's away. Chris Elston just rounding semicircle. He's going to cross the line in a 58 dead. Improving on his time from this morning. He had some problems this morning. I've got George on the hill in this R3 Clio. We shall see how he gets on. Fatigue, tiredness all coming into play at this point. So you start to get tired. Got Josh Humphreys on the hill at the moment in the Mark 1 Golf GTI, shared with Uncle Nick. So we'll see who takes honours in that class on the way home. Hopefully it's not an awkward conversation. George is just round semicircle. He trips the beam at 57.48. No improvement on his first time run. Josh Humphreys just heading through the S's now. What's he going to do? Martin Watts off the line in the GTM. Cute little car, actually. Not sure what powers that. I'm sure someone in the comments could probably help us out with that. Couldn't find him on our paddock walk, unfortunately. But hey. Josh Humphreys, 56.95. He goes a little quicker than earlier on. He's found almost, well, more than 2 seconds. So good on you, Josh. I'm not sure where that lands him in the class. Ooh, I've just missed out on that. Looking for Nick Wilkins' time, and no problem at all. Martin Watts is looking good actually. He's gone purple. He's through the S's. Let's see what he can do as he rounds semicircle. Just dropping down slightly. Let's see what he's going to do. This will be a quick time, you know. This will be a really respectable 56.68. Paul Meadows on the hill in this 205 GTI. Quite a serious bit of kit. Heads through the S's. I mean, all we can see is headlights and flashing tyre valve caps at this point. But that's the spirit of rallying. Adapt and overcome. Paul Meadows, he crosses the line in a 56.77. No improvement on his earlier time, unfortunately. Andrew Egger on the hill. They've been going great guns in this Nova all day. Let's see what he can do. I don't think he's making an improvement at this point. I think he's down on his split. So let's see what he can do as he rounds semicircle. You've got to be so brave around there. You can make or break a lot of time. 54.99, so it doesn't go any quicker, unfortunately. But still, very competitive time, very competitive car. So going really, really well is Andrew Egger. I've got Caroline Ryder on the line in this very rapid 106 GTI. 200 odd brake horsepower. That is a lot of power for that car, from that engine. Very, very interesting thing. Be interesting to see what Caroline can do. She's no stranger to the hills. Don't think she's done much in the dark, to be honest. I caught her for a quick chat with for our paddock walk. And she's certainly no stranger, so she told us she's used to maintaining the momentum with the Formula Ford. So I think she's got the liberty of having a bit more power in this 106 to play with, but she is somewhat of a Formula Ford expert. Her and Sarah Bosworth having a fantastic little scrapple every single time that the championship rolls in. Heads through the S's now. Matthew, if you're at home watching this, hello, hope you're okay. We're still taking the trophy to bed with you every night. Caroline, she is going to cross the line. She's going to do a 57.23. Fantastic improvement on her earlier time. She's found 3 seconds, so fantastic improvement there for Caroline. David Turner on the hill at the moment, this Mark II Escort. Great looking car. Great looking car. As he is heading through the S's. It's going to be hard on the brakes, looking to make a nice clean exit. A little bit of a wiggle you can just see there, you can make out. The attitude of the car just moved slightly. Heading round semicircle. And he's going to tip the beams, and he's going to do a 57.25. As I've got the Renault 5 of Martin Ferris. It's actually, so it's a Renault 5 Turbo 2, but it's a Clio engine we find out in that car. So he's off the line, but on the hill at the moment, it'd be an interesting time to see Robert Wilson in the 205. He's going to see if he can go a bit quicker than Tony Feekins. Now, Robert did 52.80. He's not going to improve. He's in a 53.29. Tony's got quite a bit more poke, Robert said, in that in his car. I think he's got an extra 8 valves in his car as Tony. So So great driving from the Wilsons. Martin Ferris is going to make his way round semicircle soon as Pekka Tolokas is back on the hill in this 500 horsepower MX-5. Hard enough in the daytime. He's in the night time now. He was driving absolutely flat out like a man possessed earlier. But Martin Ferris is going to make his way around semicircle. Will he break the minute mark? I'm not quite sure he is. A small incident earlier, but in the spirit of rallying, carried on, which is great. What we'd like to see. What's Pekka going to do? As we are going to go round semicircle, lots of commitment. He's round to cross the line in a 53.94, so he has improved on his time from earlier. That's fantastic from Pekka. Tim Elmer on the hill in the moment. One of my favourite cars of the weekend. This Alpine A110 Pure. Once belonged to Mr. Roger Moran. It's got a few choice modifications to make it go a little quicker. They're quite softly sprung from standard, these cars. They make excellent road cars, but just need stiffening up slightly if you're going to do a bit of competition. They are deceptively quick. Deceptively quick. They've got some turbo assistance. But Tim's going to cross the line. Normally in the single-seater Dallara, the V8 Dallara, it's a stunning thing. But he improves as well, 58.48. Roger Taylor, we were chatting to him earlier. He's got a mixed match of tyres. He's got one wet, an intermediate, a dry, a super soft, slick, and all sorts going on with his tyres. I don't think he's got two the same because he keeps melting them, such as the 300 horsepower engine in that car. He rounds semicircle, he's up on his splits, he's going to go as quick as he's gone. 53.83, is that an improvement? I'm not sure it is. I can't think what time he did earlier on today, but fantastic from him. Andrew Price on the hill, his Mini Cooper S, the supercharged Mini Challenge car. Andrew Price still going. John Powell has a stall off the line, but he's collected it back up again. And he's away. Andrew Price just running semicircle now. How's he going to get on? He's going to cross the line in a 57.49. Again, no improvement for him. John Powell will almost certainly not improve, unfortunately, due to his stall off the line. Matthew Pearce, now look at this thing. It's a fantastic looking car. N12B regs. So he's running a bit of management, and it's quite a serious build actually. It's a fantastic kind of option for time out rallying. Super quick car. So he's just going to build the revs, launch control, and he's off. That's a quick car. A lot of proper bits on that car. That's a really nice rally car. 2.19 to 64. That is almost single seater quick. So yeah, fantastic. John Powell's just rounding semicircle now. He's going to cross the line. He looks like he's going a little sluggishly, but he goes at 71.35. Not the perfect run from him. He'll be disappointed. Matthew Pearce, you see where the disc was sparking there? That'll be because there'll be some very special pads and discs in that car, specifically designed to work at very hot temperatures. You don't build the temperatures in the brakes at a hill climb because obviously it's such a short, sharp burst and you can't warm them up. But that car will be designed to do 30 kilometres with red hot brakes. That's why you saw a little bit of shaving off those. The iron filings of the molten metal. But he crosses the line in a 53.09. He actually improves, so that's a really good time. Well done, Matthew Pearce. John Mann is in this Toyota Celica GT4, not Celica, as my Canadian colleague would call it. It is a Celica, and goes really well actually, this car. Great looking thing, piloted by Carlos Sainz, Juha Kankkunen, Didier Auriol back in the day. 1994 I think was the choice season. 93-94 I think was the choice season for this thing. He's away around semicircle. He's going to cross the line to complete in a time of 55.17. That's a really good time. John Pick actually stalled off the line, so not sure what happened to him, but he had a stall, and unfortunately he's not going to be looking. He'd be very surprised if he improves on his time from earlier. So John Pick been going really well as I've ever seen this AMS Mutaya go all season. Competes in the British Championship, and all that in the Midland Championships, and goes really, really well. So John is probably really on top of that car at this point, but just had a little moment off the line there. He's going to head for the S's now. You can just see it flashing through. Chris Dunscombe is on the line in this Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 6, moonlighting as a 205 T16. Now, he had a bit of a moment earlier. He took a chunk out of the bank. Fortunately, didn't collect the barrier, just went gardening. So did a bit of landscaping, removed his front splitter, but cleaned it all out, and away we go again. All the four wheels were still on his wagon, so he's all right to carry on. And this is great to see. It's the spirit of rallying. He's back out, and no doubt he's going to set a better time, because he didn't set one earlier, so he'll do better. So he's going to round out of pardon. Very powerful, this Peugeot Mitsubishi, it has to be said. It's a very, very powerful car. And how does he get? He's certainly up, obviously. Let's see how he can get into the sort of low 50s. I would have thought he probably could. He's going to flash round semicircle. You've got to be so brave, especially once you've had a prang as well. There's nothing worse than having a prang and then have to get straight back out there. Just got to get back on the horse. So he stops the clock at a 57.09. He's been driving great all weekend. Car's been reliable. He'll be pleased to come back from that earlier mishap. Stephen Moore leaves the line in this Rapid Evo 6, one of his many Rapid Evo 6. James Turner, just a little wiggle out of the S's. Now he's purple. He's gone purple in his class. Is he going to maintain it? What's he going to do? This is a really, really tasty looking time from James Turner. What's he going to do? Is he going to cross the line? He's going to do a 54.99, so he goes fastest of class. So that's great to see. He'll be really pleased with that. Stephen Moore's gone purple as well. So when we say going purple, that's the fastest of anybody. So green is personal best, purple is the fastest of anybody in your class. So Stephen Moore is currently leading his class. So let's see what he can do. It's going very well. It's gone a bit dark out there, that's for sure. It's gone a bit dark. Hopefully we've still got the cameras. Can't quite see what's happening on the hill at the moment. I've got the timing, but I've not got the cameras. Little camera in the bottom right. There we have our cameras back, which is great. Roger Moran is leaving for his final time run of the day. He's off. See what he can do. We've got an onboard here, so Roger's just taking the left-hander around there. He's going to be hard on the brakes for a Tories. He's going to bang it down the gearbox. He's going to be in first gear at this point. He probably short shift into second. He's got 500 horsepower to play with. Second, third, fourth, fifth. Hard back down, crushing down the box. Tight line into he's going to use all that power again. He's got these lights blazing a trail ahead of him. He can see what he's doing, so it's absolutely fantastic. He is the fastest man to ever go up the hill in the dark at Prescott. He set the record earlier. In his own words, a 45.5 something. But he's going to be brave round semicircle. Let's see what he can do. Roger Moran's purple. Is he going to go faster? He's gone even faster. He's done the dark record again. So a 45.17 for Roger Moran. He goes even quicker than he did earlier. Broke his own record. Scott, over to you, mate. The old man's not making it easy for you, is he? Goodness gracious me. Right, what can Iron Price do about that? He's down on power slightly, but he is running the slicks, and it has dried up a little bit. So it'll be very interesting to see what Iron Price can do. He's down at the moment. He was quicker off the 6.450, he's gone quicker through S's. What's Iron Price going to do? Is he going to snatch the dark record away from Roger Moran? What's he going to do? He's going to head round the corner. Is he going to do it? I'm not sure. 45.36 just misses out. Roger, your record is safe, but a fantastic effort from Iron Price, really pushing them right up to the limit. So, yeah, great showdown. Battle of the Skodas. The Moran car prevails as it stands. Got Tim Cross on the hill at the moment in the Twingo 133 RS. Cracking little car, these. Absolutely cracking. They're as wide as they are long. Such is the track. Renault Sports, such a shame that you don't get Renault Sports like we had 10, 15 years ago. They're in the, I mean, Alpines are great, but we'd just be great. We just miss, don't we, having 2-litre 16 valve and big wide track standard shopping cars. What happened? Emissions, that's what happened. Anyway, Tim Cross, he's going to round semicircle. He's going really, really well. Can he break under the minute mark? Is he going to improve? He's certainly up on his split. 61.25, so he makes an improvement, so he's gone better. So good to see from him. We've got another Clio 182 on the line at the moment as we wait Steve Allen to make his way up the hill in this spacious, shall we say, Volvo Amazon. To be fair, if you're going to drive across Africa and you're going to do some sort of marathon rally, that's probably the thing that you want to do it in, isn't it? Because you know you're probably going to get home. Steve Allen is going to round semicircle. He's got to be brave, and Volvo's got good safety ratings, what they were always famous for, but fortunately not needed today. Crosses the line in a 71.88. Got Gus Stapleton on the line. Unusual car, you don't see these, very rare. It's a Punto Evo, so it's basically, it's not your regular Punto, it's a Punto with a spicy meatball under the hood. So it's a 1.4 turbo, the same engine you get in the Abarth 500s. Quick car actually, deceptively quick almost. Didn't sell in big numbers. I just don't think that they were very. Well sold in the UK. But a rare and interesting car. They do an SS version, which was about 180 brake. So yeah, no, going quite well. I'm joined by my colleague Owen Cool, who is dying. Got bronchitis by the sounds of it, I think. So he's not. I think he's been an absolute trooper today to get as far as he has. But we're just watching Gus Stapleton. He is just rounded the S's. He's going to head for semicircle. He's up on his own split. So can he improve further? I think he's going to. Can he break a minute? Not quite. 61.20 for Gus Stapleton. On the line, Max Hawkes. We were chatting to him earlier. He's always the man with the camera. This is his daily drive of this Alpha 145, and it's going well. Don't want to jinx it. I was just about to say it's going well. I think because he missed a gear out of pardon, but he's through the S's now. Takes some fantastic photos. Just look out for some of his photos on the HillClimb UK Facebook pages. He's a fantastic photographer. But the mighty Alpha doing him proud. He's going to head around the S's. He's on semicircle now. What's he going to do? He's heading around the corner. He's going to do a 64.66. 64.66 for Max Hawkes, which is good going. On the hill, we've got Richard York in the 718 GT4 Club Sport. He's gone purple, so he's gone fastest in his class. So let's see what he can do. Richard York did a 50.52 and a 50.97. Can he break a 49-second run? It's a big ask. It's a big ask. Let's see what he can do. He's in the road rally class. He's actually gone a bit slower. I wonder maybe had a moment. 54.96 just now. But he lost a bit of time. But that was his daytime, so he's 4 seconds slower in the dark, which is understandable, given how much you wouldn't want to take a corner or a side out on one of those. Andrew Feekins on the hill at the moment in this 172 Cup. Brilliant little car, these 172 Cups. Actually, a bit more special than people think. They're lightweight, no air conditioning, lighter glass, lighter material dashboard. It's quite an impressive thing, actually. He's going to round the final corner. He's going to cross the line at a 52.1. Andrew, 52.1. Goodness gracious me. That's a proper time, isn't it? 51.8 in the daytime, so he's not bothered by the night time. Obviously, eats his carrots. Thomas Tremlow, he's on the hill in this fantastic Subaru Impreza. One of the very first of the Imprezas, a Phase 1 Impreza. He's going to cross the S's, round semicircle. And he's going to cross the line, and he's going to do a 50-something, 56.31. Right, Scott Moran, he's down in front of me now. He's in the Skoda Rallye 2. His dad, Roger, has gone even better on his darkness record, 45.17. Scott got a bit caught out with the weather earlier, but he's away now. Let's see what he can do. It's a bit drier. Can he take the darkness record? So, let's have a look at his onboard. He's very committed through the first corner. He's going to be hard on the brakes through Tories. Again, back down the gearbox, he'll be in first gear. Will he probably short shift into second, third, fourth, hand off the steering? We can see the shift light there as it illuminates red to indicate he's fully on the rev limiter. Beautiful ramp on, so he's out there, no problem. He's got to be really committed through the S's. Takes a bit of curve on the left, takes a bit of curve on the right. This car is designed to take these compressions, so he's looking good. He's slap banging in the middle of the road out to the S's. He's going to round semicircle. What can you do, Scott? What can you do? He's going to be quick around semicircle. I haven't got a time in front of me. What's he going to do? I haven't got a time. 43.72, I'm told. So Scott takes honours. Fantastic ding-dong between father and son there. But as we all know, Scotty can drive, so 43.77. Scott, you are the fastest man in the dark at Prescott. Congratulations. He'll be happy with that. That's going well, isn't it? That's going very, very well. Colin Bullock on the hill. Well, he's about to be on the hill in this RS6 V10 twin turbo. Phenomenal thing. Great road car. Absolutely great road car. Really is. 560 horsepower, well ahead of its time, wasn't it? 560 horsepower remember that, when you could buy a 560 horsepower V10 twin turbo and you could get it from Audi. Phenomenal. I think we have lived through some golden years. But yeah, he's heading up the hill now. I think he's been sneaking out under 60 seconds. It's just a perfect advertisement for weight being a problem on a hill climb, because he's got all the power in the world, but it probably weighs the best part 2.5 tons, I would have thought. But that four-wheel drive system working overtime, headlights working well. He's also got a light bar on there for extra measure. Right, watch out for this one. But Paula Dragosano really driving the wheels off this E36 M3. I think I have to declare my driver of the day is Paula. I mean, she's just absolutely flat out. Look at the attitude of the car. She's not afraid to chuck that thing around. I mean, it's been fighting all weekend. She's completely on top of it. Yeah, she's been really, really leaning on it. She's been correcting oversteer left, right and centre. Absolute lunatic driving. Absolutely love it. That's what we're here for. She's bullying that E36 M3, bullying it, and the fact it's a cab as well. I just think that is so cool. That is so cool. Bring to a track day, kick the head in of your E36 cab, refuse to elaborate, go home. Phenomenal. She's quick round semicircle. From what I can see, I haven't got a time in front of me, but that was just pure entertainment. Thank you, Paula, for that. Really appreciate that. Fantastic. She does a 55, 80? 84. That's going well in a standard road car from the 90s. Good on you. Only a second slower in the daylight, so I hear. So, wow, absolutely phenomenal from her. Josh Martin just crossing the line. No, he's not. No, Josh Martin is on the hill. Sorry, Josh Martin's on the hill in the MX-5. We've got a couple of cars left to go, ladies and gentlemen. But we are pretty much at the end. I think Ben Cross will be the last car of the meeting. And as Josh Martin will be rounding S's in semicircle in a moment. He's going to trip the beam and do a 50.87. No, he's still going. No, he's going to trip the beam. He's going to go over just under a minute. 59.74. He'll be happy with that. That's his personal best. Ben Cross on the hill now. Twingo 133 RS. It's been a long day, but it's been a great day. We've really, really enjoyed having you with us. Thank you for watching our broadcast. Ben Cross is going to close our commentary up. One last corner to go. Nearly there. Takes an inside line, and he's going to cross the line for the final time of the day at a 60.81. Fantastic. I'd like to thank Peter Hughes, my fellow commentator, for trekking all the way from Wales, getting stuck in traffic, and sharing his insight with us. I'd like to thank Owen Cool, our resident Canadian. We let him out for the rally stuff, but hope you enjoyed the paddock walk. Absolutely great stuff from myself, Lloyd Hackett. Been great to spend the afternoon with you. Hope you had a good time. We have. See you on the next one.